Radinyan Coupon. I don't pay. So what's yes in Montie so when him send pen bebrero aya na ahopre ene ntema aya na ye painti aya na ye refi say ye beda na se e ja don't pay any even me say nya adwene ye nka say ye da na se. Good morning Ghana, good morning Africa. Who here na wutie me anope dem wachi o memo akwa abasronko Eribani FM 100.9 Ghana nyina hana Ghana tie etijumedi ni Ghana Montie efri sabre ya no numa pemu ekopem se non do ebepem Ghana se many de babesomo wani beje dodo jakasa fidie no ha kachiro bi se ono so fa na fidie ne fantoa aisan se empeni athnase Montie FM 100.9 Edini Kaakyire Kofi Badu abedwafo time echi dosun production team ni odame yeni abema Alex Entry eni abrante Ahmed womo ena eso menfin eboa ne de dwumedi edi abrel one more beboa I'm over here live on Facebook. See I can say we are live there. In your part free mind and the team and so Daruma. Samsung I call YouTube, we are live there and all our social media handles. I don't pay me I'm watching. Yeah, done has say I won't pen so do you drew. What do my boy or the Yakondra and then so the Yaba. When him say and century we are sitting and Dawson. But Kessia Wumupa and say Adebechon. Kessia Wumupa and so one qua. And Timpani Casan say, oh, one qua. What do you know? Yadana say, oh, what do you wire my and the other Babet was on my end. I don't pay Yentana. The Yindi Dean I a cassa or Yanyame. Oya safunyina Yehowa anope Ghana Montie so ensem bebre na why dey brel bebre pa enkomo bebre e ho ma dey brel but ye ne ho nkasa kakra ho anope afutuo no ene nkranhye ne sede Enti afutuo mu ne kasa mu no ni nyina ne se hawo ne de wo ho amane ne de beba bara no pay pa ya meyi ma wo ne se when the problems pour out onto you like rain amane ne hawo ne bat se de nsuo eba wo ne se wo so tobre mu amane no ene hawo no eba wa kwan mu se de nsuo egugu they said the amaniani or how bia ebana. I said we Yankupon Wobama ye. God is going to give you an umbrella to cover all those problems. But mau chinya or the katasa mani in aso. And open meaning baby I would see me. Meaning baby I will call any dear wokakoye. What damn and I would like so. What you may how be a show so that how ne tete a ye quarter money oh one call cotton dia yento as will be a do on man who trim woman do our from a crumble so no call or your yonko no quarrel for what and obey when the problems are poured unto you like rain. God is going to give you an umbrella. Remember that is your umbrella, God, and is going to protect you from all those rains. Brana sochini mu bosse de kra. When you no kofu nyame se. Obedum aboa. Anopei. Pausan semi fanante. Yenyina yemfanya futuo nko. Na endum wae. Yemfanhye ho kran. Yemfanante anopei. Actually, who said God is going to give you an umbrella to cover those pains and those rains. I mean, shower. So what's your way? And I don't pay the bed until you are born among. Another ton of money acquired him. Oh, you're young cono quarrel for ampa. And HFM 100.9. Ghana Montie so away. And Jano paying come on a dos ye papa. Said many campo maneno and some woho. Yet be bro a doson. Enti yɛtoa so ne ama Orange FM 100.9. Mampani atena yɛ enra. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Asia a delegation a free United Arab Emirates a UAE for ho na womo eba ye pani awodi anim His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Ziyad Al Nahyan wono enodi anim a oba mampani atena ye womo etwetwe nkomo pa ena no pai yɛde bi ho nsɛm ne bi ho nkɔmmɔ ɛbɛsom ɛwɔ kasa fidie yi ɛso na nkɔmmɔdie no wonim sɛ ukopiem wɔ UAE di a ɛno ne oil so energy sector wɔn edi ho nkɔmmɔ ɛne kwan yɛbɛfa so a Ghana ɛne UAE yɛn kita hodie no ɛbɛkɔ so na ɛbɛkɔ yie pa saa nkɔmmɔdie no ɛkɔ so na wonim ɛnra His Excellency John Dramani Mahama de to dwa sɛ nyame yɛ adom efiada there's going to be a cabinet meeting bɛba so nyame adom efiada enkomo bebre na enom bedi e wase ebi a umbeka ho asem ene se a constitutional review process no egusu a ekoso. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama says that they are going to touch on that at the cabinet meeting, God willing, on Friday. Ebedi hu nkomo na yetie de ebefrim enso ebeba enkomodie mu no den no mokwa wo ebeka ho asem na wonim ewo ye court ahodom nyame ya adom a enne the various courts in Ghana are going to sit, but it's rupa any womua AD the oral cases are hodwa ewo and the oral case ne bi any one more womo beka ho asem but God will on Friday there's going to be an oral case a womo ebeka ho asem ewo ye court ahodwo ni I know say lawyers ahodwo no enne wom beka kopiem ewo court a ensem womo ebeka ko defend ebinum de mbakwa kwakwa enso ho no mu a yebeti ebeto form bia de ho enkomo ne ho nsem ebebro but wonim Abrantie friend Freddy Kumi abutri Canada do na tai e de friend won wonim say Abrantie gina court susuo mu say wode na adwen ene eye wa fakulty kwan bi so e de adada nkofo bi de adwo musika eno ho ensem no bi e wo court a wo mo ka so de ne be kwa ama no ne na wo mo akwako di na asem no e wo ho ensem die no eguso a e koso ene ebeba so e wo court a ye de bi ho ensem enso ebebro mra hye bedwe menro mo kwa asetena na enra pani behwe. There was a banter between Osahene Afenyo Markins, Osahene Alexander Afenyo Markins, and the Honorable Dafia Mekpo. Na enye asem kitwa. Ayu maiko iko epiemu ewum na enano pe ubetimu ensem papa. Speaker Enra Eddie Atuja. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama nsemu awade ebaye na okanse nyame ya domu a efiada ene ne memenda yehwe na yensiesie Ghana fiada Womwa ewo the various municipal assemblies ene womwa esiesie eje se Zoom Lion for ene womwa eka ho nyina ehwe enye se adwuma ne fiada na memenda eye Saturday ye nyina yenso yaka ho bi ne yetumi esiesie enra speaker dia ba aka atoso se ogya kwan ede ama honorable members ni nyina ye MPs ni nyina na amudi omani dia chirem ewo mo constituencies no makoka ho na efiada ne memenda nyina adwumadi ebekoso atumi akoso Fe itiano enso efrie mrahye bedwam eba na Council of State womo etuma mpanimfo womo ede aba betudwa ede afuto ni bi de akọ parliament se nyame ya dom a se dual citizenship bill a edom ni mo bobo ho no womo hwe na enka ye Ghana ni dia koba se ye mawo wo Ghana ni enso ukuta another card betumi de atukwan akọ baby foforo ye hwe na saa ensem ne saa nkomo no womo endi ni ye entwentwen so woni ma bebre ho asa na afuto a Council of State for ede koma mrahye bedwam for he de bekwa kopie be frim be but Chamber of Mines and so ede ya konsem ede amanuanom a ewo enkran ene womo ewo miaye nsu a etoye eyifa womo no womo de ya konsem ede yakwa akoma womo ene bo kasa fidie su be bi ehun so enkomo ede amount Nit FM 100.9 eche na Democrat aba be kasa no na ye de ni nyina ede bro na Ghana Water Company Limited and so ede krata ba Montie enuanom amwo miaye we East Legon Adrigano Medina Oyarifa frafraha ene de keka ho nyina no Montie na Ghana Water Company Limited say womo eba bedi dwuma bi dwuma be ya eno nti nyaade amubenya nsuo ye bewrem na ya mo wahunu de tie na wahu enmu enso enkomo pa Nit 100.9 eso ena ubenya sa nkomo ne sansem we se nyina ebre ne yenu aba atenase a wode Democrat no eba besom ye but obeka ye nra me ma wafutuo bi maka chro sa no pa bia ye beje sa futuo we efa ne yapomuden ho na ne de kakra ye de ka ho de ama wo ne se enra ye me ka kire wo se bomodin se obema nsunom ehia wo pa na enne de de ka ho de ama wo ene se unum nsu a etumi boa wo e woni ama bebre mu na eya nsuo no dodo sei ene sese wonum ese otumi bo ho modin se obenum nsuo wo hwe eye nsuo ko Montie bottle ya ye ton yi a bo ho modin se anye kra danen kwa wiye no na bottle kese no watumi anom baako se ye sachet water na water anom a omode so betumi anom emu maako ensia edanen kwa wiye emu bi ho no mo ya na eye se adwuma ye nti enya bre enya dagere emfa mensu nom ehia wo esanse eboa enra ene wodi ho nkomo ma hu se yedidie eboa ema eduane ne koto ye mu a ekrakra ne yie pa sanso ena etumi eboa ma ya pomode nsem enso etumi koyie enti a glass about 250 to 500 ml of plain water is good an amount or is good for your health eboa wa pomode papa enti bomode se obetumi anom a glass of 250 to about 500 ml achese no doduo mu ena ye kanesa edi amount enti no ene ya pomodin sem kakra ne ye dey mount start your day with a glass of water wonu munsu anope ya pomodin se unya sore pe pensuo num ya na edin so obetumi aye ne sa but fasha wo ho na enka o sore free okate so pe na wa pensuo bia no na wa ye obi bia wi a wusi Montie so ana unya du office pe na wa pensuo bi anu be sanse boa emma onipadua no eniama ekoyie ede emmao sima aduonum apa eye no num ho memo achibium emo akwaba yenu aba amasapon kum ankoma jesi athanasia ode de obokrata no naposo emae sapon akwaba bibia bokode adum yenso ye ho ye papa Great. So da ye die.
Na ensuo no ya na mo ye ne ye nom ho ahwan millimeters mo nkyire mu ye nim ye maame mu onim enti ye bia pure water rubber mienu
ene medical can say sachet no de bomodin so be no sachet ni insia
okay
eda ne nkwa wiye no
oba na be ma na
obia na bia obi o ya akwala no ntumi num insia
okay
obi o ya akwala otofe wa de ene eda ne kwa no ma na be baako a sachet ni baako a eye okay but penny die ye momodin se be no be insia na no pe wanum bi
me bo kakra
okay
ya me no warm water no
ehun hia pa me de me nya sorry a wo pese wo free o system no kra unya anum a de onum wie ya na wakotena ade ne so na
kama
be ba be sin sisi
ya de dana kwaso
ya mo god
ya mi adum
yo
yeah busiafo na obonkrata abedwa so anopai na mede to aso ye kasa ya dia mikita Ghanaian Times the obokrata e wo mensam ha na wo hwa krata ya nimu a what the vice president Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajimanfoni abeto ha asema ye maame ka kye wonu mu a ye twa foto ato wo se research ahodo ye beboa mu omampuntu atumi agya na naso no won fanya san hwehwemu no wo se ma wonu mu mpre wo mo ho se foto a ye boy sika ye twa ma yen ye timi ya research we se du na mmom wo mu hwe se research na wo mu ye nsunsu anso abefiri mu aba betumi di Ghana nkankro ni mpuntuo na no no mani hia wo mu na mmom nya dodo a wo betumi ayo GRA chese wonu mu ekire ehyen bi ya na jarikan anwan bi na wuwo mu na wo mu kire sa ehyen no wo mu si o mu ye nhwehwemu wo ho na chese baby e declare say ekono na nye ho na ekọ afei eto ne niema bi ne nkrata asam asase wo ho ni nyina na chese aye fragadam no kuranim enti wonum abo sa enwu jarikan ni nyina chi e de akwa akoma school feeding program panyifo se monyemfa no aduane magana nkwala ani na enkofo pese ya wo mu efa akwaniasa so bu oman no ewia oman ni sika mfa so ese oba oman no no mu de agu mbotom se ye de akoche se yemfa no aduane ma ye ma no eni eno ho asem eda ha Ghanaian Times ande ba akubiem aba na sama odi aba ene se aposifo na ebo kokko se na nsan abusuafo ma hye ne nso a wo be hu se sari ni se de obi atobi ene ebo ne ka mu traffic ache no no ono na ha ne ka so no ayi afa wen won wo sene no okọ eno na se aposifo obo amane ese wo mu sra hyenkafo se wonim na wo yefo yaw na sari ni watobi asu ka so a si yi anya sa ye so mu amra no bedi afei mo amato anadwo ha kania no ayede kwa hayo edi abubọ mu abobo ye ani mu moto ani mu ka anim akwosesa natural light na yede ma ka ne se ka we light we na esi oyusu enso makwosesa no na mo amakoto anadwo ha de oba no so a esi wani ana esefa ka akowura wira mu no mu nyina ye se wo so mu etum so santi mo nhwa mo ho eyie ba akubie wa wode aba ene se auditor general aye nhwehwemu ahunu se abanyuma yekuo no sika afo o monsase no enya asenketoa ebinum wo ho a enhyehyeye ye fa contract ahodo ho a wo munye ne yie eno ma ye hwere sika eno na nkyɛn ebinum so wo ho no mu a eto ahodo ye abikura ye ma contract sese da so ne yetietia de mu oman no ni nyina ɛho nsenkae ne aye ne se nwonwran enti wo mu hwɛ ye no wo ma oman no ahwere sika 1.24 billion Ghana cedis sika anka ebetimi abo aboso mu a asene kwakwa eno ho asem eda ha na the Ghanaian publisher anopay ono so edibi aba the Ghanaian publisher dia wode aba na no ye monimsem South Africa niema a wo mu ye ya wo mu ekwa world cup kra na bibima nyina yesere wo mu bu om tutuo sanse wonu mu atu ahye wonu mu ankasa nuanom so edi wonya no na nkara Yewura Ramaphosa ba wo man Ghana ensra abeto dwase ya twe asensen na no na minority ni kire se asam no betumi aka ho bie so o mutumi nka ho bie no ehia mase wonu mutumi nya adekodi anti apote owura no ensra hwe anko de bu o man mu no ya twe asensen ede na ko mu de na asie ede na aban ni hunu ye ede na wanhunu enti a ama akobasa basa de a ene no mu minority no ebetumi abia o ma no aka se bia empanyini gina se a wonu masini yefo aso anase yemfo aso enti se si ai di asam no wo mu ntimi nka ho bebre kosisa aban ebema wonu mu di enti a wo mu asisa agyan ye no ansa na wonu mu wo bibia wo mu so atumi abua opanyin ba ko a ni wo ho nsam eno so aye da adwere kese Yewura Apostle Kojo Safo ya anyame to nsa ede frɛ no ebeto jasa ne mai kura bi akwatututu ama yenua ba saradwo asafo kura de bi aka na adwene mebi kura tu abobam se bi awura ne tirim ne ho nkro ne ba na anu ni ate se wo makokɔ to se wo papa were yenkan na kyesa were no obi ahunu de wode ne de efa yenhu odi adini na manso bebrebe ne tonte so nte enti nyame aya adoma mo wo makɔka were no na were no na wo kyese abanti efra ne se akofna enye wono na opapa yi ni se wo ye di kanfo de ma Kristo asafo no yesi lawyer Kwame Akufu na de asemi atodwa ese opapa amoni din ba bia se wo wu a wona asore no oni animu na mom wo se ne mamema ne mamema na wonum betumi edi asafo no nim ti wanto dini anyi asemasi ana obentene wo sa asem no ho ba ko bia wa krata di aba auditor general ne audit ya waye ama abeda die se 5.27 billion Ghana cedis ni nyina hyekwakwa ewo niema nketenkesi ebu ya ni gusuo ene niema ayantutu ni yi a enam so mo oman ne ehwe sika no the Ghanaian publisher anopay wono so so de aba abeto animu ha ye to aso at the new center enso edibi ebaye na ne dia wode ba ne se 94.6 million Ghana cedis ena asene koka ni nyina ye green Ghana nsase ena afako enti eno ho asem no enuadua na ye bedua ye mantima na yesi edadua atwato ye betwa no na kyese enipa ya ba awie ye no kyese sika fankofo nsase ayese nwonwran great enti new center dia ono so ede aba eno no eni wo ba amane se water for that mine yesi empanyufo esiesa adwen se wonu mu ba beye ensuo ede ama ade hye wo da man ya ebeboa ama ensuo ho nsam a akwa atwe wo ho no etumi egina ne nan so enti anopai na obonkrata abadwa so no netese be market papa bi the mebo so new center any the Ghanaian Times okay yemfa the Ghanaian Point aba yemfa kakra enfam the Ghanaian Point the obonkrata kitaminsam ewa ha and was say enubone ya say wohwemu a onkofo fa na emrantia ne maba wa yeda akyehye omunsa wonu matu asisuo ebinum red na ebinum tramo na ebinum brubru na ebi de ade the additions empabwe solution na womo ade afrafra energy niema bi na wonu mo nonom na no na Yera Julius Debra HSA said yankofo enum nnuro empo wonu ma yakoto wo pharmacy kura mpo a won share da se wo kwacho ichese ya enuro no ye nom na by heart yanyi obi afutuo wati sa asemase num bia ne hoto no wakoto na mrante no so ese we de high enti no so no mo no mo se enya de papa esese ye nyina ye twe adwen si so na ye mana ye yade hiade enti Yera Julius Debra wono atene ho asimontene so a wo bo ntoa etu nkofofo wo no bone eni nnura ye nom a enam ne kwa so se ye ntwe ye ho emfamfiri ho na Dr. Ernest Ofo-Sapon wona ye kofar ba ya with that special group of companies ano Yera nyame aya adom Unimax Yapon no wono mo ayi no se Yera Dr. Ernest Ofo-Sapon Wome first vice chancellor Enfama Suapon no we ya asendekese ya the Ghanaian Point de obokrata ekunche de abeto krata yanim ha na South Africa mampanyin Yera Ramaphosa ne visitor enka wode bu omanmu a ya twen asensen no wo se enyesi ya twam kura na emom niema bi na aba yama ya twen asensen enu na minority ne nso se ye nkyiremu na no other security personnel na aka ekire wonum so omukope bambo adwuma aye no Yera muntakabu barak se wo mu kwaye yo mo test ni lab ni wiye no enipa mako 1300 na HIV wo mati bia yo mo
ene ho nkomo wo ha papa aye bedie na ye bisa mu nsam but no siabo ye nkomra me banso Ramaphosa e bedi ho nkomo na de kuntia ontumi mba Ghana no ya hede tie ye ko akofa akase na ba ye ba ye beto aso ama
abono nsia ewo oman Ghana nti oman mu nya ma ahodo bi so nsem ayensa aka na madaroma ye de eso mena no pay hyana nso amuti die asantememu no mobati enka afafidie ni so a na eno eye hello 101.5 KJT CNN Samson kwam nya mecha ne se wabrakatu pia tumse kukuru ye ne yakrono sanso ana eye krob ya asante kotokwan wetufuo setu ababio opemiso na asase so adum kumase doctor was kwame despite keninya nsani na video so ana moti ani Engram bottom so gama chadaromenti okay 101.5 and a neat 100.9 abekam kwanta ene yebutu Fila FM Tamale Rock FM Tadi Dynamite Otakwa Bosuma FM wachimi so do na chimanse wachimi da beyond awon kwanta da beat serious awe so Liberty FM serious so amansa ebi ewo kura reference da Enzima FM Enzima beyond so ewo enkwanta Dachi FM ewo ense wamuni adasu kwantemponi so ye pesa mansa nya bi tem koko so fasonti na bono boa ade akotu koko FM tepa peacefmonline.com ghana today.com hot digital radio London eho eyo hima krom wawu intene adane ohin krom ensama ede bre mo na no pay de edi makutini bi eni
Mampanyi John Dramani Mahama ede atudwa se womo atamsika pudo 40 million Ghana cedis akwa akoto foto a yabo ede ama sinitwa adwuma no
so afọ hwe amanwensam so de atudwa se enipa no opeso kowura bambo adwuma mu ye so mapomden hwe ne nipa apem ene ahasa enya HIV mu awoni bi
sanso na apomden so afọ no abokwabna minta kando so ede atudwa sa bayari ata so pa so obehwa boa Ghana fo amenya apomden papa
National Security and Intelligence Agency meche na Quality Control Commission so yesi oso afọ no twese embramu nsakra bi beba no mudwuma DSPS ta ewo mem
yakwamno ne ensem so so akane Ivory Coast so afọ no heba mbon sem so a wo mo de atutu asem so bo ebo no afietwa mu no wo mo ayine frefiase
eno a ball boy ekwoso amansan nyina ni so meche World Cup FIFA World Cup ball bono chese ebibiman se gobeno se dianyo ebe kasi mensia si meduni apon a ya sho nwotwe kura bibiman team betena ho ni abetete asa ahye no na eduabo na sa yakwadro wadwem ayehu ayare husemo mambiama
abusia wenum ene sankaya hodo ena anope ya bobo ni nyina no esi konwa ede besomo ye de asere ne kabia Lawson herbal mixture womo ena de Lawson herbal mixture ye drosonko a ebo asiesie ni pedua no if you tis besi wona se be bia ye wo ye bia ononom Lawson herbal mixture ya ebeboa wo yie pa be ya bia afi hono mo ama wati ade malaria fever typhoid ni nyina na etete wo koko ebeboa etuase ede ama baby to no bia kwa ubenya bia 2404861999 and 0242133577 bind stain remover ya ye de eyi kekawa akekaka ye toilet bowls mu ye sink mu ye wash basins mu ene ade no ye yini nyina ede efri ho no mo afi ye floor tiles no ene ye terrazzo floors ne ade kekawa bia ya akeka mu no ade a ye de bind stain remover ye de etu ase kra efri ho Welcome shops ahodo kwa obinya biato and to phone 0208142913 and 0541808096 KK Pepra Rufi new adansi mu pabene eno no KK Pepra samen kanchiro sa no pay afenu watu asase a wo ba besi dan ya unya into foundation kura to anamobra na niema ye disi dan free foundation ekosi roofing wo nyina ho akade ya wode ebema wo nchense ye de bodan so de edu twem wo no ene sumu takrache e wo my Ghana emu head office no ewudoburu friend no 0244912100 and 0533218646 onga wasu bia winner ewo ongalicious abewo ha promo no emu itodofo fa ho ehye na chade pepia nkoma ena eguso ya okentena ho ketua bi a ubenya bi na so ode ahwo ho o chese sa promo ya na se kaibo no efri sabre ya kosi July bosumi wo ni da to so edunum ena ebeba ewiye yam vita infant cereal with milk, one for you, one for me. Ye ba bididi na ye bididi a na ye motofo na wo manya abosumi nsia ekono won ena ye de sa nuane ema wo mo yam vita eye enuane aduane soronko a eboa ema motofo ano wo mo apomode ho sem ACP esita esanse 16 essential vitamins and minerals ena abomma se be etimisrewa da obatan onu ansuo no ehie no a na edwo kama na udibia mix ya mankoda no ye wona hodo miensa ye wo wheat ye wo rice ena ye wo maize ho ntidi ye wo ba ne peno na ode amano. Food and Drugs Authority wo mo agent kratwe atum ye wo this way chocolate drink anopedo here so hyenwuma koya da roma ena wo boy chidom me de kasebo no abeso makenkanfo ye me mame biama kwafo mene
achenkwa na menu bremu wodi ahenkan kwa me yeboa asuna piesie nana afemu me tie kasebo ni chechiremu openi a wono yamra shebedwani ema de sho bimbila abaton peso so etifido mantem yo nonyamfo Dominic Nitihu na woko busa nsem bi o parliament o peso openi ono so yeso afo hwe amanwe nsem so eba be ya no meche ononyamfo Muhammad Mutaka Mubarak ampani ampa ni nuani ampa ono nso bɔ mmɔden nyadaagye kɔ mmarahyɛ badwafie hɔ sɛ asɛm a owura ne ti wu ɛde ato dwa no obei na no ne nyinaa ne sɛn ɔsisi a Narcotic Control Commission a ɛka enyumaku a ehwe bambɔ nsɛm so sɛda bia nubɔne nom ensɛmunidie yɛde wi ɛfa kwan ho yɛde koke ɛnam ho konkonte na dan wi na fa nkosi hino yɛbɛtimi aso mu sɛ kwan na aboa mɛyɛ mɛmu enubɔne ama metintim ɛwɔ mɛmu edi asɛm no nyamfo dom niti wu ɛde pim ɔpani no ɔsi ewiase sɛ bedi ɔba atɛn de ɔkɔ atɛn de ogya ɔna yɛ atɛn trodo di anu yi a ɔno so de ba ne sɛ ɛno korɛ Narcotic Control Commission no says here mpenufo gu so omo wa twen omo twen se be constitutional amendment chese embra ye di bu me embra ye di omo dwuma no omo ye nsakra kakra wom no mu wie se kukuro ebeso aba.
But everything that we did give assurance has come to fruition, except the leg that has to do with the Constitution, because the constitutional review is not yet done. Mr. Chairman, if you take the most recently passed act from Parliament, Act 1168, that's the new Security and Intelligence Act, Act 1168, you see clearly that the Narcotics Control Commission is part of the national, it's part of the almost all the security architecture. I want to also say that whether from the district, from the region, and at the national level, it's already captured adequately there. And then at the constitutional level, we've also made a lot of strides. We wrote to the Constitutional Review Committee, and I don't know if you have a copy of the Constitutional Review Committee's report. You'll see that they have reported that they reclassify it. So we are just waiting for the constitutional amendment and it will be firmly there.
Eni amuti ye eyo no nyamfo Mohammed Mubarak Mutaka na wo wie no osade to so say Narcotic Control Commission no enye se bia aso ne se bi wate ada se ohwom dwumadim ana onfanti tie bia mom osi da bi me ne wo kasai wo matete nipa pa ama mensiri awodo wo omam no wo mama enipa mensi be ahamienu ne aduosia ba ku 261 no emu aduosia nsia de ya hyeda tete nipa foforo a wo tinu bonene hudwedi ase amone enipa sana omudi sansemone no edebe feso.
But unfortunately, out of the 261 MMDAs that we have, the district, municipal, and metropolitan assemblies that we have, we are putting only 66 out of 261. And you will see that obviously the challenge is enormous. But give us, with the help of His Excellency Gentleman Mahama, we've been given some window to beef up our numbers. Currently, our number will not warrant us to be able to stretch to all the. And then we supported with some logistics. I mean, in the past 18 months, they have received probably vehicles more than since they were even created. And a lot of logistics have been extended. So we're also in the process of recruiting to augment the number so that it will help us to see how we can cover up all the other over 180 municipalities and districts and metropolitan.
Eni amuti ye eye ononyamfo Mohammed Mutaka Mubarak so afọ no hwe amanwe ensemso.
Mampanye His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ede atudwase afi nko na ban no eyisika pudo 40 million Ghana cedis ede akwa sinicha adwuma no wo mudi kan ede 20 million ekoma film fund eno mo side 20 million ekoma creative art fund no edom de akwa akotum sebe ya ebetimi aboa na yesinicha adwuma no wo ma hokeka ene ade etimi akona nim ye pa mampanye de tudwachi mu se enye wenkwa no wo mo ye wo mo etwen se afidan sese no wo mbesa ede sika de buru 20 million no kra asa akoto film fund no emu mabanye sa de ka ho bio no chiremu ese sa 20 million no mo de akoto creative art fund emu no wo mo de ba beso wo mo e wosi ni twa adwuma no mu na asene se na ebe ya ebetimi aboa ama de wo de besi wo mani su bia no wo matimi aye ni yie na eso abamfaso ama my Ghana mabanye chiremu se ejira kwan yo mbefa so sika no mo de bedudwuma na no e de be kire ama aban afia edi yenim no na mfidodo edi yenim no aban edi sika no dia sopa asan akoka ho ebio mambanye de kasa bawe ye eno de eka ho ebio se eni so ade hu ba akone se ene mapa ya ewo sinitwa adwuma no mu no wombetimi apa hontoma wombetimi adanadie na etimi aboa ama yensra hwe adwumadi akonanim etimi aboa ma Ghana yetimi ada ya mamre ne amane edi akira mansan ama nipa ene agye ho na aboa ama Ghana ya ton yen yie ewo amanone adwaman so.
allocated 20 million CDs to the film sector, and that money has been paid into the film fund, and they're deciding how it should be applied. Next year, we're going to make an even bigger allocation to them. We also give another 20 million to the Creative Arts Fund, and so all the other creatives too will have to decide how to spend it. Depending on how they utilize it, next year we can make additional allocation to them, because, I mean, really, people have the creative energy, and like you said, Ghana has a lot of people with the creative energy, but they will not by themselves be able to raise the creative sector unless government gives them some support. And so we're willing over the next 3 years, at least while I remain president, to continue making some allocations to the creative sector so that we can unleash it. It helps to boost tourism. It helps to brand Ghana in terms of our culture, our traditions, and everything. So you can be sure that the good work that you have started with the creative sector will continue.
Abusia eni awoti yi His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Ghana Mampenye seminyina yensem training Salamat Kukwa Pento ne boano ema yensakan.
Ye toa kasebo no so afa ensem fufuro mu a pani power no no ye pani a woda Ghana HIV and AIDS network ano owura enesamuaben kasa. Ne kasa ne tintini ni tete nya ne sen ononyamfo Mutaka Mubarak Muhammad ade atudwa se na sen emranje ne mabawa mo kwan do so munya eye bambo adwuma mo beye se Ghana National Fire Service, Immigration Service, Police Service and military ebi gwa so mbeko prisons no wo wie bibia ebe mo akọ medical examination chese kwakwe oni paduam se wote apo a ebia na se be kaka ewo so obu anso obu na owotwo na oyena adwese odikowura mu kode na otira nyeye na mo ye training na bibi hiri kubo mi se chaw asam na ato wo enti ombe san hwemu nyina na mamu kaka sasabro etwo sa mambi ani adba mu anonom na ho beto a ne atoto na yesa be fiu se untim ni umochem no nipadua mu nso sabe yade bi ekodi awo bi ani uso ho ye otiapo na hwehwemu ano yenuanom ye wofasefo ye ma ye nananom enipa apem ahasa apem eni ahasa 1300 ena HIV emoawa no ebi ewo omuwidiem ana ewo munipaduam anu no nyamfo na so pani afense enesamuaben kache wiase nyina se de nchama na kobasa ne se yawo afidie nkitenkete bia ye de kwa ya asa bia de ma amansan na no wa wo hye o de bo hye okukoma utimi so oni padua ne hwe so umoja we se yade no wo bia na se woni bi na esi ashoto injeni pa bebre ni bi eno mangasa mpotimi atesto mo hu se mi obi na mi ni bi na mi obi nso a aduane be na mi nie enu be na me no entiano ka obi nti na ne enipa apem ene ahasa 1300 emabunu pa wo nyina nya HIV yade bi na yentie said owura ene samuaben ekire mu kire Abdullahi Dasmani
say na inyanti asese yare HIV enkoye daso ene hopa na yenkai the ABCD of HIV prevention. 1 abstinence. Say unum say unye ready. Say ube ye be receive the consequence of having a sex dia and the abstinence. Number 2, be faithful. Unum say unye obi ewo ho a de krema oni akono no so ndi de krema. C, condom use. So uhwe na untumi enhye ho so a abribia no bo ho ban se na be ya unya yare HIV. Afi D, man you obi so enhye any sharp object bia senabaya senpawo yare bia on fair ma obia enkoso na onye ahweye
we eye openi efena amuaben na tape na oboye no eno eye wotu mabunufo se ebe ya asabempreduasa unya nwade ya hwe free emema to pagye ho ana unya nwa na ya ba abrante nso a hwe free se oreges no na emwa ye nyina na owura muaben ekasa mu no na obo modern de to amansa nyina nim se si anya ahweyi a anhwa movie so covid ba ne de suppose so ate ezukura se ne hunye huza unya bi go atimi de bo life enti ade ba ho a enti ono sura futu no
na te menjina we so enkai aban say eye national HIV and AIDS fund no still a skibia endemu nti aban no hwe no first can to national HIV and AIDS fund no mu na Ghana AIDS Commission into minyeska no fembo diru enfa yare no na meka so say prevention of mother to child transmission no sisi a and also enhu eye basem because ye ka say test kits are shorty ewo hospitals na yenim say by the end of this month sa aban na hwe na wankra bi amba krum ha ye benya a huge crisis.
Na say HIV fund no kapre kura nem enemperifo de abobra we eyowura enet amoaben
Omeyi eso afọ hwa ma no nsem so ya no abokwam na minta akando no de atudwa saban no enya nwenta so ho mpa se wo behwe aboa ama yapomde ho nsem no asipi asita ne senti ena ban no eguso denden dia wo hwe se obisisi apomde aso ya hodo dititu nkumankuma no ewo nkrasie nkuma no as emu se de beye beboa ma omanfo no apomde aso ya abemben wo mu na wo mu ha wo apomde ho a wo matimi eto anamo akọ bra onem pesantwefo hwe nkomo na ono abokwam na minta akando edi tudwa chemu se abaya shase ya OCC chips compounds makomako 400 ewo mensi ahodo mu ewo my Ghana mu na wochemu se we eda di pefe se aban no aye krado so obehwa boa mapone hu sem SCP esita o de sanse mi kotudwa ewo Kumase Nursing and Midwifery Training College Bantama bra na college no mo eyo mo matriculation na enumu no ochemu se apomode aso ya ahodo eno soso no wo mu nwie ya akansinsemu no wo mo ebekọ ho gidigidi pa no makowie ato mo sa efre ho na adamu ede amapomudi aso ye no matimi ede ayadwuma o kyerese wo mo ede hyehyɛ ya hodo bi na egu akwan mu se be ya apomudi aso ye wo ho no mo eno soso no esanse yentimi emfa yensan ko ho ensiesie ma enya akonotina agye agu no maintenance culture no wo fompa wo memu nanso no wo mo enhwɛ ma apomudi aso ye wo ho a ɛyɛ adwuma no ensai wo mbekɔ ho na ho soso wo mo de siesie akɔ
yetete anase for bebree omayimu na as for infrastructure all the time no bebree health infrastructure name it from chip compounds from health center chip compound every district bia this year AC2 until this year nkwai over 400 chips compound you see health centers they better you so ye bi as well as you really out policy to also maintain the culture of maintenance and that is why I'm very excited about the maybe they've taken me round the campus and I'm so excited. Lab, skills lab, more resources, more. They've made very good use of it. Normally, so school be at same one. Baby, I will not video baby, now but for now, the many I think it's especially the principal and the management of the school.
Eni ye honorable Kwabna Minta Akando apomden eswafo na owie ye na santemantam swafo honorable Dr. Frank Amwakohene one principal ya Oda Kumase Nursing and Midwifery Training College ano Dr. David Benjamin Samson womonso ede insemwe tudwa.
I'm glad to be part of history because history in making right here on Kumasi NMTC campus. Because during the first and second industrial revolution, we had a lot of people losing their jobs because robots and machines took over the normal, usual jobs that you require human beings to take care of. In a similar manner, if you don't take care, AIs and humanoid robots are taking over our profession. The reason why, instead of generalizing in every profession at a point, the world made a significant decision to specialize. And it was for a good purpose. The reason why we cannot allow our medical and our nursing profession to stay stagnant level, we need to make sure we bring in specialization.
Asante mantam swafo honorable Dr. Frank Amwakohene and principal ya Oda Kumase Nursing and Midwifery Training College ano Dr. David Benjamin Samson wumi no ene ena otiye ensemi nyina yensen training Samson kwa menyameche ena Joel Minta ena womubo ano eba ejina so ahomeka sebo iso yebeba sisia
Peace FM
so wakoma ho hyehyɛ and I bought periperi, the Bronican hardband one. At the end of the Sawi, that's how we am so at Timsway.
We're packing a farmer, Martin's liver salt, a Tirakway and Tem, as she and share with glass more at a Martin's liver salt, no back one, no dear goom.
Ubahun say, who are glass in the moon. Now one no. Martin's liver salt, you want orange flavor, and a bacosia plain.
wonumu a ohu beto na mum edi nanu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor
Amanfo, the Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papa bia, a biwo brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiwell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dia. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumemle.
CCTV a boama monitor of properties and business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV need a ho. A detector, clear pictures. Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector ma phone. Our monitor baby a wo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances abeka Freddy's Corner Ejosua hodwa or ton phones and a home accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and 020 7937323 and now so brako komemle satellite in Chehwa. Na ya can discounts any achadia. Ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner.
Home of authentic home appliances, phones and its accessories. Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and War America, China, Africa, and Ghana and Penifua Bonabaso say, or say a real moment for Tiapopa.
Amin Scientific Hospital. I had a sabia, or one video was so, ya would that's what, if you didn't chill yadi, na no sound so sour yadi.
Amin, expert of one croyaria, one run when nam. Now, what Dr. Fonia Nurse Fonso, or what Sima?
Amin Scientific at the herbal, homeopathy, naturopathy, and reflexology, sayadi.
So, one pay, and I are to same pa, Yamia Dumunti, Yaria expert. Amen Scientific ebe boama inshallah uwato na wonswe dia dance said the Ghana phone abrochire for bi dia dance no
Accra Amen Scientific ewo dome Oben Smith Flats and Lashibi nso our Klagon ebe Shaman Road under bridge ope
our Krabata P Fre non sure dia ben wo 0245275254 ana 020-722-9505 Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital
Allow Shafi nyamene yaresafo
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
I was a foyer to Akasia Bonosona Yakwamonone and some Emuna Kane Cote d'Ivoire. Manswafo ano hebambo ensem so afi twa mu no sa na bosumi no mu na oman no ede sobo eya abantugo ho sobo na tutrasem ho sobo ebo no ene sente no wo mo ede no ekoto afiase na wo mo chemu sese ade wo mo ayi na nraya na oye swafo a wo hwapom de ensem so ewo kanema mpenye Lauren Babu na penso na numu na Sebastian Dano Jeje a wo executive president of opposition amayuko African People's Party ano wode atodwa chemu se oyi na omayi kaneswafo de eye pa eye na mmom no ade ba ko ha dwene se na pomde ho nsem enkoyie na pomde ho nsem enkoyie kra yewra kwasi wo mo ede sobobo no osana bosome no emu eno omde no koto pre-trial detention a wo mo chese tutrasem ho sobo woni afoforo be se edu ye ka ne ho na wo mo ede ho sobo ebo wo mo na no mo chemu se enya atutrasam ho ensam no nko a wosan san nam ne so ema wo ye no ho odi animu Kofi nkoko ema basabasa ye ekoso ewo Abidjan August bosome no emu na yura jeje echiremu ese party chitafo bia ne no so wo mo eka no ho be se edu no wo de wo da so a edem a chese ye hunu berepote a wo betimi eyi wo mo na mum yura akwasi de nyame adom enra wo mo eyi nanso na pomude ho nsam enkoyi
afe ball bo eya samu na ball boy waka bia kwasu ya wansem nyakopa adomade ba ko ma ye ni ji wa bibire mu apa say go back to your country wo mu ni oman a wo mu di kan a eye round of 32 no o mu ko fie first me South Africa go back to your country say go back to your country ye ka bi twom na yo mu ya ye mom ko fie tententem kra ye nya be fie de ba to no mu di kan tina eye de pa ni enim say South Africa sunsunsanso so mo ho eye ntonzuo ana pro adiagu abibima wodo akosi aka bi so wodadwe ho a wonti ase wa ka pa ekoso say abibima ni o ma bi disi ani uyi Morocco free mu a na wo show nwotwe kra abekasi ma miensampo ni apon a abibima tim no betena ho ama tim ko no aba be hye na teteka no asa de ba ko aka ho ayi na free se duane aye dio se mental fortitude ya dwumu na enye duro se che se ya dwen wa dwen na nra yanse wonum se osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah kwore hat ayi fatia tie tabu baby se fatia fatankruma ti Egypt body Ghana for the adagye ni poso yakuma mu nyina de ta yanse wonum achi se Kwame Nkrumah yiri kuro mu nti anu mu bobo ya first half kukuro no mu share ba kwese rade ti empa bo se Ghana anyi kwa na Egypt gi a se wase age ye ko second half ba ya Egypt was afegwa na yase second no ma sa share ba ko na referee Gwangwansa referee major it is good referee Gwangwansa say ball na ahye no wanye Egypt for say nyahwe esa behavior ampani ampa no ma sa sheba kwa kan ho na the referee age enti second half no ya si aka kasima bedu na ye bepon Egypt for so bi say so nyuguom so senso kanwo senso dian yo omho na adwen pressure so omso na te na ayi Argentina for yate baako ete no ma sa ate mienu ni nyina na from aham de baako aka okukuro Egypt for no moda for me kamiensa o matemu mienu ya beti kenan kamiensa mensa ne akọ extra time na nke bia de penalty Argentina for afrim kwekura musa hwesreman hwehwere Japan Egypt for every bonum enen so biem nano Senegal for sa no mo ye DR Congo sa no mo ye Ghana kwa de agi kukuro baako ya ntimi ansole biem ye beti sa na kwan ye de abafie ntia no de kosi ni se USA for trafie jamo me kan nan o mo te baako pe wo mo gwa no ye timi mo red card na president of FIFA president e krache board ye go bond ye main man pa no man red card come on reverse it I'm been FIFA for reverse red card no way na Argentina for so Egypt for jamo me kamiensa wo mo te mienu na Switzerland for so ani Colombia wo mo ebo draw Switzerland ebo modi wini Colombia for e share Ghana for radio dance obi e bi mi etam for mai wo mo wini penalties e kan nan na Colombia for yi ete miensa Jinyagopon ya adoma sei na quarter finals no ekwakoye anya bia nanu dia ya boye ya bibi man ba ko pe ene timi du quarter finals ko semi finals e fani Morocco wada su wom na nyamiadma July ni de toso enkron France and Morocco ana ebebo ende akwese Morocco fo no mum ye abrofo ana France fo mum ye ebibifo cause France timi ko bi ani tum ana Morocco team nso ko e twabutuo na we esipen Qatar 2022 France ni Morocco ya ne kokko sha na Morocco France fo jam Morocco fo e kama akomako ahe mienu Spain and Belgium and bebo na ho Spain Belgium bibi yan yeti ma aka wo mu yi Morocco England so abeche Norway fo so ye Haaland o ye hoyon ye be hyewo nyame adoma ye mu bi de ye fon beto ho ade awa Switzerland against Argentina ekwen biara e be fa so na nyame beti empire bo na Switzerland fo be kire Argentina fo FIFA fo ta bachi ye be yo ba film ni say eno ye 12 July 11 July England 10th July Belgium and Spain biama
Kasebono ese akenka fo no pe wote yanka me mame biama kwa fomene
nana anwo fedua achenkwa na menu mbremu asuna piesie nana wodi ahenkan kwame yeboa
yede asede ne kabiama Lawson Heba Center buying stain remover KK Pepra roofing onga and Yamvita, one for you, one for me. This sweet chocolate drink a title and an pay one more boy me de kasebono besomo yada mu nyina se ama mu editi
Ipani fo baka nkoda abeti asaba beti
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro Kofi Badu homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Nsem ni yabo ni bedese Ghana Montie na Kaakyire Kofi Badu besane mu o amanyosem atitiri ni ani ntre inkomo twetwe nsem foforo nsem yedi ahimu oman mu ni amahodo so Hwene anim da hɔ a yɛ Montie ɛdɛm da dwa yɛ nsiso Kaakyire Kofi Badu ho ampam gye nei prɛka sɛ gya madu ofiti krotia na ne ho agye afiafie mu wo ne agye ba bia sa ne nsɛm ni mu na pensempensemu ne ehu de no kora ne da
Ghana Montie 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 Ghana Montie
Breaking news.
Hwene anim da hɔ a yɛ Montie ɛdɛm da dwa yɛ nsiso Kaakyire Kofi Badu ho ampam gye nei prɛka sɛ gya madu ofiti krotia na ne ho agye afiafie mu wo ne agye ba bia sa ne nsɛm ni mu na pensempensemu ne ehu de no kora ne da
Yema yehu akwaba enfambra Neat FM 100.9. Yeda se papa yakofa kase bone free peace e dia brew ye toa so e di amount. Memo ache emu akwaba se afei e na wode we fidie no e di ato ha no mu a toa so e di amount. Very good. Ye toa so e di amount na chede so se de obokrata hodro aba edwaso no ye de ni nyina e ba aba besumo.
Queen Macron.
Enche na yenu aba ama sapo kuma asum edi amaye na fe yede de obokrata no naposo enso anase rewura ensem no mu edi amaw said ye na efata
anyo
debutu check mami nu aba akwaba na fe yenko yedi akwaba biom
ya odo
medase papa
yentinzim Yeah, ebusiafo na obonkrata abedwa so anopai ye san esimu subiom enianimu nsam no. Na the Ghanaian point de obonkrata ekramensam ewa ha sein. The Ghanaian point na bodini ene se wono masam se de tie. Pepepepe no mo twro no. Wo mu gina mo na so na wo mu de asamba na ado ho to so a eyeye. Na krata ye ne mu ha no mo no ode yewura Dr. Ernest Ofori Sapon foni abeto ha sei. Wose Unimark mpanyimfo asegina yese wonu mu hia chancellor edi amasuapo no na so so ototo wani hwe Ghana ha ne ntro no ne ntwea so no wonu mahunu se Dr. Ernest Ofori Sapon wo ye be ma ode ni gina akyerempon so a eyeye enu nti se wonu mu ayi no ese first vice chancellor edi ama Unimark suapon enno. Na the Ghanaian point de obokrata bio esade yera Julius Debra chief of staff imponi abeto hasen wahye ne check kama en waji t-shirt bi na wo bontoa eni bonne enum asese Ghana de hye atu asiso a ye num nro enum tramo ni titru ni mabunu no ya yesi oman da achen ye mabunu na hwe nru ankofo num ko mu widie ma no abisa se da achen wi da achen anasa tramo da achen na ye hyehyɛ ni nyina ye niema bi a wo kyese wo bo ehontoa na wode atwe wonum a awura sa tebia no mumpo omumpo a womato mu ntentan no yewura Julius de Brasse eye omamu nyina sede ye mani hia yense apomoden ho asem na yetu ho anamo sanse ye bambo ho nsem se ye hwene yeta the ensahye yedamri fam a entwa ye na ye to aso de yewura Muntaka Mubarak Muhammad ya wo ye yamanwe yesoafo ya fisam eho bambon sam yewrai okura mu dendenden no wase na anu adan ya Ghana mabunu ya se wo panyuma ayo na anya ba bia se security agencies no ho no mpese wonum ya adwuma ampani ampa ni nuane na ampa na se de bambo adwuma ekoye fa wo a wo se ukoye a doctor for apomodin hwehwemu na watumi ahunu se wo betumi aye adwuma na wontumi nyo ye reba amane nra wo kyese enipa ko apply ye no wonu mu kwa yes medical test no ewi ase enipa 1300 ena kyese HIV omu ya positive afa wo mu se rapture ye ha adwene papa apayie the Ghanaian point sound ba ko abase ye Ramaphosa ye South Africa mampanyini ne nsira hwe no aya postpone no yesi enyese ya reject se ye twam kra na emom nneɛma bi wɔ hɔ ampanyini de ɛtoto yie ɛno ho asɛm ɛda ahasei the Ghanaian point the obokrata anɔpɛ ne dia a wɔde aba ɛno no
obna kwaba
bra
bibi abɔkɔ de ɛbɛfa obi nwuma ɔbɔ ɔsɛ ɛbɛfa obna nkɔ yɛ nim
abusuafo the obokrata daily guide ɛna me de to aso yi ɛnra yɛne lawyer bi kasaayɛ ɛmo ɔkyerɛkyerɛ mu asɛm a apostle Joseph de tuja ɛbra no wɔte aseɛ no wɔse ne mmamma no mu baako ɛna ɔbɛyɛ Kristo asafo ne ti na wɔde Joseph akɔfona ne mfoni abɛtoa ɛna Sara Adwo Asafo ɔno nso mfoni ɛda ha na weyɛ Adwo Asafo lawyer ɛna ɛkase Adwo Asafo lawyer kyerɛ sɛ papa Asafo Kantanka wa mo bie di sɛ asumesi anaso obenten na ni nade ɛwɔ asɔre no onkoyɛ asɔre ne ti na emom no kure so ɔka sɛ ne babema batwa mo obi edi na enche bia na beto gya sɛ obi a wo pepa sɛ obekɔ posi obekɔ soja obekɔ fire service ana mpo sɛ immigration ana prison service no monkɔ fa mo form se eno kura obra omu ye recruitment muni mu asemu esi ye ewo ewak ho na de abeto denie saa na candidate a wo mu kwa akopre na ebi akoposi any security service ahodo no 1300 HIV ebi wo mu mojem sisi a ace no obi ansuro bio first no ni aka HIV a na ehu but enne boys no kura de obia mfa nyare wo ye education obeka so die be die mfa no ho mfa nya asem HIV o mommo mo ho ban yo mo nsa condom o ka chance one nsa condom so nsa condom ho ban tem nti one se obegbo no raw eno ansa de opebia no wo ye na nkwade yi omu bube na hwa na odi tofia odi uroba no nti obeyi uroba na efiri ho no abọ no ro HIV onsuro atse first ya ni yese COVID-19 eba COVID-19 be me say sura ni yesuro na wo kasa COVID-19 sa bebio obi amfa ne nyare
obra so mami wo hu na menkwa ahoma ne so mbra enra arehosem bi esiye ewo Western North Seshi Dwaboso district ni mu na kura ye frɛ no nyansra no arehosem esi wo ho ene se anuanom bi no mu a wo ne posifo ehia ye na enya asem keto mabunu bi no mu ho nom na enti enya ne se enipa mienu efa mu eto anananom edai pa ena esi ya akwakofa saa asemi nyina ade aba kojo preke se ye reporter owo honom ye ne ndi nkomo ne ye kojo akwa aba bibia bokọ de
nyame adom o Kaakyire sa wo so ho ye
adom obro ho ni ahwe ye ti ase papa apa
yo ya da nyame ase
yo eda ne si ya akwakofa saa reho se media bai boye nkyerem
wo kwajo me da ase na endi nya na nti ye se uko pimo sehi saira no a eno wo eye sehi Dwaboso mansini mu a aposifo ene mrantie ni dia bo ani ma ebinum matoto nti ema ye ko pimo na ni nyina ne se ekurumafo ne kira omo wo ho na brantie bi o hye mofti omu nim se o police ni o hye Wellington boot a ye de ko afuom bi bae ne store no se o chale atisen ma metramo ni bintoy no se ne store on to provision store no on ton tramo o se ho na guy ni san ye call di ohun ya ne se police car besi ni ada colleagues ni nyina so shele Wellington boot ni ade bara mo nhye uniform no ma sha se bonuses wan kan okra ade o mo de no se wa ba me store be busa me se me wo petramo no se ha on ton tramo na kasa ni nyam mrantie ne kire se obi na ma to pop se mrantie ni bi ton tramo store no mo ko ye no na enye store na omo direct omo ko enye sa store ho na omo ton tramo no e guy no omo bu no na amanfo ntia sese na brenti dia den na omo bu ntia ma emrantie ne kakra ho no sorry se omo ba e ho omo sha sese omo ma won ni issue na se emrantie ni dwane nti won ni issue tumu ni se de omo tutu kwaba na ade no omo nam omo ba bi ni ade na etu ni keka omo a chese omo ni ba ho de na chese oyi na esi fuwa na omo tu omo ka akoe nti eba na sa na chese kuma fo no so ka se enya de omo sambe kan mu na ededa ho no but omo na omo premu mu odin uka one Burkina Be national se ono so tonde ono se ho tu kan sono ne se bi anopa ne brebu nyina pipi wa but ono ba bi oda kura esi akura se omo so wa ukura bi ko no omo de ne kan omo na omo wu ho but anwumre ekobo 6 no omo se still omo hwe se bi aja obenya nkwa na omo aka ne ade school bus bi gina ho akosi nkwala na ba ewe station honom yutuo ni kama glass ni nyame nkwa se ade ankwala ni wo ma ahwe anke yemfa ba konkora nti ya ba sa mrantie ni ye dede block main highway from Sehuyosu to Bia West Bia East kan koka ma until say ebo be 5:30 mu ho ansana ahemfo ewo mantamoni assembly members ba ya na omo kasa ya na omu bie kwan ne ma eye akwantufo no enu achi su na assembly man mpanyimfo no di amunu esen kwahye eye sabi asafo eye motwe na nyumre mu ho na emrantie ni nyina ne assembly man fo no di amunu kogu mu nti omo ba wo ba sabi aye wo ye one major barrier and serve western north pa eno omu duru ho no msi emrantie ebubu police joint ho no mo sese ho enko mu twadwa atum bana gas filling station any fuel station bi ben omo na be pa acha so omo sere ahwe omo de wosifo no abufu ahwe ana omo akwase niam ense so omo yento omo pamrante ne chawa ba police bari ane de ene omo dan ewo ho de ende ekọ anso hwa satifo be ka be 3 years ago eye ADB bank car ekọ eye debiso police guard ya owum forest mo bo ni tuokunu ntiema impayfosi police joint ewo forest inside o no ben side ano honoma akwantufo ano mu wi omo ne ade internationals abafom enro anadwo omo twagia to sa police station ni access omo ne ma o nyina nti wo hwa new development ya san be kan nti ka kire ubusame a de asi o sahi sayira no
na kojo posifo ekọ ho na omo nam dodo sei
posifo ekọ na omo ye 8 na no kure kakre wo me se ka kire wa unim wo ba ya part of western region western north wa unya hu se ebi abambofo ahyehye omo ho na omo ahye walantin butu a se wa unim ba bi omo kọ nti sa ta tie nti am se omo kọ mission na nyiye na chese obi ma omo te pofo a omo ba ya omo hu the right person ankwachina omo bo abranti ya omo dwane a omo sane tuogu eye saira no timamufo ho ne nti sa na ade na kwaye
omo bo abranti no obi a nka nkyro mo se o na bi a onyo nipa oye nipa boni ana se oton sa nuboni ni bi
emranti ni mentamo for ka say we on ton tramo on ton mo se da on person be kan okro de akosie na mo so on ton enyo no a eso chenchina mo se oyo no a na chese de eso mo de ye no onu se o mo bu na de ni sheka num o mo tra se wi asan so kakra no mo yi ni si nwura mo nti enro anwumre ebo be 5 na yenya nti se eye na busianfo ni kromofo ni bia be fa na de ni ko se wi asafo no so o mo hwe because mpanyinfo kira o ma ya branded no operation be a month ni nti na ho odin e wo fom kakra
na kire se e kire ne bro ni nyina e chi no kra no o man ko ditani ni mpo
o man fa na nko o mu du kwam na o mu yi ni to honom
enti ye ka sei e hot sei esanse enra yenya ne nti ese mabu no e ka se e kwan bia so police station on potem ho de o so metwa gya to ni nyina em
well no kre wo mni say enra sakata ne ba abontin say ye interdict sa pusifu 8 no wo hwa ene kra na san share mabu na bufu a almost police barriers here, major highways. Na enra nwumere so omo kire se ne ombesa keka omo na onkomu na nkomu kumpusi ni ba kwa ba de sankomu nyina to forest m na omo kuomu nipa na prebrim ment se na se krata e ba no nya de a omo ni so krata ni ntie ne omo kan se ombesa block kwan no nti ye hwe ni mu se bia ewi mu tete kakra ye be fa ho no ma hwe so ombesa block kwan na so ombesa ya de fofura na omo chiri mu a onura na omo bobo din bi at least suppose for had omo na omo na ti hanti omo ni momo edin bi ana omo bobo ndie omo se ada se ombeje transfer akọ na enye sa de a omo nya omo bawo omo yiri mu omo ankasa de a omo se nya de omo anyi suppose for ni bi enkwan from ntama nya de a omo ho beto omo da omo compensation sign and obasa wi a kuru a ye friend saira no per records kire say kuru no yen ka omo asem wono omo dile ehu pa nti we na aba ne de na manfo kasa police for no maka eye entokwache ne.
Wow. Abrantia ofri mu anani po ofri mu no odi wani susu obewo mfie ne be say o yire wo mba adwuma be no wodie.
Well, papa ye kwato se na odamo jama wa firi mu hwa on number 65 years so yekuyeni onokora omo kira ne yiru ye be a month nti o kwafu ma kohwe na fu ma no apebo de ne banche kakra nti on de nani na ne ho so straight bullet ene ka no ho wan sore abrantie ba konso ono no mo so opia beto ade nti ono su na omani ba omo ho so na zamna mani na etu no gu na ya afia said ne nso ne mre bu opie ono se no wo ne shop wa no wan kan bi anhyem abaya ba ko ono so etu ni bubu ne nan ne mfi a esi ono zamna mani na emu aya din kese pa no so ono so sa ode ne ba ku school oba wan kan bi anhyem na man ba ko no podi ne nsanso ane de ateteko na sita ba ko so ono so ne nan kukrumuti na atetete enti Osha the wanyini wompa ye eye papa ya no kwa fun barom any zamna mani na otene so ba ma ka de ye young kakra
enti enipa na omo de omo adwin susu a enyo no omo koja no kwan so no wi a chire no ba bia na sese nko omo ko no omo tumi ko chi sa nipa kon na na
se e ba sa na omo ni ba kurumafo no hu se he aba ebinum mawu no omo pam ba ko omo pam potini ni ba ko mani dwane ebehia ka ne nti ba sa na omo hu se ni bra ba so omo ntuka na nwane a ada so ombe hika na omo beku mu bi nti ma omo na se ye ha ma omo dwane ebesene ko yo so nti enya de omo timi ye operation bi abiem
na unya akwanya ne posifo ni di nkombo se omo bobo obodin ahodo yi ede na omo ya na omo beye
well anra ya try see an regional commander about yanyana yene ne many bi kasa of records mo kire se adinisi sana ama regional commander ni team meeting din ti ebi free na na ochina kwa no mbe cheda free media no ma brief ya na adina abo mu pusa kakra na ye wo some information si bi wo nti ama omo mpese omo de betu jasese ensem na akoye ensem a emu nhada na ho santi afi na omo hwehwe ni emamu de
ojo wo mo suma wo mo a nipa nwotwe posifo nwotwe a omo call ho yi ya na posi no omo sheda ekasa okay we the assignment anase bebi a yasoma mo se odwuma yasoma mo se mo nkonkodie nie bode mo aso to form no na bibi sa ewo ho
me enra ye could do what the information ani epic ground says enye obia na small mo em so mo call mo normal he said ye medical ngam but later on almost declare ba say no mo ko petrol na man for say Ghana had a Kaakyire him say petrol team ba utum say petrol team nie now show mo dress and dey say bia minim dey afi na bia the police for ko petrol team omo sha mufti sha walantin boot dia now the mean to mean chire but omo let and say no mo normal patrols but listening omo yi na omo eminim se bia ese na omo san sesa dress na omo di ko petrol dia ne
Ade na dressing it to say.
Omo she mufti. Ebi a she Wellington boot.
Hey, omo she mufti ni Wellington boot.
Wellington boot.
Na enkata nimu de ye kan max na ebi kata omanim.
Dabi max ni she obi a omo she Wellington boot. Ene mufti na she omo. Nti minim se bia e normal e omo ko petrol so e na omo she dia. Nti min kire dia.
Wow. Anopay all the waso to form a chrome hot to say manfo edi akoniaba.
O anopay de car say ko ba de nti enti bia ye be ko honom na ya kohwe ground said ye hositi.
Ojo yenda se na fa waso to form budru honom a bibia piem ba na o maya so atena etiefo nso anya mu chefa. Yeda se papa no pay.
Meda se Kaakyire.
Yeni abe makojo prekese ena yenene ekokodi enkomo no saira no wo sehwi Dwaboso district ni mu western north ho ena yekoye obna
asamo
SMP but yen kan fanka ho se police for the crata ba o mo kyerso mo interdict enipa nwotwe a wo mo ekodi se adwuma na no mo kɔ ho ekoi so mko hwehwe obi a na woton tramo nso no wo mu anya sa nipa no o ma interdict sa nipa nwotwe no yebedi akiri
okay
nya hwede be kwa kosi
abusiafo delegate democrat na mebo mumu amane no afei honorable muntaka na ekase wase government official bi ena wo mu linkini to edin kura minim sasa na tio wo mu se osie $208 million met back. Me wo mo trese government official bi asem a esie no enya asem de en wo mo se nipa kro no oka ho ne ho bon asem ni mu bi na asanten ma asisi a yeyi no aye nana ye cha ya wotoso mienu afi sayira no asem wesi wo no Democrat echamfoni ni bi ade abetua.
Ye to aso dia na the Ghanaian Times Democrat akitaminsem wa ha. Wo the Ghana Vice President Professor Jane Nana Opoku Agyemafoni abeto ha. Na won dia futuo no de mase. Researchers a Montie atwa foto ato ho se momfanye research ahodo ye beboa amo man Ghana mpuntu akoso no. Mamu ho mpremo ewo research dodo a mu betumi aye ho na emom de ademfa so de ebebre oman no amayen kankro agina ne naso ne no na momfa mani ensi so. GRC wonum koche eye anwa jerican yibi ne dodo mu pa na wo mu aye ho hwehwemu a behunu se ade no baabi e declare se ekokra ne ho nye ho na eko eho to ne eho nsenka ya ahodo bebre na chese ensisi so enti omo giye na GRC so won ton aduane ne wontumi mfa nyo no asoye ehwe sikasem so aye ne se wo mu fama school feeding program mpanyufo no mu fa no anuane ema ye nkwada ntese de anwa na ewo jerican mu no wo mu de akwa akoma wo mu eno ho asem eda hasem ba ko biewa wo bo amane ene se de omai Ghana sa wo hwe ya banwuma yeku ahodo no a se contract no wo ma hunu se hu enhyehyeye azikasem ebi ato asese eda sa contract ne so nyina ne aye no nwonwona ye ntoya bu ase hwehwe ne mamu ye nti ama oman no ahwere sika pa ya wo mu keka si ani no eye 1.24 billion Ghana cedis wasi uba se ECD se wo mu famu a wo hunu se bi wo hokra na se transformer unhunu ho nsenkaye ehon kratasem ebi kura ye hu de afa ni nyina ye ne ma enam so ama oman no ahwere sika ye tu won mo fo se de wo ya ba adwuma ye ku a wo ye adwuma ha wani fi wani beebi esese ye de mrato beebi esese to da contract ho nsenka bibia wo se wo hwe mu frenchem ansa na wa wati ko se enko ye ntimi nkoso mo oman no enhwere sika posi adwuma ne se wosre de di kan mu a Sari no se obi a tobi mu amu yusu car akese ne de friend 4x4 no kamia ye se de obi a de bi a hye ne ka mu wo se ye wo enwumakuo ene botaye nti asa niema no ewo ho no mo enti wo so oman ne mamra ma ho kwan se wo ye bia nkra na adwumaku a wutimi use na wato bia bom akona fitafo ntu nya sa emra no ene ubedi afemu amatoto anadwo hakani abobọ muka anim no matutu bo na ye bo ka ne ho no na makoto de to wunuani an na ni afra na ode ne ka yakọhye nwura mu no wo mo simu ntutu ni sesi a sanse Ghana mamra no etia eno enanche no
oni mo amu de me de pa
Siren no
Siren di I don't know Siren di me minim se no nya de be kọ form sa
wo betimi akọ
omo de me de pa ye tricycle kekefo no pragiafo no
omo kwado mato yellow and green bulb bi or say no lemon no lemon green ne oba na etwa o say
ne chese kre
se ushi abobo ya obeka se articulator na ushi
na bobo ho bebre obitumi de ede ye deco ankasa wo tricycle ne ho omo de me de pa Siren ni I don't know whether if hebeko from there
Omzi Siren ni say kra se traffic achi a obi adi mrem wo be say nu omo yi afa ho na bofo fidi achi basa enti emwa emamra so die kra enya adwuma enti munkotutu ansa na de ebesiasi ai ye bom kokko e wo sa ensem na ho na Ghanaian Times ya mede so eni wo chese say de mpanyimfo etu anamon na wono mahwe ese eto ho nsenka yegyina wo bibia ya wo mo chese insurance companies ahodo no a nkofo ensuo yiri fa wo mo ho aka no wo mo sere edi edifata wo mo no so insure ne japade ne dan ne car ana wono ankasa bia se ni nipadua yi wa insure ene o haw bia to no a e wo sasafo ni nyina wo mo hwe na yetiatia edema wonom na no wo mo fa so to Ghana de chef se insurance hu hia o nyeza wo ye insurance a e chese janto fie ana se chese nso fa nko ana wo bewu na emom eyensia chiba da che wo hu ye ohina wo betumi afa na aye boyura a wo di betiti
Abusia for the Bokrata insight enim ha Ghana Statistical Service for na eba amane stress enuane bo ayedin na no wo mutre se adwadifo no nso ka ho yakwato tomatoes ama tomatoes no anya akese ne bio nketoa ne bi ba mese danya adaje kan wode ba na mese o ma men kan se o kan no bo na mese ma men kan ba 1400 Ghana
to si boy den pa
minim se ayadwadifo no na ama sa problem na bo se ye ni o sentos ni na bi ni ho se dia na akwafa bo entos ba 14 mekan
na enye ntos nko akekaduro sei
akekaduro de se wunya bi nto ana wunya
akekaduro ni se yi mi nsa betimi ba ko a 5 cedis o
yes ama ni baby a uto no nipa kuro ni tirimu ye
enti uto 10 cedis a obenya sei mienu sei yo
wow
ma 7 market won baby a park no won wo mu yi no miensa 20 cedis
yo
akaduro miensa
na we enchochopo bi o
nkete miensa 20 cedis enti baby a uto no nipa kuro no
oye no
oye tomato subuaya de nene ana anyo subuaya de nene ukoda so a bayire na bayire de ba ne se ne sisi a bayire bo ewura kwosuru se ne buaya de dodo jama de wo fom kakra enumpo kakra ebi abode na banche ende na eye kakra bantos ne die mama no buaya de dodo ntosi buaya de
bro omso mbeka se baby omkofa free you
menim Burkina asam no akwesisa na asisi wo mo san akọ okofa
si wo mo san akọ o kama adubra ba nto mo san akọ
to si ne boaye
na tiko ye dua bi wa ha enyi
Burkina those na tiko
ani o mu season etem enti na ne boaye de
ye so ye de ye dua se ne nso yira hohoro ne ko
ye ne ye dua bi ye nu ye bi o ye ne ye dua bi yani ye de ya no ne ye de dua
na unyi okay
the Bokrata kire se Ebola yadeɛ no ɛbaayɛ no wo mu sɛ case no asɛn huri kɔsoro bio ɛma sisi nipa a ewu no anya asɛm ketewa nso Ghana ha deɛ yɛnya record Ebola ne bi wɔ ha DVL foɔ ɛna wo mu de nyano bi di aba sɛ 308,000 Ghana cedis yɛ se korɔ no bobi ɛkɔɔ so no wɔse fans no ɛnyɛ authority foɔ ne dia afei posifoɔ sare na asɛm no wo mu asan ɛde aba ha wei ɛyɛ insight ya.
The new publisher da obokrata kitaminsem the new publisher ɛde aba sɛ ewufuo maako mema o ewufuo enan wo mu di Ghana cedi no 7.4 million Ghana cedis emfie nso ntem mema nan ya wo mawu o ma di o ma wu no o enye se wote ase no odi yi o wawu ene wa be di Ghana sika ete enam payroll mu o ma wu
saman
so what atenti saman agi o ma agi sika saman nan o mu nyina ye mema 7.4 million Ghana cedis ene chese o ma agi samanfo yi e wa samado nyina o mo gi edi tuatua o mo bills hwe o mo masuku wa samado
kofa wo maba
Ebekwa ko foma ba. Ama so ma me wo ho na menkwa ahoma no so embra na HIV nsensem yi a obna di kan bo so ewo de obokrata nim na yendi ho enkomo embra ne yenhwe se baabi ade no ekona no wo hye enipa 1300 a wo mo pɛ se wo mo bɛkɔ service ne mu ai military police fire immigration ne de ka ho nyina no saa nipa yi nyina womo hwehwemu a enra tira minister edebetu dwane kire se womanya eye HIV na seipa na ade no etie mpempenso a ekono ano ohye Mr Ernest Amoaben shadenso se okopiem oye president ewo Ghana HIV and AIDS network. Good morning sir bibia boko de
Nyamiado mi beboko. Good morning.
Yanda se wonya bre ede amaya no pay. Enra me nim se oti asemi na eto say ana momo ho ntino mo hu ni se o we die
You am say di kind no mechia eye etiefo ina Enra ye ti asem no in a way na enshada nya wa bebre esan se wo hwe ye national prevalence na national prevalence cia ye ka say is around 1.4 Enti ohwe enipa so a omokoye sa screening no 105,000 na ohwe number na that you say munya omo HIV na it's also around 1.2 enti no it is within the national prevalence no so ohwe bu so national prevalence no omo mo ya ibipa ye those between 15 and 49 and also mo call screening no ye mbebu and it aligns with the national data on HIV.
Wow. And then aba asade no ya na yedin na bibia bebom na amaye nyina ye ho aba ye ho so de ya.
Me atine say won say we are seeing ya yese nka afi 2030 yesi etumi tu yare no asekra se na be ya obi yare no entumi enkumu obibio until we say we want to end AIDS by 2030 but the thing is for us to achieve that we need academia pa na over the years na Ghana AIDS Commission and it lead the national response omoni NGOs na ade na ye adwuma but for some time now sika sa abandema Ghana AIDS Commission sa sika na enko Inti amade uba first na kitumi boni na msisi anu abrasi se wo hwe 2024 data ba ya e say new infections na ye 15,920 inti no eno cho say ye figures no they are still very high inti say ye hwe na aban etumi eboa Ghana AIDS Commission na otumi ni NGOs no ye san ebode review na edebe yare na ase
Zama be unje ndi se aba beye yare a ye beka ne se ne se de totoa nke nka so malaria na se o we die typhoid bi yene ne ntena na yenyi saa hu na wo ho ama we ye boss we as obi ayem ahihye no wo ho yin.
Oh, sisi ano enro bebre e wo ho. Enti se obi nya yare HIV na edu to eduro so na ohwe so a anum ni nduo na otubutina se a chese owo apomudin pa enti no se na wo kan yes abaye chronic disease persons on treatment they are able to sustain themselves meaning nipa bebre ebi any yare for more than 20 years but then I'm say more than ego since they are okay ebi 15 years ebi aware awoma no HIV negative it's yare no there aba abania atena first na ego ni ho no na eyegu pa but see adie na me charge ego ho say to make prevent HIV positive mother from passing on the virus to the unborn baby no enti no say ye gitumu na fe ye jai stigma no na e ha adwen pa stigma no amman ko bebre omuti are na ehu aka omo ebi empeso magi atumu ebi ni na prayer camp ebi ni na herbalist ho ensem bebre enu ka ho na ama ye ntumi entu yare no ase no
enti dia se obi apply so kwa akoye adwuma bi sei na yare a na se mwewe ewo ne ho a ese sei si ni kwan ya na
dabi wo yemre mu no Ghana AIDS Commission Act no wo mu petre se untumi deny obi a job opportunity because nepa no ewo yare HIV nti ensete ministry no interior ministry no eso ma omo di chechemu ba na yeti asese sa enimpa no amoka no did they fail the recruitment exercise on other grounds other than the first more HIV and now say HIV nti na ye disqualify omo sa chechemu no ehu behia pa say ministry no ade beto abonte because abibia ye body rule you encourage people to go on treatment. There are people who are on treatment, they are living their lives normal. Now say Ekobani say within the same government setup, some people are being discriminated against because of their HIV status. I know the enquiry. In the same ministry, and the better who say HIV na use some community and now say maybe there were other reasons.
But obi so beka se we ye security service asem na ye kan yo esan se training no be fam ene bambosem ni ade no enti untumi nka se ye nja omusa
say yeah say me catch you no there are people immunity recover and they are very very strong and very fit and they can do so many things and my security agency no sebi you muna na omokodina ekwenim ebi ye office work ebi other things that may not require such ebi energy bi omokoson work am so we other countries to say South Africa I mean another places where the prevalence is more than 11% now there are you saying instead because of anything no no it cannot be right. In some church we na yenti ase unless say bia wo mushishe mu no e ho dada fe say obi wo HIV ayemfa no ahono na yahwe na ya de mbra ayedwuma but se koba say within this exercise 18 na omo discover omo dia and enye mbra kwan so according to our own laws
enti what the can say the ubo anamubo no eko form nti na ma ena ye ka say ye hwe surveillance ene impo wo mu a aba abonten se wo mo kopa adwuma na bibi say wo mo ho na yare mmoa no bi wo mo ho the ubo anamubo na kofom wo ye no to nchen a den ne ka ho a ai say ama yare kwa na eko na nimi
o say enche bia na Ghana Statistical Service edebatu bia say wo hwe condom usage condom usage a compound a lot of people are no longer using condoms. Nancy Crowbesha, Wahani sex tape be about Montie, sex tape about Montie, Wakashano, Nasabi. In the bottom of Hodano, Omu use protection, yeah, and no cry evidence say the youth are no longer using a condom. Condom usage, and no alcohol. And I say so. If you remember, I'm say transactional sex. Bibi to say hookup. Near the and also adults. Social media. A lot of influence over young people. Ebimu yes sex parties. And
hey, sex party.
Yes.
Hey, sex party is here there.
Oh, say ebimu to me Asia. Ebi amukwaji guest house bi ana amukwaji hotel bi ana bakufie na group of young people mokwishia we like they exchange partners. I miss drinking and dancing and partying.
Wow.
Ayanama airpost come out.
Hey, the minimum nanka ye some is a 2 some, 3 some na. Let's party super boom with away.
Nancy, the sex party so up.
Hey, naturally say e can who be pa na ma de kwa na ekono.
Oh yes, so we share a lot of social viruses are air na. MC and they would see and they need to grandpa drug use. You see, and also alcohol. All those things, it's fueling the spread of the virus. And say yeshena abanshena so bakaya and che bia na ewo school clubs alert clubs na dia dey ewo schools na educating young people about HIV and that's how they be no bio unko school bia ko club bia omochre HIV and I say if classroom club no HIV in church no akofom who the Opa Ghana Education Service and I'm also completely say that been any last time I'm running a workshop for teachers on HIV and AIDS. Start them in a perform in Tenuka now Massisia. I said and they won't ever know. Bibia for HIV. Some 15 years ago now you're today with the Biano. These young people know Omu Bibia for you. And they are more concerned about pregnancy than there's other sexually transmitted infections. So we report in hepatitis B, and so in a lot of the cases, Ghana, your prevalence of hepatitis B, and you see more than 10%.
Wow.
And that in itself is a big issue. I say about no issue. Nancy, I'm saying about Futobi, supporting NCDs, that's non-communicable diseases. But a person about them to say infectious diseases, and so here support, It's about enche na yenya Futobia, which me abwa sadi and
Is that one a friend or somebody is asking on Facebook say adeɛ no mabuni ntia mo bɔ ho dawuru aka ho asɛm. Yes, we agree say na nsen asɛ ho dawuru bɔ na kɔfom enti na mo nso mo ma nhwehwɛmu nkɔsoa na aduro bi mba se bi wɔ hɔ nso de ama yɛhunu enipa no betumi anom betumi ayɛ no de abɔ ne ho ban esan sɛ condom ne de anya de a mabuni be yusu.
Very good question pana omi akuno ebisa no. It is true say condom usage akɔfom na yɛni mbɛbu no bebree di kita ho a they give all manner of reasons why they don't want to use the condoms. And in countries they use a mix of methods. One using different methods and yeah one way method and saying a drobiaba fellow Nina Capable. Sa edrono se yedotuswa a prevent you from getting HIV. But unfortunately, it don't board the
And the government is yet to invest in that area. Your best government say young vary your matters, no condom, yes, but young share other ones and so I no. BBT cell in a capable. You will cabo pegaville. No injections for the capable it will protect you for 6 months. Every 6 months, they are no injection, and no prevent you from getting HIV. And they are all and also every 2 months, they are okwaja, and also a better prevent you. And I will ring this one, Abba, and also embar intuitions are to protect them from getting HIV infection. You know, it's high time.
Debbie, Mr. Mwabe, ring, to say yes, she, not a protect to how.
I said, you already continue to demonstrate how the ring works, but the best about that and no, each time they are on your obibe shemuno, it produces some chemical, yeah, it prevents like when I as a pesticide, to me, it prevents the sperms as a spermicide. As a spermicide. All those things, I say government, it to me, na vary your methods, because as I have one way, which is the condom, which is proving to be very difficult, and vary your methods.
Okay. Ndeda se papa megidi se kakra wo dia bai anancheche mu be boa amatiefu ehunu de ensem ne tie ne de ye be ye ade aboye ho ban yeda se na no pay se unya brema yen
yo mesu madam
Mr. Ernest Amwaben and our telling kind of president Ghana HIV and AIDS network wono and yene ne kokodi enkomwe
What me send ya emema no empe condom bi no
debut
se ukodru fie na wo ba ne hu se condom eda wo kan mu ana se wo bag mu a instant se obebo wa baso no no wo ma creative
I knew
obebo wa baso be
no wo creative se ebia oba no be ka se o wa bempa nyame nsiraw pesa wo de ohaw bebreme enti na okwa wo yusu condom yi o wo dwene me ho wa ya ade o pesa me nyine che
o pesa de yare bia
be na me hye nkwadai o wa ya ade o pesa wo de yade bia bebe fie enti na condom yi o bempa na ko bu nkotoji no wada be ma na
wase
sa de se ya ebe se wo mu nkuran emu omu akoswa to condom eyusu condom no mo create confusion
ene ntokwa
kwa me mete wase a titese nka wa ba fie na condom che oboto ma na mabọ abaso abe wa ya de
mata de na wo kosie no wo tutum no ena wo hu condom pack ya yayi ba ko sai semetre ene yayi 1 and aka 2.
Okay.
And what to what do now know that? Now know that. Now know that. Now bo trinko. Etrese oh. Ni pe wa dwene me hu.
Pesa obenya yare.
Dwene me hu.
Pesa. Ya pesa wankasa obenya yare ntini esi enkoye kra na condom so sapai. Condom so sapai. Na condom empai.
And won you so condom.
Sapai. E pai aso akofas maba.
Sapai.
Ejama
we dey won say pae
okunu betumi ba so okunu tu kwan obobo ne niam ne ade na ade condom aka ho amane da
o de koye dey condom no de kwanu nsu ana say o de
oh dem so tu kwan
na o tu kwan say o koye condom adwuma ana woye HIV campaign manager
o tu be yesa
dabi
oh
yeah
o de koye dey
so o tu kwan ne dey
kwa ba won koye hwe wo ho
de on ka so koye bi
koye hwe wo ho
on ka so koye bi kom na yi
kwa bruchira
da wo kwa fo ma kodo a na wo fa se kan na wo nkodo a
intina yen develop no
yen develop we hu ni yen develop
da sha okwa brochira sha broni ne be pia no ono atokondom no de asa akoda na bag mi se won fanko because when him say definitely ebia akoda no pia okoye say wa tere no se mienu miensa o de asa ne bag mi abrofu yi sa enti no wo develop no
wo de ma oba de fine mami wu kwabram mi kunu am goto condom emanwu bag mu se fa kwa adwuma ana se ayi obi kuna bafia ase ayi condom wate ba akoso aka mienu nti be me na mo apia
ayo mate amase otumi nye ento de mate ora ma minti won so free ho na me ba na efe ni ate asim na ye kọ yenim ye nkọ ahoma no so na ye ne Dr. Ivan Stete enkonkodi nkomo the wokrata no ana wokrata hodo ne dia ba e kire se enra enna president de ma South Africa Ura Ramaphosa eka se oba besra o man Ghana na ensahwemu no akwakoba se there be enya de obetumi aba ne senti enisa no pe hwe the Ghanaian publisher the nim Ramaphosa's visit freeze minority demands full details any the worker hodwa edin ho ensem ediaba Dr. Ivan Sete international relation expert. Doc, good morning. Memo akwaba ene memo achin so ediba nite FM 100.9 so.
Yo major ya eja sabre mechia needs FM etie4 nyina na madam wase ewa akwenya mudi amami.
Okay, that's papa enwo enso obra wanya maye na sansra hwei ebra we mu ene sesenka papa ya na se president Ramaphosa ode eba na.
Yo major se webisa na niami woka fa ho tia wani se South Africa for no esusu se sabre anka otumi bansra hwe no anka ebeboa wo in probably protecting their image. Sanso na on the other end no Ghana mpanyimfo nso a wonim de esusu se sabre nye bre a esese yetumi ma South Africa o man panyin no ho kwan ema obansra hwe enti yanje antum na yanje antum no womo nso edane no kire se enye state visit na ye working visit based on South Africa Ghana Binational Commission bia womo tie ebre bia etwemu enti saa commission no womo nhyiemu edu enti saa nhyiemu no na ye se South Africa mampanyi se obebebi na say ye state visit to say ye working visit to eno de ye playing with words ni ayeni mo ani say obansra hwe na Ghana anji antum
Na ebetumi aba se amaya hodo mienu yenimpa de asie ana anuanum bia wo South Africa de akoso ewo ho na enkase ye nyina ye aman de yenim kitahudie ya na ewo honom ewo dwadisemu ene de keke ka ho nyina ebetumi aba se yenye beteki stand se ye manemba
yo ansana insrahwe bibeba so no na esese ye mutual agreement diplomatically no na kire se nia oba nsrahwe no e de ato oman a oba nsrahwe wo so no enim ama womo nso age atum na yehwe ne enti a Ghana anje anase Ghana empese obeje nsrahwe ye atum no na ohwe nsem no a cite two reasons nia edikan meka no say ye active measure efa nia ekoso ewo South Africa no ho na Ghana man kire say ye ni nje ho ye ntrase na ye manfo entra wo man mu na okwan a wo de won fa so no enye okwan pa enso eni emfata even etia emra South Africa no ankasa mra esentia amansan mra nti se sa na etidia na ye beteki active measure yi ye ma ho kwan ema wo mansra hwe sabre ye ma ho kwan a na kire se ase Ghana man no we are not being firm and I say in a way no we are weak nti ye send the signal e dia ama South Africa man no say near air cost no ye ninje ho. And a second reason nea meka no sɛ preemptive measure. Sɛ meka sɛ preemptive measure yɛhwɛ a na yɛn mpanyinfoɔ ɛka sɛ nea nti a nsrahwɛ no wɔmpɛ sɛ ɛbɛba so ne sɛ ɛwɔ security implications a mpo wɔsuro sɛ ebia na South Africa mampanyin Cyril ebedu Ghana ɛsan deɛ a ɛkɔ so wɔ hɔ no nti no Ghanafoɔ bi nso ebeti esi abɔnten so sɛ wɔmpren so na akɔfa oyeye ne basabasa ye bia amba nti sɛ yɛde yɛn ho na yɛyɛ sovereign country yɛde so obi bɛsra yɛn a agye sɛ yɛn nyinaa yɛgye tum sɛ nsrahwɛ no ɛbɛba so ansa na yɛama nipa no ho kwan.
Na what nneɛma a mobɛka ne nkɔmmɔ a nka ɛbɛkɔ so nyinaa no akɔba ne sei no ɛnha adwen.
Yo meda wase yɛbɛka no sɛ ɔkwan bi so no ɛbɛha adwen ɛfiri sɛ nkɔmmɔ a wɔba bɛbɔ ɛwɔ saa binational commission we arrangement anaa nhyiamudi a baako baa so wɔ 2024 no ɛyɛ arrangement a ɛbɛboa ama their own merit. Asɛm biara ɛbɛba no yɛhwɛ saa asɛm no ɛsensen saa asɛm no ɛhwɛ sɛ saa asɛm wei yɛmfa nto hɔ anaasɛ yɛmfa nto hɔ nti ɛwom sɛ ne ba no ɔbɛba no nhyiamu no ɛho bɛba yɛmfa so nanso no asɛm no a ɛsi nɛ a yɛnhu bebree a yɛde twere a Ghanafoɔ edi amia ɛwɔ South Africa ɛntumi nyɛ bibi pɛpɛ biara mfa ho a ɛbɛsɔ yɛ ne no wohwɛ a ɛno nso ho behia saa mmere paa asen sɛ yɛbɛyɛ saa by National Commission meeting no.
Enti ebetumi aba wɔn de akɔso ne nyinaa no menim sɛ nyɛ Ghana nko a ɛna ana Ghanafoɔ na ɛwɔ South Africa ɛna saa nsɛm ne nneɛma ɛkɔɔ soɔ no ɛto wɔm the other countries Nigeria and other African countries ɛbɛba paa sɛ ebetumi de ato yɛkyi ama South Africa asɛ kotwa bi aba bɛda wɔn ne aman ahodoɔ so no atumi afiri hɔ.
O meja ɛno de mɛka no sɛ ɛyɛ asɛm na ɛba ɛyɛ in our local settings koraa yɛsɛ asɛm ba yɛmfa sikan ɛnyɛ dɛn ɛntwa kaa na yɛka nti na within the Committee of Nations no yɛwɔ diplomatic arrangement yɛwɔ bilateral arrangement mpo no yɛwɔ multilateral arrangement a yɛfa ekueku te sɛ ebi a AU ne UN so ɛdeka nti ne ka no na akɔyɛ bibia wɔ hɔ ɛnɛ yi na mmom wɔ gyidie ɛwɔ awerɛhyɛ mu sɛ yɛfa ɔkwan pa so na wɔn a ɛsɛ wɔboa especially AU yɛn mu bebree hu no sɛ AU nhyɛ da ntumi nyɛ very proactive with resolving the issue na mmom yɛwɔ gyidie ɛwɔ awerɛhyɛ mu sɛ ɛberɛ a ɛda yɛn nim no wɔn de nhyehyɛeɛ ahoroɔ bebree ɛbɛto akwan mu sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ asɛm no a ɛba no ɛberɛ bi bɛba yɛn nim a yɛde bɛto yɛkyi a ɛnkɔ so a ɛntoa so sɛnea ɛrekɔ no yi.
I see the Obokrata name the Ghanaian publisher and minority raising concerns so say omope enchechiremu na enomu and honorable Felix Fosukwachi kase enya dia mente me ho ase bia ba Ghana ne South Africa ntam sa ye bibi kakra bi na esie ebetumi aka se wei de akoso a se bi nipa binom ahwero mo nkwa no bibi kakra.
Meka no say a challenge, a diplomatic challenge. Na say Messi no pi say a bibi kakra no enu gyina okwan a ye mpanyin no eka anasem. I wouldn't dispute that or no eben won. Enim niama ekoso sin ye a ye wo echi ehwe no. But all the same no ye sure so far no we still have cordial relations with South Africa. Omunyuma ku akesi a ewa he nyina ehu enka ye womo ye adwuma senia se womo ye no nti no meje ni nkyire mu no atum wo kwan bi so se challenge diplomatic challenge a ye hwe anim se ye nyina ye betumi edi so nkunim.
Okay dog yanda sia no pay se wanya brena ode nkyekire mu we ye dia maye bibia ni a ye besre ye beba aba bedi nkomo
mpache o mesumi da mo ase wo akwanya mode amame
eno Dr. Ivan Stetter, international relations expert, and the Nokodi and Common on Tia Hunu, Eddie Free Ho, and so dear and Semno Etia Papa, Yantuaso and Fa Emo.
Catch you.
Yeah.
Yet, yes, yo. I was here for yet, yes, and seminimo. Na Mikita Krata, the Ghanaian Times, the Bokrata, Katafami and Sa, and na Mababejina. Na Katafami and Sahay, and na Wabaman, yes, say. O may post ye Jumano and a decocobon some Emma one way tree a shine, one way tree moto ibie, Muamuchi abobo ya, Muamuchi pragia, esse. Mumu binum. Dear friend is a ring, yes, is a cashui. Matu totu tosa, a yinibias so, and na muchi, a bra, mamrani mam, who kinds of muntusana mono, or more mamma warning, munyai. And no dan chanya, yes, binum swat to a bang, ubons or yabobo yakra no to articulate a bang. Abobo yao no articulate ben obo apa na oyam do say proud ubetwa wani no na ye motorbike na ye abobo ya en wo obo articulate ben mo so wo mo ebo mo kokko enu na nchan no mo so a mo atoto nkane a foforo bi a mo de abobo mo ka anim edi bi abobo ho edi kata foforo ani de oni umonsa ho wo kwankoro na asokora no to da wo hunanim wose saa ne mani nyina eyade a emwa ema akwan so jojonsam enyina so sanse musa afo mbotumi akose accident makototo siren no musa traffic anu ye den pe na mo yi afa ho ebia na obi ba obonso wakohia na the accident aba enti si ye pese ya kwan so jo na akwanhia bebrebe ye bra na ase na mmra so die ewo kwan so ye de ye adwuma no saa niema we nyina eye niema munyina mafa sabu akwan so ebu oman mra so eye niamo pe etia emra ebo ekwan ho ebra no etia enti monhye ne nso na munyai na asemi eye deputy superintendent of police and staff officer public affairs Richmond Mensa and this asem we to dwaso wo kai ga na de hye nyina se ye wo Road Traffic Regulations 2012 LI 2180. Ye kanipefe ya ama enipakuo bi nomo kwan a ananyumakuo bi kwan a wo mu netumi eyusu siren. Enti se wa wakoto Land Cruiser na ya osa wo de opese de bia obiti traffic na wakoji bia bom a police se kwani ntum fanto onye saa Ghana mambra no eso pa echi a waso ebeye hyepa. The Ghanaian Times the Obokrata imu na meda sujina katafa miensa na samba akwa wo ba mane wa hane se wo mai post adwuma no wonu makwa chiri wo deduani bi ya yedi na sam na ya mane mfie nso sakrachin won kwatwere aban kukumu ya Accra High Court ene se esi se agina yei owura Eric Afoakwa ya yese na hotadin edi charge na Krachi wasi na no kwasi ada no ena mpanyimfo san ensa so ne pa achie ye chese ne mfie nso asotwe ne yede ama no se wonkwadamu ni nyina ne se Krachi yesi wonam sabu akwan so ya wodi sika ho dwa ya enam ra kwan so de fe se money laundering wo ye bi afei wodi frodun kofo papa abane se yemfo gire official document mfa ni dwuma so a wa bini mu papa enu na nchan no se to se wo bi ye adwuma so ye omamba enti otua to de oboa wo be fe sabu akwan so abu afa so sesi a enu ho ane ye chese ye de kwa adunsia ebo no na chese munum de abu abo no nti ye se won kodam emfie nson obi ehu de ye Krachi aposifo de o maso toto fam edi o maso toto fam a IGPC ye hwe ya yesi Krachi kwa abruchiri sane se ho obi a yedi nasem abua ya ma ne mfie nson no wo fa hene kwa na abruchiri ho eni se wo mo de nkakran yakoso ne pechi na wo chese personnel ya wo mo free anti-armed robbery unit wo mo enagina IGP sha wo hye won so etu anamoyi ekwokoche yewura Afoakwa ya na hotedin ede charge ya se de wo no mo asan ede ne kone yese asam no kasa ne nyamu bra yedi ye na yama ne mfie nso no Justice George na Mensa ene chese wo hwe ye ese Krachi yama no sa emfie no na won kokodam ɛne sɛ wobi ehunu de ye ya wɔgye hon wanka wɔsan ebu na ketemu adwane enti ya kasa de wo kyerɛ sɛ wɔnom abɔ na kyiri de na akɔ mu ɛwɔ iyoko akache ya akrachi ye betu ne nsɛm ne ho anamon enti ɛno ho asɛm chaade no de eba enra no akukoduro de owo bi pa
na okwahi
otu kwan okwa amanoni ko waje sa aje se amudi trailer ene beba betam na firi ho na yentu aso ewo the Democrat the new publisher emu the new publisher kratafa miensa ena abusua mahwi abeginan the new publisher say ahodwiri samu a abeto dwane se pension scandal eyiriti na auditor general wonomo a report a wonomo audit ya wom koye ye no de apie mu ni abusuafo yesi emema maako enan omu ya awufo free February 2019 edibesi March 2026 na ewura numu yi ewuo nanso so se wokọ akatua nwoma mu a na kyerɛ sɛ ewura numu yi agi akatua enfie nso ntam ɛna wo magye akatua de ahwɛ nsamanfo a wasama adoɔ na ɛno ɛna seven years 7 years ɛna omo agi pay kama busumi bia de kɔ na no na controller any accountant general department nefa won hwe pension directorate ne so wo Greater Accra Mantem ha kyerɛ sɛ ha adwene yie papa san sɛ wodwene ho a wonte ase sɛ awufuo enipa 9 yatimi ahwemu atua sika twitwiri de ama wonom sɛ wonom ye nipa ate ase 7.4 million Ghana cedis pension
7.4 million Ghana cedis
dead men on payroll
nipa wu ojiska nipa wu
dead men on
payroll serious o
na se we nyanwanwa ka che this is not the first time
anyanwanwa but dodo no
se we dey no so
enye sika no nipa na wo mo je no nipa nso
nipa mo di 7.4 million pension
edim say ayi de wo ho friend is a ghost names de e wo ho no mo ankofo didi wo ho agye ho sika saa ebi kuraje wo haje wa ebi ju haje wa but enipa 9 na mode mo boy kro no anti say ya then e beka anoshi
we abusuafo nti de aba no na nsamandi na wo ayi enkofo nkatua nwoma mu a wo mu de gi akatua de mnya hwo se ebegyae nne ene egyae china nti ye te ho ano no na katafamiansa wo the new publisher heya nso ene wo sen bo amane se ende ye di hu nkomokra dada ntimete ne te wo si se ya ye kasen yewra muntaka Mubarak Muhammad won na ye interior minister na yewra kyerɛ sɛ na anu ade ye nkofo ye se bambo adwumakuo no wonom pese wo mkosom wo mu na wo nso edi wo nim de ne ahode anyame de aboa wonom eboa oman Ghana no ye so mkoye health screening ewie ye ba abonte no enipa no 1300 ena na HIV yade yi wonom anya bie yewra san to aso sɛ ya ye kasɛ sɛ wohwɛ mu a medical screening no senka yade a enka adwuma ho de a ne kyɛ sɛ yade ankofo etete pa de abamu no enkanya senketoa na wɔse wɔnom ɛfa so abɔdawuro ɛsɛ ɛho behia sɛ Ghana ni ba bia bɛma na ye na senhia ɛsɛ enamu agudie no HIV ne yɛnte no wɔ sabia kronto tie fi so enye ya ne so ne yɛfa no ɛna yɛmfa no sɛ asemasi ti ntasu ana wɔ home gu ho ana ne ho mfifire ka wɔ ɛyɛ namu yade enti wɔse yɛhwɛ yɛ ho yie pa sɛ Ghana mabunu tese enipa 1000 nipa dodo yi ekoye ayiyo apem ene ahasa enye nipa keto 1000 and 1003 Nyeni paketo asa o.
There be o.
Wahu. Na mfie dunum ekosi aduanan kono. Ena wonu manyinya saa yade yi. Na 15 years. Wahu. Nti dodo anu akra so nyese onimo. Onim ni status.
Onim ni status. Onim ni status. But tie de na yenu abema ayi kan ya. Ernest.
Okay.
Amwa ben kan ya. Eni kwan se HIV ya. Eni kwan se isi omo kwan se ombe ye adwuma.
But se nro wo ho dia. Se de papa yi kan se ma no kra ye obi a se bia kura nto de be hye wanem. Mema no wo musa wo bi so a obennom na wu koshia na. We ene se
bosumi nsia bia na akowo.
Yes. Now. Bia na
Komina se den.
Asenya oba wa afo asem.
Se be ya.
Oba wa afo ni kunu betimi akote aba.
Oba ndi ntumi nkote.
Da bi se na na brapam na bi sa se. Be oba wa afo de o de saa de na ye de hye ya na mu de prevent HIV no ye den. Ina me se ebi ate se de na ye di kan ka condom asem yi. Ebi ana be ma no wo akwa kodi agro bi. Na condom yi kura bi akote.
Kodi agro we.
Eyi susu yasi nkofo bebre wo hono ahu se omu wo gono yasi HIV na nya easy se obeti sa o na ekuro wo nkofo anamu ni omu memem so ahu enti se uni onipa ni kohia na owo bia ye easily se nsabeka ase ekuro wo ahu nti na abo anya ba bi kwati na kodi
edurura yeah so enti ka awawo wo no mra ho empanie no
nkebe boa mum
no se de obo no ya boa se yanti o
se South Africa mpo na nkebe timi akosua de omo ye aja ye omo so ne anu omo twema so
ye ne wo ma ayaka
ai
nya se ye ne wo ma twema so ye ne wo ma ayaka wo ma tumi saa de no dodo monko anyankopon bo wiase monko anade bia wo bia mfiri mukro monko apartheid time ewiase nyina sore tai South Africa
fuechi
adam wure fi mu ho monko ana mu wakuro
romo se yaje omodwuma yi
ekura wo de chami amen na me kwatena South Africa kopede
na ayi brakwa bana asamba akwa yewura ni ti wo e kan ye no hu hia papa pa yi wo se sa 1300 na ye hu se omuwo HIV no e wo se ntempe ye omo frɛ omo se omo wo contact no omo reach out to them counseling bia omo hia mo fama wo because dudu betimi abase omuna kwa they are not aware onim sa wakoye ni we ni enfrɛ no onim se bi kra o yare nti enfrɛ
omo frɛ mu no mo
nka enra interior minister
no mama ne na counsel ye sefata no yes
interior minister chiro ka say they are reaching out to them they are finding a means of reaching out to them one ebe counsel one in a special way.
That's good.
Yeah,
I know you better. I know you better. I'm a kura what the champion meant South Africa. Me kwa eduma be na wo ho a ehwo ya soro nko a se me ko bobra wo South Africa dia na wo ho den na wo ho enya ho kire ni hia enka wutu kwan akɔhin South Africa ekura afi bia wo ma bodamba afi bia ubenya South Africa fo mu be sore ebetietia nkɔfo fa ahudie so ba buru nkɔfo kunkum nkɔfo adam nko amo ye hwan mo saade ne koso no wuramofo se wesa hwan aposifo ne asojafo ewo kuro no nu omu wei matena wanu aye nsenhan mu omu adi nkwase asem awie a wutu America ba ha ba begedai ko nka ko Nigeria first ufi Nigeria na wa ba ha obeye dan wo se yanya ne dan oba ha begedai oba ha begedai
oso besra ko
obesra ye nuanu no
but baby edro no de na ye enkomo ewo ho no mu ahuhia pa se oba na aman mienu no edi
ke ma no ma yempe no yenhia no wa
mama fo samba ho
yenhia no wa ha de ekwaso woni kurom no de na okafa ho
okay mate wo de ma me kwa homa no so mbra na me ba na ye di nkomo lawyer kwasi kwa aten mranim ni na ye ne nkonkodi nkomo no ye hwe lawyer nsem bi a wo ka ekire se eni kwan se wo mo a omanya HIV muawa bi wo omwedie mu no eno si omkwan ewo adwuma a wo mkopa ye ho lawyer amemo a chemu akwa abanfamra NIT 100.9 so hi lawyer Okay. You hear say yes that Ebeka lawyer ewa homa no so na yene. Lawyer patch to me ka. Okay. Yen try na yen fa lawyer entumu ye na fe. Yen tie de lawyer enso de eba. Anti okay. Yen hear say fe lawyer ahoma na to ma. Lawyer match you. Okay. Producer patch here na try na. Obna. Enti na odi also ma number.
Manoma. Baby ni antena ye baby.
Okay.
Nipa no a yasese wo mu niama ene wo mu abi afam wewu no oba oba mu wo mu asan baba
but
oba mu wo mu asan baba nti oba no oba be ka sorry na etu atwa na say afida sese no wo mu asan keka wo mu aye the same thing how many times na South Africa for years ade
abana won say na gidi mboni ama wo mu
obi
investors first show say
Mami bisa Dr. Evans say we ebetumi akoba say enkita hodi omo ne aman ahodo ne wo no
security trust pa
ebe gina yie dani
omo ni nkofo wo kurom ha
omo adwumayefo wo nkofo bebre
ya bu omo ya pam wo bi ya ni obi akon omo service ya omo de ma ye nyina se patronize
omo me say lawyer ba homa no so afi ya lawyer kwesi kwaten ayemranim ni na ye ne ending komo na ye hwe ensemu a ewo Ghana enumu a wo kwakope adwuma ene yarwa HIV mbowa ebi 1300 so se ewo mo wedie mu no lawyer kan sembi ewo ho ye ne ending komo ne lawyer good morning bibia boko de
good morning minya ne abusuafo me ho ye na wo so
adum mobro ho ne ahwe ye so ye ho ye papa ye ndase anopei se wanya bre ede amaye
was it any for need to the say if I say me am fie
sure anopei de boko na enuanom bi a wo mo kopa adwuma aye e wo service ne mu military immigration fire service aba Montie wa brandra interior minister de aba betudwa se enipa mako 1300 enna yarewa HIV mwa ne bi ewo mo wediem but okasa kire se enu ntumi nsu omo kwan se wo mo de bekwa akọ eye adwuma
minya me da se me de me fa ne se ensem bisa na me bisa but the dikai no even the communication surrounding the announcement on se biogana no nye nyina na broni kase meka se ebi enya kwenya the privilege to be enlightened and the information be back na ya mfa nto abontin ya one here the rippling effect of that information kwa ekono na eko hadring no me hu say minister dey beto just 1300 persons I want to go to recruitment process na attest for HIV na so me busa say no ebema or more recruitment process on the for mon kwa na say be disqualify or man that is one so disqualify or more if we are not very careful with the information that we put out in the communication, we'll team kuma santi achem domiabra. Na ebi ono so a go through process no. And actually or yeah disqualified. While here neni plan mo be akwadwe say sebi ono so was I really be and no quarantine ono so yeah they disqualify no. In the first place no. So that we don't have people interpreting the communication wrongly or the information wrongly to mean say obi a say be disqualify obi a no or sa HIV are more no epi. That is the first point because very likely so ko ye nkrum the peri-urban and the rural areas and you may get people say yes disqualify other also is one thing that we have to check. Secondly at the back where some adwin so say I mean recruitment process you'll be able to say very gross. I was say you have to be physically, medically, mentally strong and right before I stand away to my go through that process. Over here countries business America, there has been debate about say you're able to say HIV is a military man there has been a lot of judicial decisions and precedents. Me tough about me say obi ewo HIV is and also HIV it should not be the sole grounds for the disqualification of that person, because that will amount to discrimination. Now, Sebio, Abaya or no, it has to be or no, in terms of the welfare of the people or no here. If Abaya is setting a precedent, say, or no mumu disqualify people in terms of getting genuine or legitimate employment, then the Ankran said there will be the Kataba no bandit from here. You also do HIV test. No catch us on us own fan because at the end of the government has set the precedent. Me, what I believe they say, Anka one more ebia or more show symptoms in medicine or in science because it's symptomatic. Those who are symptomatic and what shows or symptoms of it be the immune system now compromise. The test and I see you. Those are the people who are ibiti maka say wo de omo ntwe omo enkonche ne bia yempage no for na say embo in other areas. But to say just mere testing of HIV, it should disqualify applicants in the recruitment process there. It sends a very wrong tone, it sends a very wrong image, it sends a very wrong impression to people, and it fuels and conform motivation, it motivates people to discriminate against others. Now, maybe say a question which is very also profound. Me say, so will be an officer or any of the security services no contract is a uniform manner, a uniform. I don't know the work when you saw to me in a Juma, a Koba ABBR. Now, if your status is rather known during the recruitment process, all of a sudden you don't become legible. You can see in them way, test will be a area West class HIV. Me, I was a science student growing up, did health science and other things. My background has always been science and medicine before I branch into the humanities and law and analogous programs. So, when you say area hupa edimpa, I was as well. Sebu, and one some kind in Candia edimpa, be a diabetes. But I'm not sure, say, they disqualify people based on diabetes. So, why should people also be disqualified on area in terms of the medical consequence? It doesn't even have far-reaching consequences than other area. I don't think that people should be discriminated based on more area. One here, now communication will be a disqualified as well. The government should slow down, take a very better and comprehensive way of addressing this issue. Minister George, about 1,300 of applicants for HIV/AIDS. I didn't know the essence of it. What we required from the minister, they say, and Ghana Health Service, Ministry of Health should have partnered. Now, Gomaka say, oh, you discover 1,300. These are the steps that we've taken to be able to rate them, to be able to provide healthcare for them, to be able to provide counsel for them. Then we need such updates. But because 1,300, one more HIV, Yaremwa, and on that basis, my assumption is that be disqualify. I don't see how a boy of mine and cancer and I say, yeah.
But somebody also says these are security services we are talking about. Yenim say more HIV ne wo mu a opo modern wa ho odin kra wo de be yese de yese wo de ye no e na wo de tie. You are always on drugs. Na obi okwakoye, I mean, all going to the service. Na we hihye ho a hadwin.
Me no hadwin. That debate has arisen in countries like America and they are more the strong military force. But I asked a question, say, because the recruitment process, any training usually is largely, averagely about 6 months to a year. And you need current people in the security service. Security services are all Ghana, let's assume, let's say they are about 500,000. If we test all of them, can't we get a reasonable percentage almost what more? If that is the logic, Ghana has said you nipa was at least one testing in area with him. That will probably be compromise the safety and answer the physical strength. If we are to do diabetes test, we will get people in the service or more diabetic. If we are to do say hepatitis test, whether B, C, or D, or whatever, we will get people. Any test be. My question is say, so say, or more here physical strength in the area. When they become soldiers after the recruitment process, yeah, don't they also require that physical strength? And then no one thing. I did be call camps and yeah, and they did be travel outside the country near the. And also the other than the way I say a test will be all HIV is right the I don't think this is good for the optics. I don't think this is good for the PR. As a country, you say, yeah, do away with stigma and protecting the fundamental human rights of our citizens and the stigma that has to do with HIV and AIDS. I think say, it doesn't augur well for us. For the interior minister, I am ever. Because they say, maybe what fast your coin. Rather, he see me who to young fana, a baby say beer or HIV AIDS answer. And I am fan. But it is not so. So the communication was not done properly. And government should be the last institution to signal any form of discrimination to its citizens, especially when it comes to the recruitment process.
I see. But we are told say security services no one more medical board say one more kobase na bia obi wo bia intentem so na no ye betwe wagina nchen na say ye beka se kona kohwe wo ho unje ndi se eno aboa emma senka wo mo ye twen aso mba be wura mu no ya mo man wura mu no eno no eye.
No, but I am saying say wo mo nya bi da na ye nyi o madu.
eno na in fact security person listen actually adwen agina so say they have a medical board ekobase ye so wo bia ye be you wasi nchen
ye be you free soldier ni mu.
That is the explanation of the man.
No, I disagree. I am not sure say ye yinkrofo adi and I say you withdraw more from soldier and I say police mu. Anti Ghana ha any police for more say be ya say more when be and any prison for more say more when be.
And then maybe it
cannot be tenable. It cannot be tenable. And if that is the case, if that is the case, who want data on one more so more say more when be you move free. And indeed, if that is even the case, then it's even a poor and a very weak policy. And you unya HIV are more when it be all of a sudden you become incapable or HIV is not a disability. And why should people say sample quality if there is a policy and the BB churches are then who want to understand the policy rationale and the legal rationale behind that? Then that even makes the problem more complex. Pachotimenka.
Mitiopa.
Hello.
Mitiopa.
Now Timenka me say.
Na mitipa etini nyina.
Yes, the point I was making say BB sakra or there then is a wrong policy. So we so Jenny and also a police in and say we offend say we prison officer and say immigration officer and court officer. Nafi Oko hospital now we discover so HIV you will see in China, then that is even more detrimental and that is even more backward. And I want to understand such policy. If we want to know the source of that policy, which institution did it, a more internal institution and as a parliament, so that we know say it can be. And then we can make a better case, and then that will be inconsistent with the fundamental right of the people.
Baby, I will can Mijidi say, baby, I will can Mijidi say, actually, okay, Yenya Bemana Humano, at home, Yabehena Yensa Akano. Okay, so I think he's back on the line. Lawyer Ultimate. Very good. Baby, I will can actually man for the one Adrian Koswa. I say I am sure Kakraya Banhoye say, dear young fanono within the community in Kofobe feel say a yareninti and a young fano. Na no sano oniano obey.
I mean that is why I'm saying that this is what the government has done. So it is up to them to clean their mess and do the proper communication, hence going forward. Me no kwenye mentia say adekuntia minister na debe tu dwasao. Interior minister onye Ghana Health Service, onye Ministry of Health. To like what debe tu like to for what purpose, to achieve what purpose.
But it's under his jurisdiction and they found call for no.
Interior minister. I mean health issue is a national security concern. But the communication of it now debe tu dwano. What does it do? There na bo mayano, there na sesama o mayano. Those are the things we want to understand, like the rationality of the battle for to serve what purpose. What I say, And they should be able to find a way to clean their mess.
Only about who are sharing on Facebook, Deborah, I'll say, yen team room, was security services, nimna, yen random tests and so near here.
Exactly. And no, make us say, I don't think there is any policy like that. Other than that, you know, the senka sebio, ye test will be for your Arabia, senke benjabu, or more services in Monday. I mean, per simple friends, probability and proportion. One more nipa 100,000. These are presumably young people. Maybe they may not even be sexually active in terms of or more sexual exposure than or more any above certain age, because it is assumed say now we're getting more sexual experiences rather than that you are young. We are and if you are having 100,000 people and we are getting a population of 1.3%, our no really be there. Even if we are to transfer the same population to every 100,000 people in the service, therefore somewhere 500,000, you have to multiply 1.3 plus 5 to be able to have an idea of the number of people. And the figures could even be more in the services. Almost that's why I'm saying there's such a policy, if any of such exists, is a backward policy, is a discriminatory policy, and it is a policy that does not help anywhere. It is a policy that is not backed by any law in our country.
Before I let you go, no, onjin this mebuno no, niyama yedi ye hun shishimu na nsene doso dodo. De nubone ene mpema agubone a yembo ye hu ban ekrampo nso enka ho no. Onjin ni se eno expose yankasa mebuno wo kwan bi so.
I agree. That is a completely different conversation. Eno yebetima have is a health concern, is a health issue, is a national security issue on matters of prevalence. Saya no be a spread and spread. And one who will come and tell us what we're supposed to do, and in terms of sexual education, in terms of production of condoms now, distribution because I mean the truth is that where they are, you still have people who are so curious to still go and do it. So that is a complete different conversation that we can have. But its relation with job and employment, I do not think there should be any direct correlation with HIV, especially when the person is asymptomatic and the signs in issue with the jobs. And that's idea. Any kruma one person is whether it is HIV, whether it is hepatitis, any area, and per that logic, could be and that is what I want us to look at it once again.
Okay. Yanshe die ebepe ebefrum ebebana menim say definitely abani say no, there is going to be a lot of communicate about it near hu bia ye de bekwa kodru. Asi yenda se papa no peso nya brema ye. Okay, yenia bema lawyer Kwesi Kwatin and I will take your and Komono, a legal practitioner channel say he's also the aide to Honorable Kennedy Japan, or no any in Komono. Now the over the
say me anti him free her minister no.
Yeah.
Me pamucho okopie mu e wo Parliament Assurance Committee.
Yeah.
Na no benada.
Yes.
And na ye bisa ne nsem. And no de be to just say 100,000 e koye ye no. E mu 1,300 enya yade no. And na 6,000 so yeah, disqualify almost and say almost a drug and mental health assessment. So almost so the was said that be a public announcement.
Oh no. But I think Kwesi is saying that, or lawyer is saying that say nanko no nya yanka emba bonten kra.
Well, and one will say the communication aspect no.
Yeah.
A question
bisa no aye yenti aya disqualify
because there were other questions about this gun a two asemiya ebeto mu
once gun no HIV nila
there be ama one will say or your minister
and
sa committee no ye bisa wasemo a omo pe
enyia no nchemu
ene de omo hwehwe no be kopepepe enti we bisa masem enko ka se onka odisia nko benya asem ena waka yes
bi no more mental health e bi more hepatitis B
ya tie ne se ade bi wo ho no mo a straight away any kwan se ya soso ya see secret wo ko university a ya ka kire wo say requirement ni
yeah
requirement no ya say mass wunya say English wunya say
one pass ya wa fail
wa fail entretre mu bi anim bi o ma ko law school yi ka kire say wo ko law school a si wo mu wan hyehyɛ ne mmara bi abata ho
yeah
ada no ewura bi wo mu se what social media so ɛna oyiyi no ho enti law student no a wo mu graduate no ye call wo mu aba wo mu from sample
when they were being called to bar
good ewura no ya mfrɛ bi meboa
yeah
ada ya wo mu se enseseye bata omu adwuma ho no wonfa nya adwuma enti ne de ne ya twene ne san ye etre se adwuma bi a wobekom no emra ne nseseye da
nti abosom a no betena no ache na chiwade
wo ko security service ya na se wanya HIV AIDS ya yamfa untumi nko criteria no a ye defa obi ekwa security service mu no eka ho obo ntehyewa anasa ubo nkonkon ubo asma na ubeda akoso
uwa akumayare
good uwa akumayade
but because no say na lawyer so ka say enkanye hawo
eye hawo
na say kwan a minister fa so de tu dwa no sabi obi te obi te friend say babrode beto me choka na say oti baby obi anim so kwa apply bi
okay
enna what is say yamfa na who say ebinum ko a ono yamfa
so ye so afo ne atonza friend say
that aspect
no
that aspect no
ya disqualified do
that friend no important ho obi a dwen be ne say
wow
and na say anything na yamfa wo no
me no be ya
ano de we tremenye
be ya adwene wo communication
ne ho
yeah communication no de ne fa bi me no be ya adwene
okay
say nanka ebi wo ho asese wo kura no because ebi ya national security
issue.
But the fact is say when you HIV, who BP, who hypertension, who
cardiovascular,
your fawa enye.
Okay.
And your friend ye human right some and now ye do mem high away. And running say, yeah, juma. Ebia will bear to many no now we need HIV. And what you born musuo na yante se wo bi
obi ankasa hompo
anya se obi ankasa hompo ye be pamo
but Bishop Michael Abuaje Gansa ewo Germany or I'm watching from Germany KKB I don't believe the HIV issue about the recruitment persons. Let them produce their findings. What Bishop Nyadwe
one say minister ne kasa no say omo anya yare no omuntimi emfa ye nhyada mfra oprekope enka njo say wanya ya say omunti omu provide counselors ndifo a ya mo ntete ya omo be psyche omo amu ahunu say wo obi mpo a nche say ase wawie ya aba na omo ani omo akasa ansa na de wo ho no ase ye de ato anim na no na nchen no se bia ye mfra na wadwene mu ya okesene ne se bia na menso ade matibia osiko na obetumi nso akoye o medical way akoye o check up ahodo ahwe say ebi kura na de okoye ye baaye no ebi anahum so obi aba ho
na ama
eno nso so
asem ya wo mu de betu dwa o de finance minister no oye wrong so o de betu dwa ba no mess ya o de betu dwa no ke kirenya ene da na wo ne HIV hwa prevalence panin cancer ya na wo ka say enipa no kura no eni wo mu enhwehwemu no etale
yeah anope ye
enipa wo HIV AIDS no se ye wempo ye wo mu a o ma ko test yo o mu ko test ye ni na mfie entimi de enya me nwanwa ba akokora because nowadays indiscipline ye too much indiscipline obi aye de ope o emebunu no obi afa ne men aso a se wo fa mabunu ba ye 10 ejina ho ketire emu ba ye enwoche enubone ɛne nneɛma a ɛkoa mu nipadua mu no ɛnyɛ asɛm ketewa
Obra meda se ene ama mentwa me hombra tawo na efemi ba ya de ho no atoa so
na mansanya so adawro Kofi Amano homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Nsɛm ne yabɔ ne bɛdɛ sei Ghana Montie na Kaakyire Kofi Badu ɛbɛsane mu ɛwɔ NIT 100.9 FM amanyɔsɛm atitiriw ne anintiri nkɔmɔtwetwe nsɛm foforo nsɛm a ɛdi ahim ɔman mu ne ama ahodoɔ so wabɔ ne boawa o ɔbɛsane mu ɛwɔ Ghana Montie dwumadie so
Ghana Montie
Nsɛm ne yabɔ ne bɛdɛ sei Ghana Montie na Kaakyire Kofi Badu bɛsane mu o amanyɔsɛm atitiriw ne anintiri nkɔmɔtwetwe nsɛm foforo nsɛm a ɛdi ahim ɔman mu ne ama ahodoɔ so
Hey, catch it. List ni nie. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. We dan kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade e wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be pe baba ware yi.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom kokko wom prick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mu agye atum se eye
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro Kofi Amano homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Twenianim da hɔ ayɛ Montie ɛdɛm da dwa ayɛ nsiso Kaakyire Kofi Badu ho ampam gye nei prɛka sɛ gya madu ofiti krotia na ne ho agye afiafie mu wo ne agye ba bia sane nsɛm ni mu na pensempensemu ne ehu de no korɛ ne da
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro Kofi Amano homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Neat 100.9 FM so ena uwe Ghana Montie so ena waso eguso a wotie den komo ne nsɛm ne de ani nyina ha ena wo benya no yedi kan atwetwetwe komo ne bia de ama ye to waso de ama de wokrata no egu abenwa so a mpanifo ɛwɔ ha yeni aba ama sapon kum ankuma ɛwɔ ha no a wɔboa emu enkyekire mu oni didi ho enso enkomosan so na kobena mafo enso ɛwɔ ha no a yeguso a yedi de wokrata no emu nkoma ne ye pense mu de mawo the top notch issue a ho what the security services enipa mako 1300 a womo pay se wombe wura mu bie no interior minister ma yate se HIV mwawa ne bi ewo womu nipadua mu a eno nti no womo form a enye ye no to nkyɛn a other enkomo enso ewo ho no mo kan bi enso we kan ho ye to aso e dia ma hyɛ ne so se enkomo dodo na wo ho a ye de ebre ko na kwa ba biom okay ye to aso e
abusiafo da obakrata ya de to aso eye telegraphic ya na wade Ramaphosa nimfoni abeto anum sei wa ya 10 gram pa wa ya brane menim se wo fi northern region sese mpo behwe mpo no ye busuani wo se ne tenten ne gram na one dabi one chief nse ya dabi chief wa
okay
wa pa wono ye se me gina nanim a me deda ne kotodwe chief de wa papa nti senti ne yi ne national security chief ne said e be ya wo behu ba bia
ano sa no gina hu se bemani
said e
unti mi fa hwinsie no
dabi
ohunu bibia
se o gina ho ohunu ba bia Ghana nyina ohunu ba bia enti se wutina nanim ama wonen be kasa ti se o peja wani hwaso Ramaphosa no de dabi wonse no we de nanim kura ehu ene wo hwe nanim kura wo obi a wo be ya abasha bone pa
which is to South Africa for dabi e gala for pemaso la
o be ya abasha bone pa ne nkofo ya de bone kura wonka wo mu ya ade anya papa kura pa wonka ena wojira hanum a wa bon tight say David kai Pentecost ya
o ya ko kan sembi o
David the Pentecost ya botaya enye se ne yesubantie we de ane de enye enti wo so wo ba ha ye se won twan ansa ye fa plan wi a ene ye behunu na maami wo ye woman na urade a ne tumeso Pentecost nyame onyame tumfu wo say yesoda wataba ama sister 1 years yo
de wawo
wow
na se awurade tumi ni ho
unim se fiada ne yeso onya sister 20 mi sister 1 no mo tro no mente ase
ani owo yans
onya
yans onya oh okay anso onya sister 2 no
awurade ya ne tumi so wa ya ma na boro so enti wodi anu aka kire no
obeye
ewurade be ya ama so wa ya ma sister 1 years ya wanya sister 2 na se watumi awo a obe ya ama won so Go First Foundation World Vision provide water at the Amadama community Go First be ya de ya pam woman ama Go First no aye pam woman no ana say
obviously Go First ahead
a friend who provided the water at the Amadama community. That they are most started to go to a honor. Moon provided water, my croma for no. A friend I move provided. Hey, Mumu Munsio, Mamu Munsio, Mobile more South Africa for your crampon, Yaso Somoso. Say Ramaphosa about bank or Becabiamu. Yabeji yade aban at the renewable energy plan be eba ya watch say eba beboa enrapa Egypt 40 yakuma mokura de sank yense wono enemo enam kwame nkrumenti ebra obeware fatia e de free mu ho no ene yenemo ayense wa de besinne yeta machi say enkamunsa Argentina fo na sane wo mo twetwe Cristiano Ronaldo yi kiyanso yantwetwe Messi bi mo asemienu
acha ha mo ma beti asa
amatika nyina obra meba na yenhwe the security threat HIV nkomo ayedie ebetumi anya de emaye na yenhwe hepatitis B ni ade nyina kan Paul Boatin a security analyst. Say good morning, Bibia Bokode. Pacho yada se no pay say when ya bread am on FM so 100.9. Best resa na we pija on na amaye kakra na yetumi ato wonkan yi. Yo. Minim se enra enkomo e ba abonten yarewa anamwa wa mwa HIV a ewo nipa ahodo bi no mu a interior minister de to dwam se wanya ensem ne bi atie wanya bi akenkan ne ade ensunsuanso obey na senka saafo nya akwanya de wura your services ne mu a enke benya ewo adwuma ne so. Hello. Okay, so let's try and get back to him na who's the network ne atwetwe mu ebo enwum bi e but we'll try and get back to him near the di nkomo na ahwede some no and so what are some of the security implications are hepatitis B and the eka ho ni nyina no HIV nubonia mmebuno no anawo mu a ekoi senko kope akwanya ewo service ne mu no wo mu forgive me wo mu enya sa akwanya ne science amwo wa ne niam ewo mu no ebetumi aha adwan na ebetumi de abasa ha no eyede ya nti ahwe se yensa ebeka empanifo ni bi na yenu omo edi ho enkomo na yahwe but ye gba homa ne de mamema amansum na yento aso
yo me da say the Ghanaian point the Obokrata at the chief of staff Yera Julius Debra ensembia wode atodwa aba ewa ha sei na wo sei Yera yi kogina mu ya na wogina mampanyina na mu ekasa na no International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking World Drug Day adwumadi ase na no adwoada na Yera Julius Debra she mampanyini hinema tietia ne chacho mu okasa no se ha adwen papa apayie esanse se wo hwe se de nkofo afa kwambone so num nubone ama enya omo adwene sunsunsun aso ya omo nhyede ni adwene mutie se wode betena sese nipa e de aye adwuma mpodi abo o mampuntu a ne chese ha adwen na anyesi yetu enubone no nom nko aso sa onom ebo won homoden se wonum susu anom anya sunsunsun aso bone won so bia ye junkie ni ade no saafo no susu yedi wonum be ko entity ya bia ya yebetutu omofo ni omo akasa kasache ya ebeboa na ayi wonum afiri sa esu ene tebia nim sanse enafo de na so aban no ewo ne fam de a wo ye enu na nchen no Yera Julius Debra say ekoba ni say ya na nye nipa ba ko na enya se obi eba ne bia na dwene mu aka no ana wabodam nam nubone na emom ye mpotamu ni nyina sanse so wofadua na wopeja na wode kobu obi betimu a community ni nyina na asudie kese abeda yeso nti ye nyina ye nyewe famu de emfamu ase de be ya ye betumi atu wo haw ne so wosi ka chepe so ba wosi eno na nchen no wonum susu akosesa nkofo ade hye aya me be fa akora na kwota ne nchen ma hwe school be ko no wode ne bo be sibrad na kogina kwa ho sesa de sa ne me nyina aban no etu ho na mon se ye betumi atu ase na wosre esom hodo mpanyimfo nananom ahemfo obi a woni famu di a esese yeye ede boa na yetimi ko ede fie ho
okay Perase ma yensan kwa ahomane so biom yenya Mr. Yimanuel Sowate security analyst wa ahomane so yene ni nkodi nko so ate ma chi hu
mbacho yenia
bibia bokode
mbacho radio adminia
ba yenda sia no pay se wenya bre ede amayen 1,300 applicants in recent security recruitment and one more are tested positive to HIV. And so me what ye also mu say?
Yo, me da say the HIV issues are any new a problem sometimes ye ni if you but HIV and beyond for me, but at the same time, no science ni medicine acronym relative to ABA 1984, 1990 till now. No. HIV infection na ko name fine. Inti u obi doesn't mean say unya ya na kwa kubuan. No, it is still disease are going to mean cure, but then in draw ufa regularly. Na udi sa prescriptions no for no maybe or more advice it is true for me doctor but my doctor ni a criminology medical doctor so unya obi a medical doctor mission HIV bache 26 years ago na mission HIV me masters but udi nkrofo a omo public health psychologist eba omo share some of the current medications ni some of the challenges with some of the early warning signs and symptoms. because who dealing with HIV is very multi-dimensional and multi-sectorial. Obia will role or play, including the media. So when I heard of it, because my be consistently in the past, and then me surprised because Arabia one year careful amount for because of a fear of stigmatization and misinformation, and also a lack of knowledge about the degree of threat. The other one, the country and if the country doesn't prioritize HIV, sometimes it will call dimensions you don't want it to go until the bees are edgy and out of our comfortable fit now. As such a discuss it. So I wasn't too surprised. No, not too surprised. Although worrying, yes.
Na aya worrying womunya kwanya ewura security service ni mu a enkabe ha adwen.
Brilliant question. In other words, for your question, it was here, and this is my understanding, and this is how I will look at it. The human resource, even Nipanu war, different type of sickness, can they be relevant to national development? Yes, for me, they are relevant to national development in different ways. Bambono, yes, these days, and but Bambono, the idea is that a profession be depending on the context. A profession be risk of injury a high. Indeed, because injury a high nipa no injury make injury be and if be wabu don't be bleed but not type be unya injury be blood will come and people around you quickly have to come and support you on bet you could on so money normal and the fear is that it be because we are not talking about issue of probability, right? Indeed, because in Bambo for a higher probability a high, so we be a prayer and the idea if any prayer go for one or move one thank you for need more party go baby and then you get some transmission unintended transmission. So the idea is that is one. You don't want to transmit blood. The other one the physically taxing nature of the weapon. If you age now Bambo for now, there will be a particular age which is physical and very, very, very fit for a long time. It is true and I'm saying Johnny Nomano and Man are much better than the past. But I think the element of Yarenu it be compromised. If I say it be eating inoma diet, everybody should be careful about their diet. But I don't know whether as part of it be a military for survivor jungle warfare, you have options to survive. Whether you're from jungle training now, because okay, you have BP, you have diabetes, it's on this age and you don't eat this food. So when you are in the bush and you are surviving because of your medical condition, look for the type of herbs you can eat, kakra, and animals you can eat to survive, survival and escape, type of things, I don't know whether the dietitians have been incorporated to the extent that Obenias have flexibility. So all the, and of course, when you be under special forces, but what happens is that you want to make sure that the person is as fit as possible. And I'm sure that that is the angular of medicine, that fitness, that blood, and that idea. And you can also guarantee that you can find medications regularly, and that baby or one of any medications regularly. So you want the person to be fit. But that is just a small part. Majority of the people, maybe they wouldn't need that extreme type of scenario I'm creating. But generally, and I think that the argument might be physical fitness and maybe the blood transfusion. So, if they were drone, there will be your intelligence, there will be a ADR or no ADR or analysis. Because it doesn't mean that all of them will be served. No, there are people inside who have it. And you name the statistics of the numbers of Bambo phone more HIV. You don't know the statistics. If you know the statistics, let me have one. We don't know as of now publicly if you're among themselves. But those people are still relevant. But I think that the idea is just to make sure that people who are going in a particular type of health status to be physically fit and also the risk of ABR injury at high was institutions relative to other institutions. They sure that is some of the reasons why. In the short term, maybe it might pass, but maybe in the long term, maybe a better effect be that is what they are thinking. But they will have good justification. These are some of the justifications. And as far as possible, if you have very fit people, that doesn't mean saying HIV don't have any relevance. You have a lot of relevance. So a drone pilot, to me, IT normal, if you are nipping IT. But the fact that what HIV doesn't mean say you are not important and key resource to the nation. No. it depends on how you be kasa. We have to give them hope. We have to give them psychological counseling. We have to give them support. That is the minor. The other thing, Nipan Kasanu should know fair. HIV doesn't mean that ends it. No. That you have years to live if you have your medications. But please don't go and spread it. To be among spreading it. No. The other thing is we shouldn't discriminate against HIV because discrimination in the man could be through or back openly fair or HIV. HIV for the past 10 years. Papa Nundro, if you move for Mundo, for Mudifio, if more home will be your wife, phone, your husband, put it on close people do not know because of stigmatization and fear. Sanoman and boy because then we are unable to handle the situation. It means handler. It is one way of not only dealing with the problem within the security agency, but also Timamufono. And depending, of course, where you are coming from, which you have to avoid casual sex. There are ways that you can deal with it. But please, Mr. Manusu, our question, one of the ways of dealing with it is also be a FM and media stations as part of my corporate social responsibility. We invite in for NCC for they are very important for a lot of things, including health. Over to me, I can say, okay, as part of my corporate social responsibility, 1 hour every 2 weeks, 1 hour every month to bring clinical psychologists, NCC, public health experts, doctors, HIV surviving. Now, you come and share the experiences. In changing that fear, because one of the things people are afraid is the death. But we have options this day and age. Because of it, when you just sleep anyhow and get it, no, that's what I'm saying. So, don't be afraid. So that is the end. You are resourceful to your family. You are resourceful to the security agencies. You are resourceful to Ghana, and you are resourceful to humankind.
So talking about resourceful, meaning say you bet to me a jamu kwan nanka ya faum na omo ye adwuma no wo ba bia omumwa ehia.
It's one way of looking at it. But make me say something that can be maybe a thought through in the long term. But that means to say then a bit review another issue. Because you see, in the military, you work in Ghana forces. They say now, even me okay, in Ghana forces, you are strictly a drone pilot. But it don't pay so be na a convey, maybe a could be effect here. Drone pilot for 19 years deploy to the battlefront. It is true, but battlefront, it doesn't mean a drone pilot unketa rifle. It doesn't mean it cannot be injured. It doesn't mean don't mean because support emergency I have to go and fight. So you always have to know say nipa no call armed forces no. Obetumi a normal P at the same time. Obetumi a normal P at the same time. A 3-4 obi pa ofi enfani say bia oye artillery be ebia artillery be king of battle. Artillery ni betumi shifting you to drone say ebia drone for no time because ebia that artillery person no can say how to use the drone and now omunim say in Chile we as an institution armed forces but in the apply up drones for Nankasa Kotobi, you need to be a shift. In what I'm trying to say, if you go high, you can go and fight because if you are drone for now, be overwhelmed. We are artillery, but you are shift to and now you are drone. But you be able to go to artillery. If you carry the shells and give it to somebody to load the shells and now provide a rare support. So you can always move people around. So the idea of that, and to get to be we have flexibility. And I think that for now, everybody should play a particular role. And I go back to my earlier point of injury. So the injury is very high. People will have to know. Your platoon will have to know. Your company will have to know. Some core people will have to know some ideas about your sickness, particularly a transmissible disease. You have to know. That's what I think. But I think when people know the risk to other people is high. At the same time, when people revealing the HIV status, you shouldn't use that as basis to discriminate against the person. So balance no easy. But practically, it's not that easy.
Na ehun ehia se minister ede asem no betu dwa esan se ohwe mu a or say if I'm to read a portion of the new publisher, I'll say minister drops bombshell 1,300 security applicants have HIV and no I emphasize also but also have hepatitis B, heart conditions, health challenges, drug abuse and other ones are eka ho. Na ehu hia se ode sansemi ebetu dwa. In as much as no work committee animu ano mu bisa no.
Brilliant question. But me actually in different perspectives. But me can say who here because of creative fear and panic. We can say it's important to who a problem. This is a national problem, a national crisis. We have to face a problem to deal with. I am of the view say, Oje Tujan, the Bonabasu, Papa say, when I carried him to bring, I support him 100%, and I'll tell you why. My reason is that HIV/AIDS, child transmission, is a major problem. But in the past few years, I am fair, Yaren Ako, and I Yaren, it is true, and we started by saying, from early 80s now, you started from homosexual community spread, that's what you know. I've spread it to I've spread it more through heterosexual sex, more through heterosexual, and other forms of transmissions, Science and technology, better technology, taking it and getting accuracy in manner. I developed more than the past. You're running Michael Magic Johnson and Michael Magic Johnson, and you're fired for a long time. There are people who have near HIV for years. Or mere healthy, or go about their normal duty. It is true. So if you have HIV, it's not there. But at the same time, it's a major problem if you don't deal with it. It's a major problem. So say, and all of a sudden, the AIDS Commission will be happy in one angle. I don't know whether they will have problem, but I think the idea is that HIV is topical. Media, social media, the state is discussing it. It's good because the issue about front and center of our discussion in the past 48 hours and 24 hours. Am I an opportunity to say that problem, is bigger than we thought? Maybe in the past we were winning the battle. We're winning the war against HIV spread. But because like partner, people are becoming less aware of the situation and less informed, and it is creating problems. I think for the it is not only for the security as an armed forces, police, immigration, a national awakening. And that for me is a good news and the bona bafu. That's because the discussion across the country about HIV, I'm say you're hostile. And I hope to say an opportunity you be used to create more public awareness and sensitization. And that awareness never reduce stigmatization, misconception, miseducation, misinformation about HIV. Because one of the things you have to do is to stop stigmatization, to stop misinformation, to stop misunderstanding, and reverse all such negative tendencies, and then give people hope, encourage people to be testing their HIV status, let people avoid stigmatization, let them know so far long life and live a normal life. Let them understand so you don't have to spread it because of media mouth. There's a whole lot of things are able to, and of course the state at the state level will make sure that drones are available and at point amount for me to make conveniently and regularly and also take it. In other words, first figure a starter. The telco starter kind of figure Abidjan before say good because a starter can be manaka although not only problem this year we have Amana Park. That is how I see it, and that is what I am oriented towards. Than being fair, we shouldn't have put it out. We born about it.
So when others also come to say, Yemra Security Services name, they are my way more crime on one core, based on their status and Yemra Security Service name say, Yanya random tests, random checks near the Obi will be or also Yenny Independent fencing chain. What do you say to that?
Brilliant question. It's a good way of asking a question, but there's another way of looking at it. One of the challenges of HIV, that because of indronu. Because if you what train you be and depend and HIV, depending on the context, sometimes depending on physically fit like before. If the science and medicine are challenges, but the person one should be willing to admit willing to take the medication on time. And of course, who take your medication, the institution should support you in terms of ABR or some physical challenges via or maybe two duties are and yet through physically taxing as much as they can. And that is why entrance, a issue because you see, Bambono physically taxing. We here are Honda. And if anyone come na and China on to me some of the physically taxing no now. If you see the risk of personnel now we here for your work and inti emfa say the nipa no ebeko guard duty and now emfa say obeko operation conquer first and now say obeko another operation kulungugu or something like that omko yeta Akakra initiative some multinational tax operations now exercises now. You know, you need people who are physically strong. It is any person who come now and channel be weaker. Sometimes you don't want the person to go in. So that is part. But people who did that, I don't think any person who the first any person who should be sad. No. The question then becomes, how do you make sure any person or woman now or you are one stigmatization because stigmatization is a major problem or will be also or among people discriminating not against or no but Nigerian word will spread and because of some misconception about HIV spread this because the wife told my dear men koto and anukunu told my dear men koto and anukola koskuma nimunji agro it has so much implication and the disgrace ni no man it's stigmatization people don't come out to say until kasi ni panu did anonkoka sometimes no a bit I think but you are also right in saying say Nipanu can also be the argument about blood say new platoon the company new brigade nima yare okonya injury manfo will help him and then the people might be exposed to HIV transmission because of blood and then the people will get it. Those people are particular threats. But I'm sure as these things are coming up, two people in every company, that's my understanding, two people are very important. Priests, religious leaders, and medical doctors. They have a lot of information about the armed forces, medical doctors for and because people go and confess they confine in them and these days we're just a clinical psychologist they have a lot of information. The main question then becomes can confirm was HIV status now how do their commanders deal with that information in such a way that the people will be relevant and yes how do we remove the people from it but for the people to be relevant we need to know their HIV status. Maybe in the coming weeks the minister or the commanders might say this will be a policy decision. So people should go and test their HIV status. Voluntary testing, and not compulsory. Voluntary testing. But maybe find a way of encouraging people to test. I think that we should know the numbers. They should know the numbers. If they tell us, fine. They should know the numbers and the HIV status of people rather than saying it's a man called Kayinjan. Because the question is right there. If they are outside and they can go inside and the PSO inside their own. So what about the people inside? And the people inside know different experiences. Sometimes their commanders know and they know where to put them. But in best way, whether you are inside or outside, don't go and spread it because of the amount. Please don't go and spread it because it makes it wet.
See, sir, Yandas no pay. I think sir, you've taken us through baby as I said, Eurabia. Yandas papa pass unya brain at the Maya no pay.
But the many Quenya attend the to Mika a tumor sem. In Brazil, so would you have a police or register and be able to me crata. We will be able to Dibania chair police for 9 so. Because police is human without information, because information no more process to intelligence, no more yet. Some of the interceptions of Ethiopian. But the minister no, Akasu radio permit no. I feel that but I know good to deal with issue of a small arms. But I think that the approach you have to reconsider the approach because all training in our final there are different reasons why a man acquire weapons and there are different ways how to me are dealing with weapons. So for example, in 2006 there was a national strategic conference on small arms. That small arms conference was based on a baseline assessment of illicit small arms in Ghana. That illicit small arms in Ghana survey, the first done in the country, me Kwesi Enin, any Kofi in my brain crying only to Kofi Annan. Yeah, baby, I was the only one with African Security Dialogue and Research. That illicit small arms survey, or my others, but it is still relevant because out of that small arms survey, there was a national strategic conference on small arms between March 14th and March 16th, 2006. So 2006, 20 years ago, and there were things we identify here: small arms control, policy, legislation, infrastructure, capacity, other things, alternative livelihoods for local manufacturers. That same conference, issues about border control and management, issues about stockpile management, inventory, issues about public awareness and sensitization.
Okay.
In our report, I was part, so I know. into we share clusters now. Your national bodies need agencies. What can we do to make them strong? Our small arms committee or immigration for issues about policy and legislation. Conference recommendations. Issues about stockpile management and inventory. In fact, public awareness. No, we went on to talk about specific things. Education activities must be intensified 1 month before royal festivals, market days. Why royal festivals and market days? Because royal festivals, no to teach you. So we are going to teach them about how to use the weapons, the implications. Market days. I'm for a lot during market days. A creative environment for public awareness. Another thing that you can hear, a small arms commission from role. You can also issues about language, age, and gender. How you encourage people to be aware of ATO. You can simplify and make available existing law from small arms. You can you can border control, regional integration. You can issues about how to make sure say you network across ECOWAS countries. You know our report in the moon.
Okay.
Yes, but among for discussing small arms in there, Omukasa to say you need history behind it. And that working, but 1 minute, you see the issues of local manufacturing. It will be in the late 1996, 98, about 2001. Ufa crime, gun-related crime. Most of it near local manufacture. Into local manufacture was a big problem late 90s, early 2000s. Until now, you see blacksmith for because of Mubo you. Now, one of the best blacksmith association now, in West Africa, Ashanti region, you form Ashanti Regional Blacksmith Association. One person who dumped him. I say they will help in deal with illicit proliferation of small. Montie, it was established around 2002. I was part of those who inaugurated it. Me, Abuajinya Kuno, a DSP or retire as Commissioner of Police, Abuajinya Kun. African Security Dialogue, not quickly. They want to help. Why am I giving all these things? That among for what they've dealt with it for years. We can't 2002 institute.
Okay.
Now, Prema Buzdia was the commissioner for Small Arms Commission. Afi Yakubu was working on small arms. First that Amwa Doche Wewu or the baby. But now a very few people, and they've done this years. Information and those information are still relevant.
Okay, so let me take you. Let me just take.
It's good to consult as much as you can and let people help. I'm not doing this for marketing myself. Would that be? That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, say, history some national action plans. Some of the things we are confronting. Societies change, yes, but some of the issues are relevant.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, that's Papa. Said when your brain adajre ede amaye. Bibiani ebaba within komano. Dr. Jiman was so as a security analyst. Nenka ena wote no. That brings the time to 50 minutes past 8 o'clock. Now there are some few messages here. We ne fe try your home. Ede aba na ya hwede e wo ho. Meshak Asante. Also, it is sad and painful for some police officers to act so unprofessionally to the extent of killing innocent citizens and leaving others painful, severe and injuries just because of looking for a suspect. We applaud Ghana Police Service for their swift action against these 8 unprofessional police officers who were involved in this shooting. Greetings to Honorable Sedinam, MP for Amma Saman constituency. Pazion is also watching. Pazion, thank you. Mabina Rose is also watching from Winneba. Then we also have teacher Awo Yamwase. Our nation is drifting, and many voices that should guide us have gone mute. Running a country is a collective duty, not the business of a single person. We are all on board in this ship together. We must all stand to save Ghana. If we allow the NDC to push the country into this line, generation after us will blame us. Greetings to Honorable Mavis in Kansa Bedu, Asanteman Koka, and Dr. Baumia, and every feature constitutional Riamwase Ho. Now, take God or say, Mr. Kwesi Kwarteng, you are not making, you are not helping matters. You are speaking out of politics. This is a security service issue, and we need to handle it as such, not the infected persons. Kwame And so I say, good morning. How are you? Watching you live from Spain. Kwame, thank you very much. Ali Baba from Medina. Kwesi Kwatin should stop promoting HIV in our security service. Every jurisdiction has its own rules and engagement. If you contract certain diseases and they kick you aside, it will be unwise for that person to come and announce that in public. What the MPP man is doing, especially relating it to private companies, is wrong. This MPP wanted to find out why some people were disqualified. Okay, so that is according to Ali Baba from Medina. Omensa Ewopila 2, JDM and NDC are nothing good to offer Ghanaians. Okay, so Omensa in Pillar 2. We've not spoken about JDM and NDC. We've spoken about HIV and other methods. Jehaland Leos. People have HIV, diabetes, hypertension, syphilis, heart disease, eye disease, hearing problems. That cannot go to training center. There is a reason for everything. The intense nature of this training won't even permit a person to go through such training. The training is very, very tough, and someone who has hypertension or diabetes will not survive. I was at the training in 2008, and at the training center, facilities like water closet are usually very limited. So imagine sharing a water closet with someone who has HIV or syphilis. The person is likely to infect other people. So messages are but you can also reach out to us on our Facebook, also on our YouTube, NEAT FM 100.9. What the message in the back in kind of the Amoyesha boss from now tree base made a phone betum na a brand new be a home and also do the if you are. But now ye intra ye home braya ba ye beto so the amount.
Siso Kaakyire Kofi Badu huampam jene preka se jama do fiti krotia na ho agye afiafie mu woni agye ba bia sane nsam ni mu na pensempensemu ni ehu de no kro ne da
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro Kofi man homene so agye tonton sansan e wo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Nsem ni yaboni bede sei Ghana Montie na Kaakyire Kofi Badu be sane mu o amanyosem atitiri oni ani ntire inkomo twetwe nsem foforo nsem yedi ahim oman mu ni ama ahodo so
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie.
Hey, catch it. List ni nie. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan kwanu ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura dia ka ho. Uhade e wapi ho. Ukasa batete eda fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Catch up a baba wari.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho anu ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti anu a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mu agye atum se eye
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro Kofi man homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie. 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 Ghana Montie.
If you know, you know. What?
It's FMU! It's FMU! It's FMU! It's FMU!
Live with this one. Big baller. Welcome back here to us on It's FM 100.9.
It's FMU!
Non crab or pepe, a baby come off here. The major for Baby Cancer. And some of that, Benja so. I have a pension, sharing to say on Facebook. To be to be the drink share their flower bar. It's on our YouTube. What do I drink share flower by back in Kaakyire amount? Anyone lady Jumano? I tell you, Papa, pass on to a drink share. Baba. The government rejects the visit of South African president over xenophobic attack. We and also Eto and China HIV in Como Abbey and also Yabedi and Como. But police or the Ghana Police Service has warned against the use of sirens and unnecessary horns. And call for a use Nesio Mokaso, a binomu dear strobe light a hodwa, womo edia bobo moka ho any adienum. Nina a young Como and there, ye ba ababa be dienia headie and semno and so etia. But we have here Yenia Bema Eddie. Edu say oye kasama for ewo NPP amanyokuonim watena se aye no ebe hyase na ye henim se yenu abema nana ojaba ha ono so kasa ede ma NDC amanyokuo no enso eba be kansa no kron abo apa hosima enum ready akwaba. Don't worry.
Ba chena me ban me bubu nioma. Ovi meji oso.
Bibi aboko de.
Rade adom. Me ma oni wati for so achi.
Great.
Ni say so ahwefo kraka ho.
Ahwefo ka ho.
Oti radio so esan so hwe baabi a wo bia. Me ma oni wati for no ahwefo. Nyina so achi ne ye party penifo nyina so achi.
Great. Me gidi say wo mu nyina obi a agye wo so nso fefefe. Yen shas yen free. Siren and strobe light horns ahodwa. Enra posi ede krata ba bonten ana posi aso ede krata ba bonten se wo mo ede ehye etoso wo ne say
ovi me da se am fan free say na what we ye constituencies ahodo no beko akoyi mpanifo e be di party nanim
okay
ya we show bia well enye entokwa na ye koko ha de bia me ka se ye kwa kan sie na kasa ne ye pia ne amankofo bi kwan no muti fiasem na fiasem no anso no mde bebu ye for dache nti yakoi enya asomdwe e wo constituency bia wo hwe na senhyehyɛ ne bi nkoyie ma wo a there are so many ways to deal with it I betumi aboa kofi na siren nsem a yɛken aya de a ha adwen bebre na eye ohawa emse yaka ho asem mfie bi atwam bebre a okay, still na asabe jinsemo, but nan say the ya jinsemo abroso. And saying, and say, a man no mra no makwan, a man call for who do obedient. Omudi Jumanwa, omutimi the siren show mumfidi enu. I didn't ante. Said there be emergency issues on to me attend to. Of course, say a no man penny ba. Na mizumi the traffic, no man penny the traffic, any possible. Yet they are as a so man penny to me bestiny. Azana matwa so and it is on my penny was siren when the car mu na ebesin atwam a ngi ni say yemfom so obi na abra individuals bi a o madwen ye o mo say e bi anaban na aba power na car no a mpanifo yusu no so yusu bi
okay
na wotan so ni mpanifo nante mpanifo krata ato nsafre no kofi bebre ba ye hu nyina ye sankofo na o ebia oye party ni se me ye party kasamafu na MPP aba aban mu na nkofo V8 ye rade adom metumi atobi ena mo se menim se betumi afrem o Jubilee House ana se betumi afrem wo ministries no na ebre de be frem no esese me ye ntem na me koduru honti na ma to sare ne de ahye me ka ni nti ye to safrem ya se difri kutu nse besen ko ministry no ana ma so asisu wo ho wo very disturbing, very disturbing. I thought that we had traffic situation a ye wo mu pa nipa no pe kwan afam no a otumi bisa wo ho nsem bebre nanso eno na sese aba atoton kane ahodo na ebo yirem sese nipa titiru bi ba besia akọ ato aso a matemamufo mpo a omunya politicians nso so ma hunu si nyina ye na se tumi bua ma omutumi contem dia omuso di omho bagim eno na police srese na ye nyina nso mpo ye de ho gim asrese eyesa emare ehunu die hia ema ya attend to kofi unim ze ne santi enne ambulance mi bo siren e traffic lane mu na driver for fili some way so mo be man na ba if you so mo fili say adoso dodo why the team why them people ask all these questions but obi anu wa ambulance ko betumi agina na ko hweze nipa be ne dem
until say be you busu any e de ne besi akono. You may ask unnecessary questions. Enunti to me a ewo saa nhihye ni mu no. Enam say obi a de ne ho ahye mu binti. Eye free ho kakra because minim say bullion vans used be police for use fire service all the security agencies are allowed to use.
Okay.
Diplomatic corps omo around to say embassies ni anyoma hodo no to da omo so omo cars no omo to me use president and then ministers no so kra wo ho akwanya say omo to me use. But then omo from say national security be no mo parade omo ho around imprint the sanity. Kofi me ma example be yen nyina ye bra ya downfall because of politics inti ya ye namfo and say do or the other side sami jefi bra ye call Kumasi a na se ye ne koso no me free Kumasi, so I was in Kumasi that weekend.
Okay.
Kofi wunya so
hey
eti mi Kofi na papa say ade ye no me ne juso ana na me say there be na me juso wow juso do na me say o there be ye no obo sen ho baby ya what is siren say aban mu mpanimfo abakru eyi na kasa president grant to me ankobio na so baby biara wonam bia na wote siren e kire how we are abusing the system because of the political affiliation some of us we have because of politicians bia any omo yefi intimi the police for say na me tu omo fo say omo dia bay omo hye mu kena every say the entire omo nso ntimi hye mu kena ne say me edi maban na power na me boss na frɛ me na me bo wu besen na wo chemia yesi call be free above beba. Se call ni free above ba sa ko fi wo kura be jami. O ntimi nkan kosi ba bia. Ba se ye hye sa amra no a de de be ye me ade adu se no. Ese se de ono so wa aban mu no yetumi de ye no na ankran so a omo nso de omo ho agye mu no yetu omo fo se omo nyina omo nyai. Se de be ya emergency ba ye be hunu se emergency na ebe. De ebe de emergency. Afei ye wo omo nso aya ma omo ho kwan no. Ato da no omo nso ma na bro so. Because se me police ni ama me ho kwan a eno nche se metumi ahye me fi ya bra me pe na mesim with the idea say because me was siren into no time bia mesumi bia metumi akọ some people are also abusing it because they have the power to use it. The reason why I be idea mu bi ni for the emergency aspect of it.
Okay.
Makasa president there. So say ye emergency o. So on emergency o. Ye ntumi ni ndi traffic mo. Eso obesin ko. Fire service car besin akwa. Eso obesin ko. Ambulance be say akwa yentimi nya adagye nkɔhwɛ sɛ hwan ne dem obi ndem saa de no kra no ma men clear some misconception in free public in team so obi dem so obi ndem no you don't know where it is going ebi wɔ hɔ a obi ndem but ɔkɔfa obi nti kwan bia so ɛsɛ sɛ ɔbɔ siren no timi koduru ba bia wɔ contem
okay
nti yɛsɛ temamufo sɛ abra aban no de nhyehyɛ no aba no we nya aban no nkwa ne de aba ɛyɛ constitution nhyehyɛ no yɛn nyinaa yɛn di so sɛ de be ya yɛbɛhu the importance of these sirens are any enyoma de aba light no mo ka ho asem ne de enya saa yere nyedam no kura wo V8 no nko a even on the highways enkofo bi the light bi abobo mo ka ho akofi so wo drive anajo a especially on the Kumasi Accra kwan no so a trailers yi ba minim ba bi o mo ko mo to mo light
trailers ne de
so to the light no wa nyina mu a eto so on sa wan mu na ayare wo sem eno na accident be brace no because obi ono ma and I driving na nkasa no ato ne kwam no compromise na nkane ahodo atwa kai nyina ho hye menim say was standards no so wo ho a say obi a to me de one ka ho hwenya na nsan ya Awurade dom ya etimi twi nkofo ka nke nim say even glass cry tinti ko do level bi a say police form pe so sanshi say we nyina is there to help us say de be ya kwan so dwumadie no be ya jojo ama ye nyina eno ti yesre say yen so ye temamufo no yen din hyehyɛ no so na Ghana police say ye chi nipa no okwan mu a ye ma hyehyɛ ne nya adwuma emyemfa ne nyina nkyɛn bia nya bibia na yen say nya ne ye say gyae no a obesa akoso aye say adwuma die na with the idea say ye chi me kra enko ba bia ye be gya me Kofi
na the laws about a year siren and the wo ho no yentie anase yen kan bi ne yen hwɛ o say Ghana's law on siren and strobe light is strict. You can only use them if your vehicle is in one of the 6 specific category. Otherwise, it is illegal. The law is as regulation 74 of the Road Traffic Regulation 2012, LI 2180. And this is what it says. It's talking about those that can use the strobe light and the sirens. 1, government vehicles used for official purpose by the head of state. 2, police vehicles. 3, fire service vehicles. Ambulance operated by hospital or clinics. Now, maybe no be so assembly or 5, vehicles used by other recognized government security agencies. Then 6, registered bullion vans. And no, that's what the law says. Yes. Then 2, those that cannot use them. Any individuals on institutions outside those 6 categories is prohibited. Then 1, he says that this include MPs, ministers, chiefs, pastors, CEOs, private companies, and regular citizens. That's just say,
yes, we won't say, Kofi, but say, or requested for police escort. Because I knew a different. Say, only for police escort, they say, made in anymore. I feel they were running to the service of the Ghana Police Service. Say, baby, I'm you me here say, Mama me escort na indi menim. Say, some motor kid ni be din anim dia. Oh yeah, they are or the wow no beba besi. But so no personally, a tuni car no team. Na woba na V8 ba ko pe no bo ne wow de bade. And no the only who can so between us. And then of course you see say most of the ministers no emergency or requesting motor no mani be din anim ba ko mienu bi. Say the be obetumi dia ko ba bi oko. And no na ye ka say ankran bi to me yes ade. Now was say na ko vi na person bisa me question bi. Me nim say there wo mitrim ya. Unim say a year for no
and they know because they were not captured here.
Yes.
And sir Hayes, but people call it ambulance.
Yes.
No if he na ba be ka ho a omo mma kwan kray.
And so emra we emra yeshe in 2012 year. Sa brand nyina na sa vehicle no da so ho. Yesre omo nso nkofo bi a na omo ha adwen kakra. Efunu dem wo nti yemfa mesen ne yemfa nko. Once I get captured, no, the umbetumi aya ne se umbetumi request motorcade no na bi abedi animu. Sadie, ye betumi aspe omo kakra wo mra no. Ba se motorcade ni animu na se omo ankasa de omo nim de say because say ye fafunu and say because nkofo frɛ ambulance nti. Na ye de be call dia enye yi. Nti umbetumi aya se this omo so call police for home ye mo omo motorcade ni di animu.
Edi anim.
Sadie ene omo police for no be escort o. Baby how de ufunu kro no konina no. Because almost hard drain pa system no. Always, especially Saturdays. Whoa, here and there. And said the Amrane can onka ho. Obeka ho the anete say why police for say ya. Omo age atum say obetumi e di motorcade de animu na ode ufunu akoba bia opese odi kobia.
Na your friend is say for ya. Almost o maba ka ho yi. You say it mentions MPs, ministers any idea. Is there so many no bia obi o?
Make say from so. Say what request say omo for moto ni ndi wanim dia. Eno de me wogi de say call Ghana Police
now
Service.
They put it not even the motorcade.
Or they are set
waka na nkasem.
I am from so CEO. No they are check car. I am from so because they feel say oh you busy my friend emergency bia. I just say oh yen temper na obiti traffic and to be who 1 V8. No kwa to asini kwa so wo no abese no ko. Kofi I am from so say anya sa ye matemamufo no so high. I thought that what car ni bi mu na se bi twam a. Na ye oyampo so ye politician. Because the kind of comments they will give.
Say comment they go
for maybe I started trouble ye na because omadwen dey say I say omoma ye 2 million a. Na ye the 2 million a sai omadwen. Hwe wo de wo hwe efri ha O station no corner. Udru how do we call it? New plan. Middle lane no.
Yeah.
Etimi ba say ye ba no 3 and 4. Na obia so wow no free to ho. Osimu nyina mo ma ne kwan. Na omesen. Eno na yesre say yes ye ma the emergency part of those sirens no e brase. Eno nti na aduru mre bi a fire service for ba pa nkofo ntimi bie traffic ni mo. Because omu so mate abre.
Yeah.
Ambulance besia kopa yentimi bie kwan ni mo because nkofo hunu so mate abre. But these are emergency vehicles. Here so muko do o mana mo se de se na se so mo ye. Nti yes let memfo no MPs no. DC phone na de mo agi mo covid.
Oh yeah.
Serious. Me say I thought that to me hunu vehicle bi. Etwam wo so be say national security. Well, say also a recognized security agency.
Sure.
But you see, abuse. Bakufo bi adwuma national security. ɛna ɔte me mpatamu ɔnso arentɛm nkɔ adwuma no abɔ nan na yɛn nyinaa yɛpere so a yɛreba no because all national security adeɛ ne bɔ ho nti waso asi so de ba and because it is recognized police hu na wontumi nka hwɛ nkyerɛ no but ɛsɛ sɛ yɛ sa ɛsɛ sɛ yɛde nhyehyɛ nso yɛ adwuma because all these things emergency nti sɛ police service kora pɛ sɛ ɔmo kɔ amasaman na so ɔmo tumi yɛ ɔmo nhyehyɛ yie na ɔmo si mu ntɛm sometimes they may not need the siren they would have to go and do their operations and come as quiet as possible and your operations now kora ne hia siren na wo krɔfo no kuro bedwane nti yɛ bɔ yɛ ho mɔden sɛ yɛbɛtumi adi saa mmara no so a ɛbɛboa yɛ nyinaa so ɔman because ɛyɛ ne ɛtiatia atemamufoɔ no fa ahodie so ɛno nso nyɛ de adeɛ a ɛyɛ papa
ɛno nso nyɛ adeɛ a ɛyɛ papa ɛnti no ɛno ɛyɛ yɛnua bɛrima ɛdi ɛdu sɛi ɛna ɔde ɛno ɛde ato dwa no nso wode wadwenkyerɛ ba ɛbɛkenkan dɛma you are also live on our YouTube and our Facebook as well ɛdi quickly yɛntoa so na yɛnhwɛ I don't know sɛ yɛduru adeɛ ɛmata or ɛbata ɛyɛ police any adeɛ ɛnra interior minister de asɛm bi to dwa it's on the front pages ababɛyɛ asɛm wɔ yɛde ho nkɔmmɔ ne adeɛ 1300 a wɔn ɛkɔpɛ sɛ wɔn bɛyɛ adwuma ɛwɔ service ne mu no some has been diagnosed of ɛyɛ HIV AIDS mboawa yi bi ɛne yare ahodoɔ ɛkɛkɛ ka ho what's your take on it
HIV nsɛm deɛ ɛnyɛ yare a mepɛ n'asɛm deɛ nanso yare a meka ho asɛm a ɛyɛ na mentae ehunahuna nkɔfo wɔ ho ɛfiri sɛ at least yɛnim sɛ ɛho ɛhyehyɛ ahodoɔ wɔ hɔ a ɛboa foforɔ ma ɔmotena ase kofi metu esi sɛ yare paa mesuro ne cancer ne sɛ me kidney ho bɛka ɛno deɛ ɛnya ba a wopɔ we no just all revise it because ɔkɔ no woyɛ ho hwee a ɛnyɛ yi you will go but HIV mprempren no abɛyɛ yare a people are living with it though we don't encourage say nkɔfoɔ ɛnyɛ saa yɛ youth no bebree ɛyɛ your friend is a negligence anaa yɛbu yɛ ne gu nneɛma so relationships mu ɛne nneɛma these are young people and no mo kɔpɛ adwuma ɛno ana meka wɔ future me sister ketewa sɛ by force ɛsɛ sɛ mekyɛ no na mekɔyɛ ne test na ɔsere and ebia wɔnte ne ho ase wɔahyia boyfriend bi wodi na di nkɔmmɔ ɔdɔ nti biribiara nkɔ so mo fitin ya master te mo nneɛma mo yɛ ne relationship aba nyinaa biara ni hɔ a yɛ nyinaa yɛbɛware nyinaa yɛtotɔ sini wɔ saa nneɛma ne mu ebiara ni hɔ a yɛkɔhwehwɛ sɛ ne mogya mu nsɛm te sɛ ansa ne yɛastarte yɛ adwuma yɛfitin ya na yɛastarte na yɛyɛ adwuma ɛno na ama young people na kɔgyina position way but then I was reading something about it should we also be in panic because of this no because we the total population na ɔmo kɔpɛ adwuma no a nipa 1.3% out of the total population and minister can who asemi though the number because it is 1,300 seems alarming minim police service in your manner Canada but maybe be a me adwuma sese no abra me kɔpɛ adwuma no me kɔ me medical testing na adwuma ne ka kyerɛ say the own here ni HIV
okay
on personal test but it looks like that test looks personal it looks like say nipa be hunu say net here they put you to some kind of stigma. Enti overrunning with tests, but no the enfant count. Just a Miami could do na me unya trim moja ne dia because the moja can't go waste like that. Unya trim moja nkwa hospital there. I give you the opportunity say check bibi omubia. Enti 1.3% out of nipa 100,000 plus omoko to forms no. And I hear say we sawum. In fact, obi enu or HIV AIDS obesori gidigidi sen ko medical checkup no. Onim. It means that these people they had no idea say saa no kra ni omoneti. They were confident that omo wo honi nyina no, omo you okay. Enya saa say me covid me wo AIDS, say me mama won check me o. Me see hokra because I know this is my situation. Na mean to be nko. But I am only trying to also ask questions to the minister. Does obi o HIV moawa no. Bia owoni nuru so no ana bibi no HIV no si no kwan se obetumi aye adwuma we need to clarify that because enei ye wo omo saa yare na omo ahoden because omo nuru na omo num nti no omo tumi ye nnwuma ahodo esi omo kwan se omo betumi aba be ye adwumayefo ama security agencies no Are there no spaces in the security agencies? Are we also trying to push an agenda business? Say, oh, HIV, you may not be able to find yourself in government spaces. Was the information necessary at this time? Was he trying to communicate, say, he's trying to say, so all these people are being put away because they have HIV/AIDS. In fact, say me debefa obia or in Sapamana security agency. I know to me who dear. Mefa obi or HIV. Yeah. Obia won no monsa pa. Amana kwako ye security agency mo dear. Mefa obi or HIV or dani no so na adwene no ye very sharp because security agencies no you see here obia na adwene mu sound of sound my me kenka omoni omano. Na se na pomudin no ye betumi abɔ ho ban ama na ko animu. Go any of my baby no. You ever see for police? There are people who are into intelligence, CID. Until you bet me for investigate a beer. A beer na more one on the moja. But ya or that nino so ocean qualifications in a jumano obey to me aye. Ne body original hono. Bahon coin say, say I renovate to me in the coin for the next 15 years, even 20 years. Kofi any obia ya be fanwa. Oberin sa ko dagatem. But I no cry who I just see I find a Juma because Obi no monza or interview or riba. Who Vince and who will be. But there are some of these security agency people like Obi who no in uniform power, but no I say fine. But yeah, can do money when I fed the HIV. So the questions I would ask the minister and say, Sanko for you know, is it said because he who's more HIV in you former Juma no any year now? Is it what the agenda we are going to put in our minds going forward in some of these state agencies? Are we saying say now HIV no be benchmark ama say oni ahoden into ntimi nya adwuma na eno na me pesa me te ase because if you put this information out yen na ete achire no yen so yenim say recruitment ya check akra and there have been so many criteria as amode dropping bebre and now are we saying HIV is becoming one of these criteria sir the pam nipa ne be free security agencies sir. Even if they have the expertise, we are not going to use them on now. And no na me share because a idea about fetchile I can was a be that dear say I call health screening a whole door the services are the results detailed. Utienwa or there's so many detailed results about or the mental issues in car by omwa yet test your my who say mentally they were not stable. And no say no more issues were home because Kofi Ghana has the economy in 70 nipa bebre mentally down. One way I bet me around me check this year Kofi Ubeka say me ko psychiatry because nyoma e cost me 3 mono is serious. However, you better check me be another time me see kasema you okay ejina no. Maybe I will be in sound mind. There are so many times that it may be so will be any sort of sound mind questions. The answer he will give you, wow, I'm quite now say they never pay. Na ya na yenim ninti yesi oni the right frame of
the right frame of mind.
Meanwhile, Sabreno, a psychiatric doctor will tell you the man is smart. The answer he gave to the question you asked doesn't make sense. Inti yenshe yari ahodona obubodi ni na yese ebi twase bi ato ho. Na sana e twa to no. So going forward, HIV stigmatization aka ho asem no. Are we going to say obi na HIV a ontimi nya adwuma security agency no even when the person is healthy, the person is on the drugs, no betumi atena simfie kakra da yanimu ana. Na me de medin kaka no. Say me de be fa currency ni akọ service ni mo de. Aka me recruit obi o HIV. Odani no so an ho de.
Yeah. But speaking to security analyst this one about fentanyl, or say enka enye bonus wo, but enniama ne ntete ne adwuma a wo beye no. Ono mondro ni said that na bia ho den no beba for immune system na enye strong so a obetumi agina no. Eno so e.
Entina the phase of our security, we just have to come clear with it. On say show. Security agencies ni na over immigration no one ye won kofo enye the cadet based activities ahoden adwuma say nipa na reject you if it is based on that maybe some of us will agree, but what about somebody who is going to be a pure administrative officer in the service? I don't think I cry subject to that physical hard trainings now mokono because we are pure intelligence as I say identify nneɛma bi mu ene ya AI abɛn how they can inculcate all these things in our investigation processes ne ade saa nipa wei no ɔnimdeɛ no onim crampo sɛ wohwɛ nkɔla ɔm kɔ gyina awia ɔmo gyina awia so for a very long time enye mogya mu asɛm ne kɔba ya kofi sɛ ne yɛnim sɛ bebree wɔ HIV me I have been of the view say even HIV a yɛka ho asɛm kofi sɛ yare ahodoɔ ɛwɔ asase so nyinaa sɛ yɛnka nkyerɛ wo sɛ wo bia enkuwo na da wobɛkɔ kɔlebu a yɛbɛkyɛke biribiara ma wa yɛbɛka sɛ oh adu sɛ doctor no hwɛ n'anim kora kofi wosu timete wohwɛ sɛ deɛ wosi abɛka asɛm na kyerɛ wo no a ɔmo wɔ style bi a yɛ ɔmo ba are you Mr. Adu sɛ na wakɔ no asaba kofi asɛm aba ɛno nkoa me nura masama na mafo because there are so many people a yɛnka nkyɛ ne sɛ ne kidney nyɛ adwuma no na wɔkɔba da kopa ne tipa no ɔkɔ yɛ ka sɛ ne kidney nyɛ adwuma odura masama na ne tiri ho nyina etutu if you say adwendwen na tɔ no so free hospital hɔ de bɛfie we need to have a clear distinction between some departments ɛno na mepɛ sɛ ɔmo nte aseɛ sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a yɛmfa saa akwanya no so mpushi nkɔfoɔ bebree ebia they may have expertise in certain areas of the security agency but because of saa nneɛma wei a yɛde ba ne nti no yɛntumi nyusu wɔn sɛ ebi obi wɔ Ghana Education Service anaasɛ obi wɔ any other service within the country aban fa no na sɛ yɛkɔyɛ ne test na yɛyɛ ne test no though ɔwɔ ne HIV deɛ ba still ɔda so yɛ n'adwuma I mean nti ɔmo police mu dada sese no obi ani HIV ɛnkyɛ yɛ kraa ɛna news bi ba sɛ police ni panimu bi wɔ Kumasi hɔ baabi wafa abɔfra bi issue ɛda so da hɔ kraa infect no with HIV but so ɔyɛ officer ɔyɛ n'adwuma all right possibly kraa ɔnum ni nuro nti wohunu a wohunu sɛ yare we wɔ
baby no onim
yes nti they should come clear and in a way a yɛbɛtumi ahunu sɛ say deɛ ɔwɔ HIV a services ne deɛ don't approach it at all na into me because me still na maintain your maybe as a papa as me here elimination by rough tactics but I am trying not to do the politics around I don't know because I also alarming situations say and for such youth based people now say HIV and send someone yeka form hono hameka maybe a chum na universities ni bo aye tag omo near kekasa sem na form and I ask them these are our relatives. The Ghana AIDS Commission, the statistics, they ba no more bosses are me because these are our relatives. We are with them all the time. And I see HIV number no agru akwa kodu se kofi. Let just say we nipa two bia one we are the oton chen wo esio. Na yakofa ehun ni ade bia ba betu so. So the minister should come clear on the roadmap and if now who HIV ni AIDS na untimi nya adwuma na security no more fine. But then it's alarming. Yenu no ma ebi omote sa results no. They shouldn't be disturbed. I'm told say results no cry no per feedback now. This is why I apply to have it. Meaning say Sankofo is still. There are some people who have been disqualified. They don't know say be on the grounds of HIV they are disqualified. Which is another serious thing.
One angle yene a lawyer party edin commando pay reason and as kan yene say ebema within the community no. Say yemfa ubia. People might think, say, waiting the young no.
I told my sister, say, so boyfriend, I had disqualified. Uncle check it. You see, because any panua resource, no, I'm mom all you get is that message nearby and they say, Opa say, the entire you're disqualified. Where you can apply to the medical team and have access to it.
Okay.
It's just any panua, yeah, kasa 1,300 na so many HIV. Kofi Asante bi onam de baby Kofi nyewa onam de baby onim sese wonu okasa HIV for na come once the onim answer ya disqualify no but I feel community now team no be ehwe ni 22 moko ya yesim mu ezinti waba betina fi ya amfa so we need to look at it in a very holistic way ebeboa ye nyina media de message say ministers should come clear on this say no bi wo AC mu awa ni bia na onum ni nro man ho ye den say de kra service no ntumi mfa no ana the bear next time no nkofo nkodi queue no so say o me kra me ho ye de nti metumi akoma say anim guase we nkoba
okay needs 100.9 so ena utie yen shenen so se Ghana Montie ha ena Ghana nyina obia etie anope ye ne wo ena edi juma no nti wo de wo message ba back in kan edi amam na ye kan HIV and semi Grace Asante say good morning. Qualified applicants are still waiting for appointment and they are not saying anything about it. At least a report on what is next can give them hope in their waiting. And no Grace Asante, dear what they are. It's so sad and painful for some police officers. Okay, we've read that one already. Na Kweku, my brother, good work. Greetings to the next president of Ghana, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Kweku and the no buyer. Frederick, also hi. Okay, Frederick, we hear you. We'll get back to you. Na yen twaso emfa emawa. Yen konefe your name. A brother from the NDC who has also joined us, Siegfried Aqua, Kasa Edema Amanyoko NDC. Mr. Aqua Kwaba?
Kwesi,
Kofi.
Kofi mi joso.
Bibia boko de.
Nyamiado.
Ya da nyamia se papa. Okay, yenhwe ensama ye bro so minister de ba bonten any siren. Police aswe de aba se wo mu de ehye to so no emu de ehe na de be hyase.
I think say we be 2 million and so about Minister of Interior some of the two go I think say the last days eno wasem na meka kakra. I think say no na me so me hu a flyer like that na me hu ye no me yem hye me pa. They will catch me when they say, "Hey, me posting crowd me start." I shout to "Hey." Now, Abraham can no. The number of people that reacted to, I me posting no, so sad. Especially, Obi can say, "Hey, inti ade we no, figures minister no, ashada a posting just to scare people and I give a reason. Say an inti no ma rejecting kofo and I say nye intia. And I me can say. Minister will not just come out, accuse some people, say, Omonya is just to, confirm to people, say, reason here I am mouse slot, and a reason here when ya security service in the because when ya is, that be, I don't believe that is the reason. And see, I went ahead talking to that particular person, and I later said, hey, and see, assuming that, work your screening, work through the processes, only for you to go and find out, say, when you're HIV. It is a very serious case, and looking at the number, no, actually say every Ghanaian, including ourselves, or say because our daily activities with friends, how you do your things, and what have you, can result in so many things. And minister no kasano or say. When you are disqualified, they don't give you the reason. Because I didn't see how many ministers in the year they say we me free. Now o catch them say manya HIV AIDS. One shock the shock alone that will come upon me, any easy. There are so many types of human beings. Ebia wo kofi wo he say obi catch anaminia. So obi catch them say when you HIV. He will find ways and means and he will become before you goes to find out. But obi wo the mere fact that we catch and say when you HIV one share that person can even kill himself and I say bibi obeyeno can result in something. So if the minister has decided say okay say reason we ain't see that you are but you can apply and find out why you had that reason. To me many minister na ya adwene. The eto so bi minister na nka say omo ayeyi omo no HIV for nko. I say some of the conditions can be prevented. Some of the conditions are curable, can be cured. And you know ebi mu ho ma that condition say o dey be hu expert now go through the process and be treated. And to say omu treat we na akonya bi beda ho ayede obeden de obehim. Minimum bi lady bi amekra me assist in applying and doing all sort of things with her. Okoye wa qualify for medicals ono kra no yen sheda mfredo. Enti asema ebe kan say I buy speedy up minister no and speedy up because there are so many Ghanaians out there or more train. But me so me believe say she be a minister ne dia gu akwan mu and as she be a bind dia gu akwan mu they are going as followed. And I am very confident say very soon no obia ebenya ne de ama ye ho atoye na almost omanya HIV no say ye 1,300 people omanya HIV. I don't think say yenje omo saa na omo ne na mu saa because ujo omo no omo ne na mu saa it can also result in another thing. So is there a way that we can get all these people so that they will be going through the processes
you don't think say enunti na ebinom ka say na hu hia say minister this answer ba betu dwa. Rather, let's get the people the counsel that we need to give them near mawom and son as who be here say later na de nkomo na ba bontia and say na ba bontia na aba you see aba bontin enipa no friend na wa mbe
efa baby be no ya adwene efa baby be no ya adwene because the AC kura no say uye ni pass menu ya na ka no na ye yi u free ma wa shokra okra we be show say e manya HIV ana but minister so kasa no wanka only HIV hepatitis B was mentioned and other minor conditions so omobobo so nti
that disease was mentioned, hepatitis B, other disease was also mentioned.
But me sure say minister also a boy because now he didn't want to lie to the committee. Minister na boss because he didn't want to lie to the committee. He was being transparent because minister need to be in case friends say because of this what reason is he going to give? So koka say bia kofo bi wo hwa ye yi omo afrim because of hepatitis B. No mu business number saying na omo anya hepatitis B. No kobo different number. Now later on at the end about that means the minister has lied. So to me, partly I believe or I side with you, but at the end of the day, the minister has been transparent and that is what we expect our leaders to be. And even so they make about the issue.
Okay, then the siren.
Siren no dear. Kwam Kofi no nyame anim no krani ya sari na ha adwene but enkofo bebre so enim ra no unim say madam fu bi ka kire me say oniska obeto Land Cruiser oniska obeto Land Cruiser nti opese okoto Land Cruiser like car no na ade nti opese oto sa car ne say car no wosoro nti say wo de sari kra boss wa police who are almost stop you. That is the mentality of my brother or a friend of mine. And it tells you, say, most Ghanaians believe, say, so ukita Land Cruiser alone, or say unya sarina the ball can. That is the mentality of a lot of Ghanaians. But Mr. Susi because recently I was watching a policeman, I'll say, Sarino for government and as a head of state. He mentioned some key institutions I was almost used to Sarino. I'm boss some security agencies, be to say NSB, National Security, and what have you. And no crown, and your munina, I think some specific people. And to the America about Sarino, say
so the law says that those that are eligible to use a government vehicle used for official purposes, i.e. the head of state, police vehicles, fire service vehicles, ambulance. Operated by hospital and clinics. Vehicles used by other recognized government security agencies. Then registered bullion vans. These are the KUA won't be to me use according to the LI 2180 of the Road Traffic Regulation Act.
Okay, so it's meaning that so be a CEO of a state company.
They were not captured.
Or you swear he's not captured. Then I think if
ministers and MPs are not even part.
Then I think if that's the case, then we need to revisit. I mean, and imply and ensure that LI is fully enforced. I think the problem we are having now is, if anything, enforcement of the law. The problem we have here is the enforcement of the law. I think the necessary body or the necessary agency or ensure that people who adhere to this should also work harder. But down the day, any this year, buying quan almost starting so much siren. Our ho, I feel and reason on mechanics will be catch us or co-meeting we were busy or a government appointee and you also kind of home and call. So what you say, but siren, say kahwa airline was very clear unless there will be amendment. Since there has not been any amendment, say ordinary Ghanaian we are the now betting out to Mudia. Then if there is a rule that is guiding how to use siren, then I believe that the necessary agency or the body in charge should ensure, say, irrespective of your position in Ghana, you should go by or adhere to the LI. And as a Emra Eda, the use of siren in Ghana.
Okay. ɛno ɛnso ɛyɛ yɛnua bɛma Zigfred Akwa deɛ ɛnso ɛno no na also betumi ɛde nso wodi awo ɛdi kan ka kyerɛw sɛ we are live on YouTube and also on Facebook Neat FM 100.9 ode ba yɛ bɛkin kan bɔbɔ so ɛde amount ɛdi sɛ member of hobby ni yɛnhwɛ what are any other issues ɛwɔ hɔ ma bɛpɛ sɛ ɔbɛka ho asɛm we have president from the office of the president krata nyame yɛ adomo efiada ɛne memenda yɛ ba bɛyɛ a clean up exercise general cleaning ɛwɔ Ghana nyinaa nra Mrashebe speaker aka say MPs no enso enkonko join by Friday any ensema hodo a ewo ho ehim fa na befa be free
Kofi clean up dey say eyo aye eno anamitie me bra poyando kumase
okay
and I work say
poyando yeah
in fact we share calendar na the same dates and MPPA elections for
okay yeah
now I will say I'm say on penny on junior MPP for on person be clean up any day. I mean anytime you have voting exercise shouldn't take you that long. Into yes sir said the bear you bet to me aye on mamba pa timemufo aye relevant you know me share party phone na say yamfi hu shem bribi bet to me be whilst we still undertake our elections peacefully na yentimi enye de so o man no ani ye den yara Omai no a president and Omai president akwan bia so no and she say bi o bia na yet mem for say edi so na Kofi Mame fan free say who say must we die before we think about cleaning must we die before we think about cleaning the bia minya platform bia meka last week I was saying on a sister station say I am a dinze metumi agye atum say ye woni pa bi wo Ghana ha o meko heaven I am a ding. Send me to me Ajia to say when nipa bi wo Ghana has see ya obeko heaven. Adentia. Over the good books of the Christians. I Bible na. Osi wo nyame so mpa free ho a. Ahonidie no.
Yeah.
And it say me obi bia me di be gina so say nyame hwehwe ye say yenye wa asase so a. Me ko asori na metene me ho sum nyame ye de ye no. Me wie say me di me ho ni. Ase nyankopon aye som no no. Onye nyame a oye basa basa nyankopon. Kofi it will shock you in Accra here. So bet to me afa sorry that be who ball a way chiri no. Sorry that you. Yes ball ho. And the church feel say on the compound no wabo ho by wie. In fact, yes see sorry there be a waterway. Ye sorry ne ye ne ball a ono so the gunsuom. Me hu bi da. Sorry no awaye ne ball no or the gunsuom. In fact, sorry ne sewage ni nyina wo inside wo ni nyina or the akotunsuom. Sorry. Yeah, who say ya? Na ye to ye da wa si ye nyankopon no. How do we expect to excel as people? Who go ye nuanom Muslimi for so ahunindie ya dey ultimate in their faith. In fact, omukra de omukwa sorry omu hohoro omu ho. Asa no makwa sorry. In fact, inye bibia na betimi dey abem mosque. But unfortunately, yeah, dirty people. Eti madwen won sa amenti ase. Na mum Mr. President, I do wait 2 days as enforcement any problem on my muhase. Aban bia bia apede bia mfanye cleaning. O de opa ahwe. Akufo-Addo omampanyi atwamu old boy. On my and nabia na de clean up exercises.
I think last Saturday
yes
in every
how
month.
Serious did we take this? Timamufo ne mfo mu hunyim Timamufo na ono kopra baby a opra anywhere no edwoada o de ball asakogo ofi suban boni subatan tawe si ye prapra kro hanyina na timamufo na enjai de omo ye no a ye pe koso face what we are facing. They say if you ada I can say the capital ne de ye jai adwuma nyina agu amoma na boka because as I say ye kopra. Are we going to look at this pain the country will go through and say we are timamufo no be responsible? Yan chichi the ball say nsu otonti e di tuma manako eko hin. Do we ask ourselves these questions? Enti ye do mampanya ase say wo de abade but yen hye yes say enforce say every month mpo na ye ya the enforcement should be very very important. Ko victor ma o mampanyi Akufo-Addo start here so abene na me wo Kumasi nti I remember say na me me kwa sorry me Adventist.
Okay.
There's a kwesi adan dem ko bonse nku na aja maje kakra bi. Wanya ne sai ni.
Ba me menda ne die.
Na me menda no ode buy no. Sa bre no the first one no. Na SD for ne aban no nya se ye be there on the Sundays.
Okay.
Inti medru KJT. Say soja for na hwe ade so. Ovi. Medru KJT na me kono. Ye say this am plans na makọ. But I didn't complain. I had to comply by then. A chiransa na masori no to me ni aban no yen hye say okay fine. Ye betumi akọ asori kwesi ada na yen so ya ye mpatemu ahodo aye wa ye the official communicate ba bonte. You see, sa enforcement na me hu no KJT. Na minim say beto aso. Maka ka say. Se ye betumi aye instrument bi a ebe ma soldier for ho kwan ma hwe ahonidie so a. Ebe ma ye man no mu ate. Ahonidie pe. O say dey na anu ye do mo ko galamsey ho no dey say nya issues ho kakra. Ba ahonidie ne dey. Especially in Accra and the big cities. Yem fenja soldier fui. Na obi de to for momunie. Obi hwie ball a omunie. Ebetumi aboa. Me hu say KMA introduce tanker system ni biem. Minim say astati ebejentre ha e wo ba bia. Kofiti mamufo su ban biem. So koduru na so wan hwe say minua yi ko hwie ball agu ba bia se so hwie go no. Ma nye ne 20 cedi amana ante say free Montie. Because a fine obi near the family kwan so fine no. We will not be here and be discussing the things we are discussing. Me so pa no. Na ye nia ye fie. Kofi we dia min to watiefu anum. Sebe mofra aja omo na agu omo ankasa kura bam.
Yeah.
Tankas timi be wura ho be kasa. Ye ma me ankata so. Wa wo fie o adentia because omo sise ye mu no ese se obo wa otifie ho ban say yare bia mebo. How much more abontin got them? Inti ye nyini ye hunu say enyo ya ye kan say yes flood won't cry. Na ya tisa because even in the 90s flood ebe ba ma ye nyina be king kan bi be hu say President Rawlings cry a time flood ba ma ye nyina ye hu. But the ekoso say no. Ayete say we are investing in the flood say ye koji sika ye de beti gatemu ba nipa no sususu ba ya wo mu nye. Hwe ye te adwada na nsuo no bu ye nyina ye ntumi anko ba bia no. Ya me beka akurumu no. Kofi ade chi 2 days na mimpie ye. Inti Thursday na meko sister station. Udru interchange na so circle. Oma boa ball na no nesisi ho. Even at places are flood no no. And you man oma boa no nesisi ho. And I was asking myself say, hey, inti should it happen say? Insu you say jemu bi another 24 hours. Say new men nyina sa be come back. Akwa tatai gata si mama na choki. Our sense of urgency when it comes to sanitation, will form from new pana woye ngurano, eko si the all managing rano. We have issues, and the gap is too wide. It's every enforcement. Say your planners 2 days no. Na itimite TV esi gata muni na ewie na dwada. Mami atase ball obesa to chire ba ko sa de akwa to gata ni mu a. We will still be back to zero. Inti we must be responsible people as a nation. I know the bet to me a boy. I'm at the can in to me about my was a committee be say baby. We had a committee for flood management and we been post one committee.
Flood committee.
All these things are irrelevant.
Oh, what omobehwa boana baby omo sisi dan de ese baby ni kwan se esie wo mayi ni nyina de afiri hoy.
Of you ni maybe esi dan asu ni si.
Obebre.
MC no kra nim. Say MC timi atena ho madana kosi ho awia kofi de what committee no obeye dey. Aban nam sinio.
Na de okasa asodin wo nipa afan.
Enti say aban nam sini aban krache panini a wo the whole of Abia Amasamai. Ahwa ma me edu say makosi da yesinsuom. In fact makoje permit kra free ho. O me ye no mbetwero ho produce permit me ni bi. Makọ ho ama me permit. Me nya permit we masi dan no awie. Kofi aban krache panini no eda so ho. SSNT committee in Free Jubilee House no messing call Satokrum Hansani Ebumi Dana to go. We just need to be responsible people. Baby biara ye di to me ama oni baby awo biano. Be responsible. And pray our communities baby or just talk fire service in Timinko.
Sure.
Because of how I see dino as I adwin in ejuma. And unti me threat memo for baby awo to assassin. Why when it you say in anyone? What fail it? Unim go video na adwin say here for na sofa dey we. I didn't na make us. Here ni bia sinifie wo ba bia na nka yetini so anka ohaw bia ni ho basika ni bia beto nsuo no wa feeling nsuo no ani wa de aboa tintim mu amasisi nsuo na dane ne ho akɔ Fatima muni no a ɔno no na ɔtete ni so no nsuo ni ba bia afenti no wachia no ho akɔ Fatima muni ni fi akɔ fa do nti on se sikani kro no a ɔyɛ investment no wan safa at the end of the day the ɔno te ba bi na nsuo no tia na ni kɔ fa ho no ɔno no akɔ sofa I am just advocating for responsible citizens. The government will pass laws, the government will do everything. See, I'm not responsible. Ni anye ni nkofo yisuro nyame ni ya adwon se be bon environment no ba ya. We nya ya da. Nti ni akọ galamsey say aye nwie no. You ente ya say the environment must be protected.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Right.
Boss.
2 days. And that solved the issue.
Kofi.
Yes, sir.
With the issue of sanitation, you fighting about sanitation. Sa, my name brother age, but my name say from time I was my brother, we were still tackling sanitation issue. Anytime I was me up to date, every now and then there is a problem. Every now and then. And Kofo Eka and Sembebre about sanitation. And a friend is saying sanitation, a friend is a baller, a kunyo, and Yama Bebre, and Omobetene to blame the government. You started to say blaming government, and you know, Ghana for every year be blaming government. Yeah, now we fee. Yeah, subai. Any near be yeah. But we end up blaming government. Well, I don't have problem with Ghanaians, but back at I didn't hear to me, no me believe he said. I was saying so Ghanaians here checking home before you be blaming a buying all the time. They didn't come make was in discipline. Kofi. Ube who say young guy be to say me, and I say to say wow, I can't say but me do example. Ube no pure water. Or Timoto so. Or sheha o ma memfanto na obi ba abefa na so obi akita o mindset ni bi na onu musuo no ja to kwan ho a how are we going to live as a country? Enra La Paz station so wo hwe baller na egu La Paz station e ase fem enye La Paz station kwa ko friends say all the stations in Accra here ko almost said that jai ball and no manigua a bon a bebre and san or my befriend any of the sanitation companies to come for it. Abraham no say, Sir and Kofuano and Nam station were a ton a day or hoina. I was told so much you dues in Kakra, Emma station masters and whoever is in charge. Call markets the Mukohe. We have cleaners and all these people. And so at the end of the day, senior the Obi one say. Ebe pay wa ye nyo obi unim edano na enra na obi ka chem say just last month okohun so mo jai baller no man pem wo La Paz station or catch station master and say look baller na egu we enye yade ye kra e ba be fuka o ha enye safe o catch say the ufi asem enye wasem baller na egu woni de ya ebe ye enti we su ye pese ye kire say nsuo to na sa baller na nyina nsuo no wo hye ne man ko block bibi na flood si ya aban ana. Enti no ye Ghanaians na so yen check ye ho before see be blame the politicians. Yen check ye ho ye pa. Now my brother so ka bibi say President Mahama and I say Ashanti Regional Communications Director and say President Mahama am consider MPP before say offense obeshe samra no and obema directive. Now MPP for minim say mo na Saturday meboa. This Saturday no umbeto aba.
Yes, Saturday.
Yes, President Mahama say yemfa 2 days. On my directive say Friday security agencies any nkofobia mo be ye adwuma. But because obeto aba nti no. So wo the aspirant no kra no muntumi nya. All other MPP supporters and all other MPP members so enjoy Friday Saturday mo betumi agya ama the other Ghanaians any NDC for. Na yenso ya no on Saturday. Enti no
it was on the lighter note.
Officially no mesre MPP for say baby aye do sesi na enya about MPP and enya about obia. Communications director na ka say bi say okay say MPP for come akoma to ohuyem na your friend say me a President Mahama emi omo no very soon as we be President Mahama emi obia 1 month 2 days
asem na okay
na asem na meka 1 month 2 days na say Poyando kasama party no enti dey Poyando beka bia no it is believed say MPP for na aka
but any official position
oh that be Ashanti region nyina kasama for ne Poyando
sometimes he has his views
whatever obeka bia ye no ye be believe say Poyando me boss tie asem bia boss beka no obi abejeje say NDC na aka
he also has
obi abejeje ebi o won view yes he will respect his view but on to be Poyando na or ka say President Mahama sabotage MPP or can be sir until the person me say MPP you have 1 day Friday but omonye momboa ye na cleaning Ghana on Saturday monto maba
President Fred is one of
now okay town council and our town council said then
yeah thank God
me ya wo me no na me sure so mo twa saade ni because man share dem hu papa why am I saying that me kai somewhere in the inase north no sa time no kra na sa town council said then enye so active no kra no na utumu say uye bibi fin bi kakra si wa wo ma me bebo because obeka cho say uye no mo be samame a eska metua no wo na obeden ubetua enti no say one prafia you have a problem to the extent that say wo di nsuo si wo on say ya nsuo wo di si wo a amama ya na say sam menim say razopus so say den ade tretetro bi ebegu wo me ma me ka kire me say nsuo no wo di si wo 3 days na wo nyuso kra hwiegu na ye den safofro gum because one anye sa na tankers for be cheda ono obenya issue so you could see the level of discipline way back me man beto ni gidigidi me ba na say efedi from the system but what to me who say na ukọ akurase ya na nkura ho na the level of discipline e ho no so key now ye wo place be to say in the Lembele constituency so ukọ market wa hardly will you put something in the market because so we a mistake now they are there to market one market I don't know whether they are district assembly and also market security no more chiwa you will pay times 10 of a fee or market church obetu ya into obia na manu are careful until the mean I can say we need to enforce I or see enforce mrano mene ne ya adwene na part mene ne nya adwene ene the part o ka say committee na hu hia e ho de mene ne nya adwene okaya be ka bibi say time omusi ebia ye waterway no wonim MCE no so otesu no nim ba me adenti amene ne nya adwene say MCE say amotesu sesi when was the time omo appoint you
okay
but me nwe yo me conclude
lande mame ya
mame lande when was the time omo appoint you just recently it is our MCE na be omo appointing no might indirectly might not know baby waterways and you need to appoint people to investigate to know say I say I was see down waterway now I am finding ways and means and ya tema ho baby no mo say ho no mo ton there was akakran we drew a fence port one omo say ho no na omo ton sanko a na egu ho nti wutumu say nsuo to kese wo ho bia flood eden esi nti what the fence MC ni ye ni say wa clear sankofo ni nafuo I open gata kese bi wo ho nti sesi a no nsuo to wo ho a flood enye de nsi
great
so what I say so I think the committee is very important and if they are going to work very hard ebeboa Ghana for nyina na Ghana for so yen hwe ya setena mu before we blame officials and our government yes yen hwe ya setena mu because majority of the problem no yen Ghana for although aban no so ewo enema bi anko so oye like enforcing the emra and doing all sort of things but say aban no enya ma yeso yen ka say aban no enye yenti yeso yenye because aban no day in and day out President Mahama actually say kakra bi obeye to solve our problem president
okay Medase papa anti yenua bema Zigfred Akwa akasa wo NDC amanyoko no mu na wote ne nka no enti yede enuanom mienu at least minim so final word be at the chat we have a one-on-one with MP Nefe yene no ento aso
the mechanic na ne say you see o man no chichire ni ye yo ne yepe obi e ni wo pese Ghana nkonkohwe ase I don't see say nyoma bi because na ye ma comment na we are giving the comments from ye nyina ya adwene mu de betumi aboa ɔman no ene ne kyekye me de temamufo na mesi ɔmo sɛ ye nyamesum pafiri ona honidie na wo ho dia we should be responsible for our environment and we should guard it with our heart and all we've got mintimi kɔtena so dem sum nyame na me ye finsa me hu bi da nti sɛ metumi asum nyame yi a ɛsɛ me ye obi a me di me hu ni Kofi me da sɛ onyame anɔpɛ
okay me so me da sɛ papa Zigfred
Kofi me da wase sɛ onyame anɔpɛ
okay
e friend say Ghana for as me kan o ma yeso yen hwe ya system mu yi na se ye be solve flood any issues ye ka ho asem ni a yeso ye ka ho bi ti kakra me so me ka
okay me da se papa eno Zigfred inti wote yenua bema Eddie Edusei wote ne nkansa so na te Zigfred akwa awo ND Samanyokumu enso enka me twa me ho onwum we mu aba me ba ye ne Honorable Bernard Badu Baba Bedin Komo, or MP Edema Akwetia constituency. So now you know. If you don't know, you know. Honorable Bernard Badu, lawyer at MP for Akwetia constituencies in the house. Any Honorable Bedin, come on. How is his government performing? Mreshak Asantina Amasaman, also so Kweku Kwatin, is telling us this morning that those with HIV positive should be allowed to go through. And my question is, what is the purpose of doing health screening? Greetings to Honorable Sedem Afenyo MP for Amasaman constituency. Okay, thank you. And Nasco Futuo says that, or Nasco Fufu, don't blame President Mahama alone on the flood issues because it's a national assignment to whom it may concern regards to DCE. Zakaria. Okay, enti yentintom na yenko yenim na Kwaba. Bibi aboko de.
Oh, nyame adom so e.
Nyame adom.
Nyame ase.
Uko fie.
Oh. Jaben de hoboko. So kakra odim se. Adwuma yi said the city na bribia no. Yes, so ye Ghana adwuma won kran de na so ese wo mu ani so kofie sanse. Yo mu tumi so nenda. Yenso ye frɛ honorable yibi. Ti o tinkran kwa na wo nkwa. Enti ye wo niam ba ku mienu bi a yedi ho dwuma. First and foremost na ye wo ayi bi na otwe da bi a man na mekɔ akwatia mekɔ takrase and earlier no now say ohumu last week.
Sure.
Ti ohumu no nso mekɔkɔkye ahemfo ene ade kɔmɔ mu tiri nkwa ye nia mekɔ da se bread obodwa kɛse pa ye ɔse awu he.
Wow.
Ti mekɔ ye ma mekɔ kasa ho kama de yesu yani so ade hunu ne ne wo aban mu de kogya edi mesaba na msa akɔfo ayi na de kye me wi ayi no na me projects bi nso a ese me di ho dwuma ti okumani se ye si modern the background amom ti enra na me de contractor no kɔhwɛ adwumadie na o hyase ne na create a set up remind for years, several years.
Yeah.
More issue with network, a problem, telecommunication. Ini ada enti. Michelle Mubo say to abama mi ampo mu ye oma fam de to. Tina akase. ti ewura mu a Nyankopon nhyira yewura Sam George minister mede to na ni mo no nso dwumodi na nyame nso nhyira eye NCA penny
okay
reverend Nyankopon nhyira no ono nso de MTN for kasa ya enra MTN for ama me contractor me de ne call site wo top remind kokudi dwumai
okay enti ya hu decide na ye behwe bia honorable asha se free ni pa behwe na efe ya just within his constituency na ahwe one or two bia koso ewo ho na enti okay me part of now you know no Abraham me na me hwa de embraces here. So we're getting back to Honorable Bernard Bediako Badu na yene no atwaso de free ho in a jiffy na ya hwede ne constituency mu de etie menimpa sadodo na epese wo mu hu de ekoso ewo ho. Those of you within the constituency no but then again we look at issues within the nation e bi ne de ne anopai ya bobo so de amawo sanso na nsemu a eko eba ewo man Ghana mu na the titiro ne nipa dodo a wo mu eko into the service wo mu enya ho ekwan esan yarewa ana esan yes yarewa hodo a nhwehwemu adadi ewo mu entine bedi disa enkomo ni nyina ewo fidie su koso a naja ofidie no wa Nich FM 100.9 so ena woboi yani so papa se waja ofidie no ewo ha ebeto aso ede amaw enche kra yeba sia
Disputed, undisputed, unopposed, luxury.
Okay, enti yanto aso enfama. Yeah, honorable Montie, constituency mo
yes, so enti yakọ top remind the contractor no koy. Enyuma no titiriu pa na wo problem pa o constituency no me yakwan.
Sure.
Over the years no na say ye de yen kan ho kra. In fact, wodim ni are ho kra, ni are ho de say yen kro no district no half ewo baby efre hot say railway area the wenchi so abeta krasi kusi okumani enclave no ne e wa akwatia enso ne boadua area ene e wo eye top mine na mine dwunase sechikrom area if I from railway ho eba akwatia no say open kwan pa fa so a that is okofa kedi another district
before Ansan
Waba, which was not fair at all. Yenka trunk routes numpo main just okofa baby Ansan, and for me it was unfortunate. So by election, no man penny for media phone above the akwetia na yati neni because omwe baby in Tikasa no be and Unyankopon nhyira His Excellency John Dramani Mahama no nhyira yera Abuja nso yɛde nsɛm ne kɔtoo n'anim and so far the Denchamo district Akwatia constituency no receive a massive facelift road infrastructure mu a ebin sida currently in Krot to say Takrasi Kusi town roads na eguso kosopa.
Well, I was surprised. I mean, at if we no many in every crew back.
So what can
we don't every crew back? If we grew up together. If you pay, na me one ye call Takrasi and ye quite ye or hona her town roads. I may say, eh. That's just idea be judgment.
We one year one.
Sure.
So in fact, it's really going well. Yeah, then Yamiase, baby, Edwina. Kusi, if Niana make is a district, no kofa baby answer, and say, Ufi Kusi now back with ya. Une Musa, because say, ya bridge and a cassia, or mobi a bear quota, and the Fikusi dia back with ya. And that is approved. Aye, baby, near ya queti, also town rules, nibi. from Topremine to Apnamine Sechi Kromu no so no, it's ongoing. Our contractor no available. It's the same contractor no in here. Now there were 2 big bridges are not a break it down. Constituency nim. Number 4 bridge and a Swabe bridge. And then Yamia Dom Yira Bujama contract na. Omo contractor in fact omo ye Swabe first omo 2 amenana kra ni nsuo no and ebe 5. Once a period in ki enhye da anya bridge but was no contractor hwe na ye. It is being done. So we da abana se bin see the kind of construction e koso ye mpatem ho sabre no e bin see da. And we hope and pray say ebekwa awie no na yanya akwan no papa eti eguso infrastructure and so ye bi ye chip compounds ni schools ni ade bia hopefully ye de mi see akonya so late October menya 1 year
sure
and sabre ni do a munia ye be frɛ mo na ebu akonta kyerɛ mo na niema infrastructure project bi so etimi awie no ya commission emani pani e ho nti sa brain egu adwuma so ebre a de kasa no beba me gidi say de bia meka look ya to aba ya wie me medi nkunim enya sa bre e na aze ba be me excuses and aze ba be we anye see we are see it's time for you to deliver who deliver we na personal election na say do a na wakoka ne waye no obi nso aba be ka ne no nso ba obeye then the people will decide. It's already a Jumaye. I am particularly, and again back here I'm also involved in communication for the party, and I'm sure we are trying to balance the two. So what I do is I don't rest much because if you have a parliament set here we are. I think ideally if you come with my private things we are made, but here we are. Say no, let me also work for the party. And the government at this point make na makwa and na make you know na more concerns I'm the free as about be do ahumachi na me wa I went to do a few things out there in my bar yeguso for God and country
we are in it na eno who dey say gusu no mo aban nsemo mo kan ye ne bosha ahodo a wo mo hihye ye no eno na mo gusu amoyi
yes na me cry and any money be a contem mama me. Let me tell you something. Yes, let me tell you. The greatest achievement, and quote me anywhere, of President Mahama. People are not seeing it, but I'll tell you today. I've been seeing the history of this republic more. Hey, the financial discipline or the urban governance sector. The discipline.
Wow.
It been see that. And you was there for 1.5 years, 2 years, you don't take scandal. You think it's just by accident? The man is so experienced. Also, I say, a rare opportunity to correct the wrongs. He has been there before. People are not seeing it. And they translate it into a lot of things. It is not for reason, say, with all that is happening, it is all about discipline. And President Mahama has brought some discipline. I thought that even here in this for cry soon we now we be that this rare opportunity, Yakobo World Cup, US, Canada, Mexico. Then the president and the party for will be offered the passport. And you be saying this in EBA, we need power be as you qualify for the World Cup, you be Kobe. And why you so Kenya news will be a Yanashe because it been so press almost what Crawford supporters. But this is a president who said, no, I won't waste Ghana's money on this, regardless. Tugu, baby, Obi Bakasi, they supported. No, the state spent no dime in taking anybody there. The ministry itself, a fundraising. And no, now, Ibrahim Mahama donated $5 million. Corporate Ghana will be a donatee. And no from the supporters union. If you saw an MP, me only me passport, me American visa. Most MPs, we all have diplomatic passports. MPP, NDC, and when MPP, MPs be all.
Sure.
It doesn't matter. So what I'm saying, it is on MPB or no more, be on a visa that and maybe you could try and ticket and as you ticket not the But you see, as a state, the president did not commit a dime to this. we need discipline. And now we a minister or a CEO mpa on sorry I can award the contract. What in your mention as and one a womsy approve you budget amount, but budget be anyway to me exhausted. Budget be an ube be na kebi. And all budget deficit, you know. So at the end of the day, when you as to niya choose to say obey niya why say one yeno, it depends on nipa utiaka. And over the years, and unfortunately, that is why we have some look. Say enyama ko year, and now what's our system yanky and sky train, sa scandal. What is the issue of the sky train? Obi yes ye pesi ye train and nam from gray ye hu wasem yes ye pesi ye wiem there. And the committee Ghana sika $2 million. At the contractor say the feasibility studies. When I read as a lawyer, near court to be a kind. When I read in some more kind of court, I wouldn't need defense. Professor Ambia confirm one more defense. Some say a buyer say you $2 million, not $2 million, you know, and yet plane and yet train no and unnecessary at the court because a buyer say you $2 million but train number. And no more defense and is a nye train no nananke ye kwa koto na emo no we ye de ye de bo ho bride ye feasibility studies minua $2 million wo de ye feasibility study and ne system aye won ne no enka obi entimi nya sa de nda because obeya obetu sa anamo na you need what is called commitment authorization from the finance minister and the finance minister has ne indicators or who say ade na wo ye no and I say, Bibina or person or contract now, he possess here in the first place. And if in here, my finder. And that is where the discipline is coming from. Iti Obikachero say, President Mahama Nimnioya, and that is why I'm my Timi Yanyama Ukrum Hadi and Sikaye. And that is why US force and share data be with them. I would say once yes, in exchange for Sikaye, say Munfa Musikaye and share data with you. The reason LGBTQ were bribi now binding Timin bold and Timin Kase we against it, you know. And because of Sikeba. But then I can tell you, President Mama has said it also ya sign ya pass ya or sign. As we speak, ya be a friend post passage scrutiny our parliament. Nia ya keka any afin ye kabo mwankasa ye no correct yakasa ye we the beko president we do how the obi huni busy because we are self-sufficient. Not really see self-sufficient crap. We are working towards that area. It may the greatest achievement which nobody or some people fail to see. Discipline now about system. Ministers be crying the CEOs because they feel they should be given that right to contract one or two. But he says no. Everything who to be a finance minister science. We never had this. And for me, that is the greatest achievement. Because Sike wo Chroma, say the Chroma Juma, me catch all say we don't even need anything. And then the other achievement, also no, our mineral resources enough of see a day ma bro for the ako. A wua ye renew bio. Ya de be ma Ghana. And that is on way. Oh, some nationalistic thinking no. And ne aba ne no ne de Juma. I'm too surprised say. With all that happened, Ghana, one of the problems are near Shiapa, near Kanwan, Kofo Kanwan, some say Ghana, your ministers also, Ghana, but nobody was willing to walk the talk. President Mahama Nekasa, I will do not more than 60 ministers and I'll succeed. This man came and he walked the talk. President Kufu and Timia, you say no for who were Chira, who say President Mills and Timia. In fact, Mahama one grant me. Akufu went to me. In fact, West 125 ministers along the line. And then President Mahama said, no, I'll do 60 ministers. So if we are where we are, now say 60 ministers and crash shouted to say 58. It's me, yeah. Now catch them and say, look, and then about a year and send that home. Take my word for it. Nobody after President Mahama, about be no hold more, but between appointing more than 60 ministers. Kadia be no krumad. So young kuye 58 well. It's even though nyamra, but I bet ye be at the wa, obi and more than 60. What's in the American? Look, in the Fourth Republic, a buy beer in fact, even in the history of Ghana, a buy beer the cash, sika, a call local government offices, na district assemblies, no change a buy with 80% of district assemblies.
The local minister chasing up the money as
no,
well.
No, where a buy beer no to me, yes, I do. Me say, so President Mahama achievements on cast that, and that is what I like about him. The humility. I imagine baby and Canada say, was solve Ghana problems in here. But ultimately, but then, yeah, you be foundation, and I have said, look,
without sounding partisan, beyond President Mahama, aban biara obeba, say MPP, say NDC. So far trajectory now President Mahama nam so the discipline. You want see the cry bibia or dream whom you na yebeko yenim. And that is the achievement me pay no na me enyeska e de ye maybe. Aren't you surprised say ne yetimi atua euro bond $700 million. Yetua even ahead of time, scheduled time and this is a precedent to say no. And you might be a hard one. Yentimi nyahwe and ya say nurses posting. Because we felt said no, BM no BNB. I said no. Security report the crime said we have nurses 2019 on TV. 2022, 2020, 2021 on TV. So go straightly according to. Are you not surprised as to how you Rakando health minister Mechiana no pay of us here recruitment? Human face be any. Go online. Pick enna why on fast we and baby a vacancy wo choose it or hona oko. Over the years, then protocol nurses are any micro takrasen. Yes, room near the kolebu. Where you also baby out choose no na appointment letter na generate am or na woko. Shakwaya ya first why security services recruitment. Go round. Me kro ba ko e wo me peso aso amakrom. Oho ye mfa ka ko abubo ya na eko. In fact, woko amakrom kra woko fa achimodan. Ansan wetimi akọ amakro wakọ miles omunti bi da light crebinium hafe na maya minister mechia yura power minister yura John Jenapo ye the light ebe ko omunti bi da ohen ne kra frɛ me enne omunkola amienu na pass police ebi nsi da ewo ho corral na kokohwe whether MPP NDC nipa o manya no na enya because yura muntaka hwe se human face bi anim. Go online, do whatever. Into your beard, you hold more obetimi aye bibia found. Unya wenya. DNA, we have thousands of them all my lining up. Ye segmenting, nom dia code training, nom dia. And President Mahama has said it. So be our qualified beyond ebeko. These are the achievements of a country. You are starting. We are on a trajectory to develop. Of course, 4 years won't be fans of Ghana problems in here. But we started to baby. Then I'm hopeful. So man, penny be or baby or be finding line. That's not saying near Madia.
Somebody who has 24-hour economy, no. The Mukan, no, and the
okay, so this is it. 24-hour economy, no. It's all about job creation. So what must say? And production. You come to meet an economy. What do you mean? Say economy, no. Okay. In 2022, I think 19 December, when the government says, "Yaka crying to me to you," and for the first time in the history of Ghana, your debt obligations near to me. If I'm sure that crowd this a domestic debt exchange by say Obia Yadoka, Branabe sign on to Bibia Yabe Fasona Yade a 2-hour canetry. If we as a pension for Oma Mama sign be, and so we as a cotium sika, we do baby Nesi. This is what they left us. Ye baba too economy. Oba be hwe baby ada inflation, and then oba be hwe baby a seed in nam ye fuel ni ade. Opeso your production, opeso because mama ncha ade bi. Local government service. I've said it elsewhere, and I said judicial service. And no ne baby a abaya dwuma e betumi afa ni papa because I know ne what district bia. And yes, you can't yet beat Yomka. You're funny pana. It is a Obika 133. A dear yet be and see a bema economy no ayakono. Nesika bem. Answer why employ. Because and no near can napku. So obey 6 months, yes, you know, another national service. Permanent employment. Okay. It is still in the pipeline. But as I see a stabilize the economy, no, not even private sector cramp no mutimi try ye. Because onipa mo wa hey, see a timia my enabling environment no na ye. That's a more cameraman back wa. Say enabling environment no ho system ne ya. Obefa back wa kan. Obi me frɛ country. It is providing the enabling environment for the 133. Okay. But don't me obi eni ho no mo asabe. Oh, ya fa adwuma. Now by starting adwuma, waka to yakra man, no start now to Tonyama, no do Malcolm, no do Akramo, no do now to Tonyama. Obi a plan and son will move out. It's a government that promised yes 24-hour economy no must be given that leverage or the best stabilize the economy. So the first thing you ask and say yada na yenai ya and then the passage of the authority. You provide marketing so because you say production. It is your best producer as you provide market the beton. Na create employment because you know and sabi ya ko school na as you adwuma ye. And was say other people because if we are able to produce, and I am aware that invitation has been extended to companies say aban ni omo bedin sauso ni amom tax holidays bi ni niam bia ombetimi dia fa enipa no mo ni aboa ekwan e befa so. That is different from one district one factory, and you see that is where sometimes I have a problem with our people, because then the question will be is after 8 years, where are the district factories, where are the dams? President Mahama is 1.5 years in office. I can assure you, say, by the 4th year, no yebesa aba have you nkomo na different. I am telling you, because I know nkomo ekoso. Nti mon kama akoma ntomo yem. Minim so bi apeso over there. Oh, na ya na niema me communicate e to de bi ameka bibi fa MPP for. You see, in fear wotwe. Me nana oti me kura ase krampo na onti brofo kura no typical one district one factory. Because na no name Trump card. Dr. Baumia and no na mo catch Ghana for one village, one dam, planting for food and jobs. After 8 years, you know, most scorecard it say. So abayo that's what is 1.5 years. Who blame when they send the policy or the buy and ultimately for failure. Who 8 years so policies are the buy ultimately for failure. Where ukro mu wanka sa confidential board the stuff ya kwetia. Ya industry factory way. It is a wound to me here and now what be question me within 1.5 years me make a 133 intimi. I mean who does that? Who what would you tell you? My main free what you put them 4 years. Me compare 8 and 4, but what am I at the end of the 4th year no? Because BBI sheshe enti na make sure no say oba ye fa wadwuma na start na o rented 3-bedroom apartment, 5-bedroom apartment. How would you even na ukra na to say oba start here baby, but gradually you will get there. Exactly. But say could do 5th year. Now that's what that will be in change there because say near say be one more bra. What you grown as say 4th year mu na wa betena ha na still you buy ye bia wo be in change. It's fair. It happens. But do be 4th year ni aba ni baby say hey cratch now that's one more bra. It yen holding on kakra. Nan kakran no ye bedru ho me dem nim say eye nim nienti e kan sa. Na trust me ebebem. At least if for nothing at all ye be ye bi e ma obi ani ehun say ya ye bi. Ye bu ho akonta say eye 133 indeed e be 133 no.
We'll definitely have part 2 of this. Yembreno minimum rabon so as a so call. But last one na ye sorry so no. From the presidency, Yami Aduma Friday and Saturday general cleaning. What do you say to it? And the recruitment year, nipa 1,300. Yarewa hodo appear from Montie I didn't say before we.
Hey, when fan starting fee recruitment, you know. I have said then Nancy me ko baby ameka. We youth. Enim say bebre na no omabemobu nti bebre na ye niema ayemfata bade bia meka say uni mochna ti uye bibi ahwe wo husu ye because ebia na onamu a no chna bibi kura ba na pani bi ahia so metimi aboa mame nko hu say ni payma ebia na yegusu ya obi kura elo bibi ebia na kwanya te se ne yewura mutaka de ba ye ya sabe wo akura bi ase krampo a otimi apply bi nya bi no ebia na aba oba try exam on ni are ho ne say ye try exam ni wie o ye be ko body selection wa pass wasa tena computer chi a try exam wa pass ebi kura na onya the highest mark afa ye nkonko he o mojam ni ye hwe so ye medically fit ni mfa nko training na e ba ya o aye twintwan esa nessa akofa asemaba se ye kase ni aye tete no e alarming ye tete na e alarming because military dey o mo ye yes and also say bi nya sa problem no na ye didi nkobo da because say azaba na ipeni military officer peni bi ka che be ka say dey na akola wa fa true we mu ni aye say what was it the reason obibi to say HIV any ade yemfa o no okwa enwura mu a ne nam koye training ni ade na aduane kra hwa unya bi ndi no akofo aduro Do you understand? You need that time no for you. Sabri, as I mean, no medru, Sabri, as on wedru, baby, and I'm sure gravino. So, in Tinya say, ya condemn you, say, omo nye a for, but you don't quite open your problem, and that is how come I thought a biomco training ya casualties. Because casualty in the sense that, well, it be an out there, Druso. And to be a fat akumahu pressure near dear and Sasa Okotri. Iti ya momo no obi ahwe ne ho so ye na wo ya onim ne obinya nti ya youth ya pom chew sa ne mai wo engage wo ho ni nro ne niema ahwe yi a ye nhwe ne yare a ye ba bebre no sabe se kopa sa de obi bo akora nye ye because even say President Mahama bakra na they will not because our life is at risk. Food ya wo tedua so for hours require ye say no akasa medro da for munyi mame no. Maybe anyone more a casa asem. So a winty and none a day sa problem naba. It will be a hen who's ye now to sanitation, ne quine swan. Look, what him say? What near be nipper being kind? Okay, and chieftaincy act now. And ne Ghana a chieftaincy act. Now kind section 63, I think E. A cabby be say ye bought a man juma, no one ma. It's an offense. People don't know this. And ne say sanitation, you know. Akoba me stress yam fa hemfo mfra na hemfo no emmodwa niam emmoda ro niam frɛ so obi amra obi ama the person could be caught under section 663 of and we have to do that look yan ne yaye ene ya bedu sei enye obi fi baabi no wabe ye kuro yan ne tuwura ne digu gata nim yan ne yaye manema aye basa because yan ne sisi dan wo baabi a ensesi esi obia so sabe na obia edi ye wo ni krom takrase en wa fi takrase abedun kran unya ska opese osi down on kran the urbanization no aye kese en na ye plan no nso ye po kakra enti ni ase ye yanse ye se na tie ya yenye na emom no ye mo ye ho branti sanitation days ndie obi emfa ne ho nhye ye nia ye be hye lenti boot asi gutters nim yesre enti ye raba omia enye flood ni see ya be corner cameras a capture ke say your sanitation day or no so fa ne hunjim we nya MPP and this system non friend MPP for ni say we your mining ni ye because flood ba ye ni man this ye ni MPP so what ya say obia eho akadwam nti yen kan eho mom ni emfa nya na nye ye man na going forward no yen hwen so say ye ben force ye mra no say ni amenuanum kan me ni om ye adwen because ade ma abrochire dance so e chen ye ha no e enforcement Niama untumi nya wo ho no ene ye ba ha ye ene ye unfortunate
bravo that's papa say ebre ne mu nyina no otumi eba ye ebefa mu ebe
mu fa nche me sem ye elite
can be definitely we'll have more time to get into deeper issues that's papa so otumi buy I know honorable Bernard Bediako Badu MP Akwetia constituency one and I will tell you kind of happy birthday to Abna Sewa Ofori Amwa of Accra Technical University Department of Building Technology, Construction Engineering Management from the father Reverend Robert Ofori Amwa and mother Mrs. Mercy Ofori Amwa, brother Kweku Ofori Amwa of UCC and sister Akuya Dakwa Ofori Amwa, also of Victory Presbyterian Church and school adenta frafra and also would say Antino and answer birthday no cordial. Then happy 50th birthday to Mrs. Ruth Ando from your children and husband Pastor Jacob Ernest Ando of Sureway Christian Center Dansoman. Happy 50th anniversary to you, or happy 50th birthday to you. Okay, yeah, sorry so. Thank you so much for being there. We are back tomorrow for God and Country. Nyami Enshira Ebejafo nyina omo ba ye nyami Enshira bibia. Odami Alex Entry and Ame. And to our holy lady Prima and the team. Yeah, that's the same eka ye ho boy man. Hey, live on Facebook and on YouTube as well. Ola Michael is next on Real Radio. Okay, so Derek, thank you. Me had much that you be here, but up next is Ola Michael with entertainment. 18 and be glued to your radio. Neat FM 100.9. I'm yard watching a bishia. Make call.